Yeah, man. Yes, sir.
So I have one question. The question about vitamin, whether it's like it wasn't significant for the first 5 years, but then suddenly
Yeah.
became significant. You also think about the fact that vitamins themselves take a very long time to act.
Right.
So their effect got accumulated over time.
Right.
And then that's why
That's
like,
that's why they call it that. That's why they call it accumulation effect.
and that's the same as you said lentine. So no,
Like not late period time.
it's like a disease.
If it was like
where
a disease like cancer or some disease, yeah, then you call it late period. That's why I said it's similar to late period.
Oh, gotcha. So if like the clinical setting got changed,
Right.
then it would be the institutional.
Right.
Then just thinking about the absolute risk of infection. So I'm thinking about whether it's group number minus distance. Only the beginning of
Yeah.
the reason being is because when you get both of those, you get either number needed two. It
That's
can't be, like, people can't be negative. Like, number needed can't be negative.
that's why.
That's why.
I think it's more favorable. Yeah, it's usually gonna have two babies, two eggs that got fertilized, and one just split into working two.
Goes down. Like, did you know your was like, I mean, it's like, you know, like, yeah, like they always have. Like, that's nice. I also, I my house, I was thinking a lot. Now. I know.
Literally, not actually, literally, I already do.
And my one. ¿Tienes alguna tengo cuatro, no, se me olvidó cancelarla, y tengo cuatro cosas que tengo que cancelar. I had a. Sí, entonces, me va a dar-
Actual.
I hate that. But listen, I told him, I said, "Give me an option. I will not." And if you ask.
Good answer.
Okay.
No, no, you're good.
But I was just like, why? I wasn't. I didn't. I know the RTC are old and I have those. When I do. Stop. I bet. Yeah. Gosh. Oh, yeah. He said we just. It's okay. Did you see the next video?
Something the one again. We start saying. You go back. Just like because we are not ready. Oh. Oh, it's starting at 15 or 15. Oh, I made it 15 more minutes. Yeah. Awesome.
Well, that's your mind open.
Yeah, I got it. What are you? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's also, yeah. Ever understood those? Oh. Oh.
Because once the access back, step access, They gave both. Yeah. Yeah. And the reason I have is, you know, it's like, right? So I just Googled, I think it's. It's not like coffee. And you only have the outside. So. Then we would narrow it down to, you don't need to give it one or the other. That's the whole thing. I was on motivational living. Thank you. Five. Motivation, very slow. What else?
Some stuff that I wasn't taking because of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to work, finish up vascular. Let me see, we did, yeah, there we go. We did, resistance and series, resistance and parallel. Remember that your body is in parallel. Every organ is in parallel with the heart. The heart is the central command center. Everybody's in parallel with it. Meaning if you remove anything from that circuit, what happens to the total resistance? Karina? Goes up. If you add anything to that circuit, Chris, what happens to the resistance? Goes down, and we went through a bunch of samples. All right, now you got 5 organs where vessels are in series. If the vessels are in series, Anders, does that mean the pressure is higher or lower within these organs? Higher. But you understand? So why do you want the vessels to be in series in these organs? Because you want a traffic jam. Remember I showed you the traffic jam, right? You want a traffic jam. That means you got to do something to the red blood cells that you need time to do it in. First one, liver. Liver is the #1 detoxifier. How do you detoxify if blood is still doing 200 miles an hour? It's impossible. Again, I'm just showing you how to remember the 5 areas. So when they ask, make sure you listen to physiology. The liver has to detoxify, so blood has to sit still for you to do that. The kidney, you got to filter. How do you filter if the blood is going through the glomerulus at 200 miles an hour? All right, so afferent comes in, efferent is leaving, but right here in the glomerulus, you want blood to stand still for a while. Why? So you build up enough concentration gradient, filter everything that needs to get out. Okay, so that's the kidney. Spleen. The spleen, remember the spleen has 5 actions. Steve, the 5 actions of the spleen? What do you mean sequester? Sequester is a problem. I'm talking about normal. What are the 5 things that the spleen normally does? Remove any bad cells, any abnormal cell, not just RBCs, any abnormal cells.
Oh, it has some in like erythropoiesis.
Takes over erythropoiesis only if you lose your bone marrow. Oh, what does that mean when it's lymphoid? What's that action? Let me ask Paul. Actions of the spleen. Montessori, actions of the spleen. Remove old red blood cells, remove deformed RBC, deformed cells. Erythropoiesis, if you lose your bone marrow, that's 3. Got another one? Mayha got one? Solange got one? What do you mean? What do you mean?
It has a lot of other things.
I know. What do they do? Give me a function. Removes encapsulated organism. And the last one, Bailey? Yeah, removes nuclear material. Then leftover nuclear material equals a hollow jolly body. All right, so don't forget normal, folks. I told you the #1 thing that tests you on the exam is normal. All right, don't get wrapped up with abnormal that you forgot all your normals now. All right, so that's spleen. So for the spleen to do all those 5 things, folks, the RBC's got to stand still for a second. Yeah, you can't do all that stuff with the RBCs moving 200 miles an hour. What about the lungs? Well, how do you saturate hemoglobin to 100% if the RBC doesn't sit still? They actually time this one is 0.75 seconds. For 3/4 of a second, RBC sits still and 100% saturation. Okay? They have to sit still. This is why, let's say when you're exercising, when blood starts moving around faster, that means blood is now moving through your lungs faster. They love to ask you to explain the hypoxia of exercise. This is that shunting they're talking about. When you're exercising, blood is moving through your lungs way too fast. It cannot sit still for 0.75 seconds anymore, and therefore it cannot be fully saturated anymore. That's why you have an oxygen debt when you're done. That's why you breathe so hard right at the end of exercise. Placenta, you gotta feed the baby. Yeah, mom's bringing all the nutrition, but the blood's gotta sit still if you wanna feed the baby. So now remember, we're talking about inside the placenta. That means afferent coming to the placenta, efferent through on the other side of the placenta. It means that afferent to any one of these areas is a large vessel. Efferent is always a small vessel. Everybody understand that? That's resistance in series. And therefore you got the traffic jam right here in the middle. Any questions on that? All right, you're only gonna remember this list, folks, if you remember everything I just said. There's a reason for blood to sit still. If you can remember it, then you remember the 5. If you don't remember it, you just memorize a list. It's gonna disappear soon. All right, now let's get into the heart. Diastole. Diastole, Matt, is when the heart is relaxing. We're on an EKG. Does the ventricles relax, Matt? Excuse me? ST segment is ventricular contraction. I want relaxation, Armando. Which one? T wave is when it relaxes. After it contracts, it relaxes. All right, so during diastole, that means diastole begins during the T wave, but ends at the PR segment, because that's when the atria then fill the ventricles. Everybody understand that? I want you to be able to visualize things. That way, in case they want to make it an EKG question, it's an easy question. Okay? So during diastole, the ventricles are relaxing. Because the ventricles are relaxing, Steve, there's very low resistance in the coronary arteries. You understand that? And because there's very low resistance in coronaries, and then the aortic valve is now closed, that means the coronary arteries are actually open. I showed you it's actually behind the aortic valve. So when the aortic valve opens, you close it off. Then when you close the aortic valve, oh, coronaries are now open. So that's how to remember the coronary arteries fill primarily during diastole. During systole, the pressure is so high, the right coronary fills a little bit because there's low pressure on that side. But the left, there's so much compression of the left coronary, there's no filling whatsoever. One more time. If you want to fill a coronary, you understand, you got to do it during diastole. When the aortic valves are closed and the coronary arteries are open. You understand that being? You understand that sub? You understand that chest? But during systole, there's so much compression on the left side, you cannot fill the coronaries during systole. But in the right side, because the pressure is so low, you actually get a little bit of blood going through it. Okay, in case they ever ask you. All right, so there's more coronary blood flow during diastole for 4 reasons. Ventricles are relaxing, very low resistance to coronaries, the aortic valve is actually closed, and the aorta has more transmural pressure. Transmural pressure means blood touching the sides. Remember, blood is going 200 miles an hour during systole. It's only during diastole, and all of a sudden the valves, aortic valve closed, now blood settles down like this, and now there's more blood touching the sides, and it can drain into the coronaries. You understand that, Ashley? You understand that, Karen? All right. So, you understand? All right. What about that? What about systole? During systole, less coronary blood flow. Less coronary blood flow, Maria. That's because, number one, ventricles are contracting. When the ventricles are contracting, they're compressing your coronary arteries. And when the ventricles are contracting, the aortic valve is open. And blood is moving through the aorta too fast. And it's not even touching the sides. Remember Bernoulli, you create a suction effect, but it's not touching the sides. Okay? Any questions? But because the pressure on the right side of the heart is so low, there's a little bit of blood that goes through the right coronary, but not the left. Any questions? So that means, Sabu, if you want to really fill the heart with more blood, when do you do it? Systole or diastole? Diastole. If you want to give the heart more blood, when do you have to do it at B? Systole or diastole? Diastole. Anytime you want to give the heart more blood, Chris, when do you do it? Systole or diastole? Diastole. Does everybody understand that? Your answer better not be changing. I don't care what they're talking about. If you're asking when do you fill the heart with some blood, I mean the coronaries with blood, it can only be doing diastole. You understand? However, Sabu, when does the heart need that oxygen that you're providing? During systole or diastole? During systole, when the heart is working hard. But does everybody understand we got a problem here? When the heart is working hard, systole, that's when it has the least blood flow. Does everybody see the problem? When your heart rate is going too fast, are you spending more time in systole or diastole, Jess? What's more? I said, if your heart rate is going fast, Jess, are you spending more time in systole or diastole? You're spending more time in systole. Heart rate is going slow, Ida. Spending more time in systole or diastole? Diastole. Everybody understand that? So when your heart rate is going real fast, you understand you're working harder for getting very little blood flow. Everybody understand that? So listen carefully to this statement then. Anytime you have a fast heart rate, folks, that's a heart attack waiting to happen. Because you're spending too much time in a phase where there's no coronary blood flow. Does everybody understand? Anna, do you now understand the statement when they say, when somebody comes in with arrhythmia, they love to ask you, are you worried about the rhythm or the rate? Anna says what? You're always worried about the rate. The hell with the rhythm. Is the rate, is the ventricular rate that I'm worried about. That's why I say check a pulse. Check a pulse, that's your ventricular rate right there. If that thing is too fast, your patient's in trouble. If you don't do something quick, they're gonna have a heart attack because the heart rate's going way too fast. It doesn't even matter if it's a sinus tachycardia, folks. You're not filling the coronaries. Everybody understand that? Rate before rhythm. I'm telling you, they're gonna entice you with all kinds of ugly looking arrhythmias. Who cares? Rhythm is my concern. I'm sorry, rate is my concern, not the rhythm. Doesn't matter how ugly or how pretty it looks. All right. Any questions on that? So anytime someone having arrhythmia, the first thing you do is check the rate, folks. If the rate is good, they're gonna be okay. If the rate is too fast, they're not gonna be okay if you don't bring it down. And if you have an atrial arrhythmia, what kind of drug do you want to use, Abigail? Huh? If you have an atrial arrhythmia, what kind of drug do you want to use? Why are you saying anticholinergic? That doesn't even match the question. Be careful when you guys start guessing. That's how I can tell, because your answer doesn't even match my question. All right, Bailey. You can use adenosine. Remember, oxygen first, then adenosine. Remember, calcium channel blocker. Use physiology to think these things through. At least use something you know the atrium has to use. A beta blocker, beta 1 receptor. See, it makes sense. That's why you don't just guess. Okay? Everybody understand? All right. So now, when your heart rate is going too fast, you get a warning that you're about to have a heart attack. The warning is your chest is on fire. You ever had times when you exercise real hard and your chest is on fire? That's why they tell you when your chest is on fire, you're just to the left of angina. That's why they tell you slow down. Slow down. But we are men, damn it. We don't listen. That's exactly why men drop dead during exercise quite a bit. Because a man always tries to push it just a little further, especially when there's a woman on the side checking him out. All right, push, 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 and then drop dead, that's it, he's gone. Okay? That's why they tell you when your chest is on fire, you better slow down. That's your warning, because you're just to the left of angina. You keep pushing, boom, angina, heart attack. See? Got to tell you a little story. Years ago, after I got over my anger at UVI, I finally gave them a donation. I didn't know they give you all this stuff, but they mailed me a alumni card. That means I have access to all the libraries and whatever. I want to go to the gym. I was excited about the gym. So, oh boy, I go play some basketball with the guys. So I said, okay, I still got it. Yeah, you always think you got it, but then, when your body gets old, you didn't get no memo, no text message, no email. I didn't know. We men think, no, we still got it forever. No, you don't. So I said, I'm going to go play some basketball. So I went to play basketball. Your body doesn't tell your friends, don't be playing no basketball with 18-year-old guys, man, they're going to blow you off the court. I said, no, I still got the moves, man. And me, when I get on the court, I talk a lot of trash, too. Yeah, I went down there and said, how old are you? He said, 18. I said, man, come on, you just a child, man. What you got, Huggies on? I'm about to change your diapers right now, baby. Come on, what you got? So I started dribbling the ball. I have a fancy move. Lay up, baby, left hand. I said, I got you, man. Got him one good time. And then we run up and down like 2 times. Phew. All of a sudden my chest is burning. I'm like, damn, only 2 times, that's it? Chest is on fire. And I said, oh my God, what am I gonna do? I said, okay, let me rest for a second. And I just started catching my breath. And so this young man came over and destroyed my day. How'd he do it? He said, excuse me, sir. What do you mean, sir? I don't make you feel like, what do you mean, sir? I'm one of the boys, what do you mean, sir? And then he destroyed my life right after that. He said, excuse me, sir, do you have asthma? Was I wheezing that loud? I thought I was just catching my breath. I had no idea I was wheezing the whole time. And the guy was just trying to be nice. I was like, heck no, I ain't got no asthma. Come on, let's play. And I ran up and down a couple more times. And then a voice said, Francis, you about to die out here, man. And so I had to come up with something. I said, oh, my back flaring up again, man. All right, oh man, you lucky. I'm gonna catch you tomorrow. All right, I'll catch you tomorrow. I just lift it off. That's like 20 years ago. I hope they're not still waiting. That was the last time I went. I said, never again. Because we men, we are so competitive. I'm like, no, I ain't gonna back down against this 18-year-old kid. The kid was blowing me off the court, but I'm trying to catch up with him the whole time. And my chest was on fire. I said, oh my God, I'm dead out here. I said, no. So then for a while, I started playing with above 40 crowd. Now we're a different crowd. Above 40, yeah. We're a whole different crowd, man. All right, so we show up this Saturday mornings. When we show up on Saturday mornings, we high five. Hey, what's new? Paul, Pete, everything. How you doing, man? Then we count the heads. Okay, good. Nobody died this week. We're good. We still got 5 on 5. Every now and then we lose one, man. Hey, what are you gonna do? Okay, all right, 5 on 5, let's play. And then they say, hey, Doc, you got defibrillator duty, right? There's defibrillator on the wall. In case anybody goes out, it's my job. Come on, man, stick your man, get up. Okay, you got. You know, when you're above 40, you worry about those things, you know, you gotta make sure the defibrillator's still working. Let's make sure the light's still on. Oh yeah, it works, I got it. You know, so they call me doctor, that's my job, make sure nobody dies today. And we start running up and down. With above 40 crowd, you know, we go in this way. Oh, damn, the ball going this way, okay. We spent 2 hours laughing at each other the whole time. Because half of us can't even keep up with the ball, man. There's a couple of younger guys, they just, just running all over the place. And we're just trying to catch up with them. It's so funny. And so we just laugh at each other the whole time. It's 2 hours of laughter. I'm telling you, it's not even a serious game. Nobody's trying to make any sudden moves. You make sudden moves, something's gonna hurt. So that's fine. Grab me for the game. A couple of guys got to take some ibuprofen, 800 milligrams, put on the Bengay, elbow pass. We got pass for every damn joint there is. The funniest 2 hours, man. Woo! Man, okay. I love it. Anyway. All right, any questions about systole diastole? Where's systole on an EKG? Maria, ventricular systole, where's that on an EKG? Ventricular systole is when the ventricle contracts. Where would that be on an EKG? PR is way over there, that's atrial, where I'm on ventricular. PRS is depolarization, that's not systole. Systole is ventricular contraction. Where does the ventricle contract on the EKG? Michael will help you.
I was going with QRS.
No, QRS is not it. All right, Miguel. ST segment is ventricular contraction. Remember, we went through and named everything. All right, I told you folks, you got to get ready to show me you remember the stuff now. All right, that way, if they want to make an EKG, easy question. All right, so that's systole and diastole. Any questions on that? So one more time, diastole starts at the T wave, ends at the PR segment. Systole is the ST segment. Lauren. Does this explain why hypertension? Okay, what do you mean? What's the connection you're using? Okay, I like that. Yeah. So he's saying, how does hypertension increase your risk for a heart attack? Because first of all, your heart has to pump harder against a higher resistance. Everybody understand? If your heart has to pump harder, left ventricle, that means you're compressing your coronaries even more, and therefore causing ischemia, arrhythmias, and death. That's exactly correct. See, that's why I say I always go back to the basics to learn the complex instead of reading about the complex, but you have no idea where to get the information from. Okay, Ryan Ford, you have a question?
Yeah, so is that why when you have hypertension going on his question, is that why the heart starts to hypertrophy as well?
That's correct, sir. Oh, now there's an explosion of knowledge all across the room. I like this, boy. This is good. Now you guys are starting to see pathology. Pathology starts with normal physiology, but that's not the way it's taught in medical school. You just go right talking about diseases. Okay? Yes, Jess. Do the coronary vessels, do they have what receptors? No, they don't have alpha 1. They just have smooth muscle. It's primarily smooth muscle, yeah. It doesn't have alpha 1. Yeah. Huh? They don't have alpha 2 either. They don't have receptors. They just have smooth muscle. What do you mean, how do they work? They run by pressure, high pressure, low pressure. That means if there's high pressure in front of coronaries, it drains into the coronaries and then goes all the way around until it comes out. They're not affected by the stimulating receptors. Karis? So taking nitrates for MI, yes. They reduce the wall of stress because you're decreasing venous return. Because remember, you're dilating your veins first. That means less blood return to the ventricle, and therefore it doesn't have to work so hard. So it doesn't have to contract so hard. You release the coronaries. That's why the chest pain goes away as soon as you give them nitrates. You understand? What? Then repeat what I just said. So once again, what do nitrates do? They dilate your veins before your arteries. You understand that part? That means you're going to decrease venous return because gravity is going to push the blood down to your feet. That means if you have less volume in your left ventricle, the ventricle doesn't have to pump so hard, and therefore doesn't have to compress the coronary so hard. And that's why your chest pain goes away. That's what they mean by wall stress. That's correct. Squeezing the wall squeezes the coronary vessels that go through those walls. Yeah. I told you, test writer has 1,000 ways to say the same thing. Yeah, that's all they do is change the words all the time. Make it look like some new answer. It's the same answer. All right, that's just lastly, moving on. Tachycardia, heart rate is too fast. Oops, sorry. All right, you're spending too much time in systole. Everybody understand that, right? Anybody not understand that? You understand that, Mabel?
Huh?
You understand that?
Understand what?
This part here, Mabel, tachycardia. You're spending too much time in systole. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
All right, Divya, do you understand it?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, bradycardia, your heart rate is too slow. That means you're spending too much time in diastole. All right, so every tachycardia is an MI waiting to happen, like I said, because you're spending too much time in a phase where there's hardly any coronary blood flow, especially to the left ventricle where there's almost zero. Okay, so with every tachycardia, folks, rate is your main concern, not the rhythm. Watch out for that question, because it sounds like rhythm should be your answer when the arrhythmia is an ugly one. No, rate is still your main concern. That's why I always say, check the pulse. Okay. In summary, less blood flow through the coronary arteries during systole, more blood flow through the coronary arteries during diastole. Most work is done in systole, so AVO2 difference, which means extraction of oxygen. That means the amount of oxygen coming into the artery, the A, and in the veins, the V. So if you subtract the two, that tells you how much that tissue extracted. You understand that, Reed? Understand that, Sandra? So AVO2 difference is therefore created during systole, not during diastole. You understand that, Ashley? You understand that, Melissa? All right. The most O2 extraction occurs during systole, the phase where there's hardly any blood flow. So AVO2 difference we can look at rest, the heart extracts 97% of oxygen. That's higher than any other tissue in your body. So whenever they ask you, where's the greatest AVO2 difference during rest? There it is right there, your heart. That means in comes 100%, out goes 3%. That means you extracted 97%. So your AVO2 difference, Gloria, therefore measures how much oxygen is being extracted by any tissue. Everybody understand that? If the AVO2 difference goes up, think about what I just said. If the AVO2 difference goes up, Gloria, what happens to your venous oxygen to go up or down? If your AVO2 difference went up, what happened to your venous oxygen? Did it go up or down? It went down, and like this. Maybe you start at 100. Yeah, the further down you are, the bigger the difference. Everybody understand? That's another way of saying the same thing. Because it allows you to interpret the results. If AVO2 difference goes up, venous oxygen went down. What does that tell you about metabolic activity of that tissue? Went up or down? Then who extracted the oxygen if metabolic activity went down? That's what I'm saying. Think about it. Think about it. You extracted oxygen when you're active, not when you're not doing anything. So it means AVO2 difference went up. It means venous oxygen went down. It means the tissue is more metabolic active, or you sent less blood to that tissue, forcing him to extract more oxygen. Like your heart. During systole, there's hardly any blood flow to the coronary. You force him to extract almost everything out of there. Because he has needs, and it has to be met. So that means if you have less blood, he has to extract even more oxygen out of it. One more time. When AVO2 difference goes up, Gloria, say it one more time. What happened to my venous oxygen? Went down. Metabolic activity must have done what? Must have gone up. Or the blood flow to that tissue must have gone down, forcing that tissue to extract more oxygen. Any questions on that? Yes, yeah. Huh? No, AVO2 difference is arterial venous oxygen difference. You take the oxygen in the artery, subtract the oxygen in the vein. It tells you how much got extracted. The question is, what happens when they change the number? They're going to ask you to interpret what that means. I'm just showing you there's three interpretations. If AVO2 difference goes up, I don't care what the number is, if it went up, number one, right, is that your venous oxygen went down. You follow that? Number two, that metabolic activity went up. Everybody understand that? Or number three, you must have decreased the blood flow to that tissue, forcing him to extract more. You understand, Nola? You understand, Cynthia? You understand, Miguel? So,
So I did not understand it, please.
wait a minute, Mabel.
Okay.
Was that said again? Does it relate to oxygen saturation curve? Indirectly, because what it means is that you have to drop off more oxygen to that tissue who's calling for more oxygen. Because if the tissue is forced to extract more, that means he's not getting enough blood flow. Think about the heart. When the AVO2 is this high, why do you think adenosine dilates the coronaries right away? So, well, you need some more blood. Yeah. All right, Mabel. What's your question, Mabel?
I don't understand when you say if it's up or down, the difference.
I'm talking about the AVO2 difference. You understand what AVO2 difference is? You take the oxygen in the artery, Mabel, and subtract the oxygen in the vein. It tells you how much got extracted. You
Okay.
understand that part?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a normal. And then the question is, what happens when it goes up? If it goes up, what's that tell you about your venous oxygen? Did it go up or down?
Venous oxygen will come down.
It went down because that's why it tells you the tissue extracted more out of it. And therefore it is now a lower number. What does that tell you about metabolic activity of the tissue?
It will be down.
No. If a tissue extracts more oxygen, Mabel, that means it's very active. That's what you need the oxygen for. Mabel, did you understand that? Say something.
You said that metabolic activity, so it's going to be it's going to
Metabolic
up.
activity was up, or else he would not have extracted so much oxygen.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you sent less blood flow to that tissue, forcing him to extract more. That's the three ways to interpret increased AVO2 difference. You understand that, Ashley? You understand, Andres? All right. Let's go the opposite then. What if the AVO2 difference goes down? Interpret, Melissa. What happened to the venous oxygen? It went up. What happened to metabolic activity? It went down. What happened to blood flow to that tissue? It went up. That means you send him a whole lot of extra oxygen. He still extracts only what he needs, but there's more oxygen left over. That's why the difference is less. But understand how to interpret AVO2 difference. Again, they'll give you a number. You got to then interpret what they just told you. Okay, but it starts with knowing what normal is. So what's the normal AVO2 difference for the entire body? 25 to 40%. Now, if I want to know the AVO2 difference for my leg, I've seen these questions. Then you got to know anatomy. You say, well, what's the artery that feeds the leg? Femoral artery. What's the vein that drains the leg? Femoral vein. There it is. Get those two numbers, subtract one from the other. That's your answer. Okay, but the one they like to ask is for the whole body. Why? Because the aorta, that's the artery side. But what's the venous side? There's no aortic vein, is it? That means you got to think about where's the venous blood being dumped. Solange, where's the most venous blood being dumped in your body? The most venous blood is found where? The most deoxygenated blood is found where in your body? Not just coming out of the brain. Let me ask Gustavo. Coronary sinus is closer. Anything that's right atrium is fine. Yeah, coronary sinus drains in the right atrium. Remember, superior vena cava, inferior vena cava, and the coronary sinus from the myocardium. All the venous blood meets the right atrium. That's the most venous blood. So if they want the AVO2 for your whole body, you got to say aorta, that's the A subpart, and then right atrium. That's the V side. 25 to 40 is the norm. You understand that, Ange? You understand that, Ashley? All right, Ashley, you shook your head 3 times. You should have just stopped at 1. Once you shake your head too many times, it means there's something you're still confused about. Let's see. Let's say I gave you somebody who has an AVO2 difference of 0. How's that possible? Any idea? How's that possible? Let me ask Mabel. Mabel, how's that possible?
Not possible, sir.
What?
What was your question again?
My question is, how do you explain an AVO2 difference of 0? Let me ask Hendrik.
The person is dead?
That's the answer, folks. That's the answer. Your patient just died. It's the last heartbeat as the patient dies. Because blood went out, but no tissue extracted anything. He's dead already. See, you can ask you hypothetical questions, folks, to see if you understand this stuff. If you understand it, then you can apply it. If you don't understand it, you can apply it then. They can make up an endless number of situations and then ask you what happened. Only if you understand normal very well. Then you can apply it to all kinds of theoretical stuff. All right? So AVO2 difference is 0 only if the patient's dead. So on the test, they won't give you a 0. They'll give you approaching 0. Nolan, you got a patient who's approaching 0. Let's say an 8. See, that's why you got no 25 to 40 is the norm, because 8, ooh, wait a minute, why is it this low? What do you think, sir? All right, I'll come to your question in a second. Karina, what do you think the explanation?
I had a question, but.
Okay, what's your question then?
So I understand all this, but if on the venous side, O2 is going down.
If the venous side oxygen is going down,
Metabolically, that tissue is more active.
that means the tissue is metabolically active and extracting more oxygen, correct?
Yeah, but why would there be, like, I get why there's like a competition, but.
Maybe your mic is on again. Turn it off. What is it?
Bodies or what, like the active.
No, it's just, it says you must have had decreased flow to that tissue to have that happen. Not that the body will decrease the flow to the tissue as a result of that. The body will actually get more blood flow to that tissue, yeah.
What do you mean, the flow, like that amount?
Yeah,
So
the,
you decrease
the flow of that
the
tissue
amount?
must have been decreased for that tissue to extract so much oxygen.
Okay,
and so
you're
that
just
means-
basically slowing it down to the oxygen at the moment. So
Right,
actually,
right.
Okay, I'm thinking of it as.
Yeah, not, this is the cause, this is consequence.
Extraction.
Yeah,
Delivery is totally up. Both. Like it
delivery
goes-
will go up.
Yeah.
But,
extraction is-
yeah, but extraction is increased when AVO2 difference rises and decrease when AVO2 difference drops.
You said if it's going down to 8%.
Yeah, it's going to 8 rather than 25 to 40. How do I explain that?
There's an issue with extraction.
What's the issue with extraction?
About, tissue damage,
Mm,
like if there was.
Tissue damage, okay, that's possible. I give it to you. Yeah, maybe some of the tissue is damaged. So that means that same organ doesn't extract as much oxygen anymore. Okay, I like that. That's good. All right, Karis? Not hypovolemia. Well, let me see.
Said
But if you say hypovolemia, that means you're going to decrease blood flow to tissues. They're actually going to extract more oxygen. So AVO2 difference is going to rise. So you don't want to say it that way. There is a way indirectly to make it right, but if you say it that way, that's not the one you want. Jess, wait a minute. Huh? What's that? If you have uncoupling, so let me see, if the tissue is uncoupled, but it's still burning through oxygen. Remember, uncoupled is still burning through oxygen, just not creating ATP for you. Yeah. All right, Nolan? If you start what? If you start hypoxic? Oh, if you start out hypoxic? Okay, that's always possible. So, but that's not gonna be the answer in the exam, but I like it. All right, Solange? All right, so fibrosis is the same as what she was saying, if the tissue was partially damaged. All right, I give you credit for that, no problem, that's possible. Anna? Okay, yeah, so carbon dioxide poison where the hemoglobin won't give up the oxygen because it doesn't have it, it has carbon dioxide. The best answer, folks, is that you're shunting. Because there's got to be something physiological, so we see this all the time. All right, AVO2 difference, whenever it approaches 0, it means the blood is shunting somewhere else. Sepsis is someone called shunting. When you have septic shock, The endotoxin opens up all these capillaries that were not open before. That means blood's got to drain to all these areas that didn't need the blood. And that means the areas who need it don't get enough anymore. Also, they have used the difference. What's wrong? Venous oxygen goes up because nobody extracted it. Okay? So anytime AVO2 difference approaches zero, folks, pick shunting. You got to shunt somewhere along the way. The lowest, let me go through the rest of these. With exercise, skeletal muscle has the greatest difference. Why? Because the muscles working the hardest during exercise, not your heart. After eating, GI tract. This is why after you eat, your blood drains straight to your GI tract. That's why people fall asleep, get sleepy. All right? Why? Because there's hardly any blood flow going to your brain. So I tell students on the day of the exam, no big meals. You eat a small breakfast, peanut butter jelly sandwich and fruit, yogurt, whatever. That way, hardly any blood went to your stomach. I want all the blood coming up here to my brain. All right? Lunch, half a sandwich or a small sandwich and some soda. Why? Carbohydrates. Your brain likes sugar. So I want the blood going this way. Okay? Hardly anything going to the GI tract. Then after the test is over, swan dive. The first buffet line you see. $2.99, all you can eat. And that's why you fall right to sleep right after. And you're gone. Okay? Yeah, but don't compete with your own physiology. You don't want blood draining to your stomach while you're trying to take a test. All of a sudden, you can't figure out simple things. You don't realize because you don't have no blood flow to your brain. All right? Small breakfast, small lunch. All right, during intense concentration, during your exam, see the brain. I want all that blood flow going to the brain. Okay? Lowest AVO2 difference is on the kidney, no matter what's going on. Why is that? The kidney gets the same amount of blood flow as the brain and the heart. Remember the three most important? Get the same amount of blood flow, but you don't always have to be filtering blood. Whereas the brain has to keep using oxygen and the heart has to keep using oxygen. The kidney doesn't. Remember, filtration is a passive process. You don't need oxygen for that. Okay? So the lowest difference is always the kidney. Any questions on that? The average AVO2 difference for the entire body, 25 to 40%, just so you know what normal is. Don't forget your normals. Okay? If AVO2 difference rises, there's less flow going to that tissue. Venous oxygen is now lower, or the tissue is now more metabolically active. If AVO2 difference drops, then it's all the opposite. There's more than normal blood flow to that tissue, so he still extracts what he needs, but there's more left over. So the difference is less. Venous oxygen has risen, and tissue is less metabolically active. What if AVO2 difference approaches zero? You're dead. All right, sorry, that's zero is dead, but when it approaches zero, you have a shunt. So let's talk about shunts. There's three types of shunts that we see in the body. First group, congenital, you were born with it. The one that everybody's born with, Kathleen, is called a PDA, patent arteriosus, which connects what? Connects the descending aorta to the left pulmonary artery. In utero, your PDA is a right to left shunt, so it goes from pulmonary artery to aorta in utero. But after you're born, couple of breaths, reverses. What closes the PDA normally? Oxygen does. What keeps it open normally? PGE. Which is why if you want to keep it open, when your patient has a cyanotic heart disease, remember we say give, what was the name of that drug, Anders? Alprostadil to keep it open. Okay, but when a baby's born and that PDA stays open for too long, you could close it synthetically with what drug? Acid? Seba? Endomethacin. Or just give them oxygen. All right, and it'll close. All right, so congenital PDAs. So PDA is the most common congenital shunt. Then if it's bigger than PDA, we call it an AVM, arteriovenous malformation. Remember, the shunting is always from the arterial side to the venous side. You never should be guessing which way it's going, okay? There's two syndromes. They have a lot of AVMs that they would test you on. Osler-Weber-Rendu has multiple AVMs throughout the lungs. How do I know you have an AVM or a PDA? They always say machinery murmur, continuous murmur, or to fro. Three ways of saying the same thing. To fro means to and from. You hear, notice there's no gap, no stopping. That means you have a shunt when I hear that. Okay? Osler-Weber-Rendu, multiple AVMs throughout the lungs. Von Hippel-Lindau, multiple AVMs in the abdomen and the brain. Why do we worry so much about AVMs? Because the AVM can kill you in one of three ways. That's why we as physicians are concerned. An AVM can kill you in one of three ways. Number one, as blood is collecting in that pocket, it can burst the sides and then you hemorrhage and die. So it can fill it with blood, burst, and then you bleed to death. Number one, way to die. Huh? Well, they'll say aneurysmal dilatation, but it's not as big as an aneurysm. So there's this dilatation and then boom. Transmural pressure, make it just pop. All right. Number two, as it enlarges, a bunch of platelets can get stuck in there. It can suppress the platelets and it cause you to bleed and die. So Chris, if you lose your platelets, where are you gonna be bleeding from? I don't know where everywhere. Alaska, Chicago, that's everywhere. So that's what I'm saying. Don't just say this big word like that. What does that mean? Where are you gonna be bleeding from when you have a platelet problem? Skin and mucosal surface. That's what I'm saying. You know the answer. So don't give me this general stuff. That way on the data test, you got to pick the right answer. The words, exercise the words now. Okay. All right. So skin and mucosal surface, what's going to be elevated? PT, PGT, or bleeding time, sir? No. It's bleeding time. Bleeding time is platelet function. All right. So anyway, it's you sequester a lot of platelets, it causes you to bleed that way. And number three, it can sequester a whole bunch of blood because as long as it keeps expanding, blood is trapped in here. And then put you in a heart failure. It's called high output heart failure. Because your heart would just be faster and faster and faster, but all you do is pushing more blood into that pocket. And the person eventually dies. When you have dilation, Karen, what happens to flow? Increase or decrease? Flow is amount. Flow is amount. You guys still get confused.
Yeah.
Velocity is speed. So flow increases, but velocity decreases. That's why you have stasis in that pocket and blood is just pooling. All right. So 3 ways for AVMs to kill you. Any questions on that? So we try to find them early. And what do? Put a little plastic coil in there and then platelets in there, close out the whole connection. It's called embolization. EM, embolization. Put a foreign body in there and then the platelets will close off that connection. Okay. But Hippolyndau is the most dangerous one. Think about if you bleed into your brain. That's devastating for a child. So we listen for AVMs in the brain of a child when they're first born. You know, they got a thin skull. You use your stethoscope to move it around the skull. And if you hear continuous murmurs, there it is, you got an AVM. That means you need to get a surgeon to take care of that. Okay, well, Hippolyndau has the VHL gene, as you see, 1 letter from each person's name, and it has to do with the short arm of chromosome 3P, 3 people. So that's just my way of remembering it. Okay, but Hippolyndau has a high risk of renal cell carcinoma and pheochromocytoma. They love to ask what other things you need to screen them for. Pheochromocytoma and renal cell carcinoma. Do you know of any other syndromes with increased risk for renal cell carcinoma? Ashni. I said, do you know of any other syndromes with increased risk for renal cell carcinoma? Let's ask Anna. No, I said, do you know of any other syndromes with a high risk for renal cell carcinoma? That means the answer has to be a syndrome. There's one you talked about during your neoplasia lecture. Hi, Hendrik.
Was it the ACTH syndrome?
No, not that one. Let me ask Ryan.
Is it the neurofibromas?
Close, but not that one. He's near that list. Let me ask Leslie Gonzalez.
Renal cell carcinoma increased risk on. I don't remember that.
All right, Karina. Not men. All right, Bailey. Tuberous sclerosis was the other syndrome in your neoplasia notes. All right, so that's congenital shunts. The second one is iatrogenic, means we caused it. This is where the doctor causes it to happen. First one, Blaylock toxic shunt. Anytime you have a cyanotic baby, that's when we talk about this, Fellow and transposition. Give a cyanotic baby. We give the alprostadil, keep the PDA open, taking the surgery the same day and create a shunt that he can go home with. Because PDA is a small vessel. We put a bigger one in. All right, Blaylock toxic shunt, we put that shunt in there. But that's just to buy time until we can do the surgery for this child. Anytime you put in a shunt, folks, you're always worried about flooding the lungs. Does everybody understand? That's why you can't leave that there for too long. If you flood the lungs, you create pulmonary hypertension. That's irreversible. That baby's gonna die. So like transpositional great arteries, we do surgery by 3 to 4 weeks. Okay. All right, dialysis, we put in a shunt in your elbow. So last time I saw a question, they said, where would you find a continuous murmur in somebody with chronic renal failure? That means you got to know. That means you got to do dialysis. You put a shunt right in his elbow. All right. All right. So we made that. So that means if we put that shunt in there, the most common cause of death from renal failure, I don't know. What do you think? What is it? Yeah, that's about right. So think about it. It's heart failure because of what we did. We had to put in a shunt. Isn't that amazing? You actually are suffering from renal failure, but because of what I got to do to treat you, I kill you for something else. The heart failure will kill you before the renal failure will now. That's just amazing. But that's what it is. The dialysis causes shunting. You flood the person's lungs, but you have to do it if you want to let them live another few months or a year or whatever. You have to. But that's the downside. Eventually, it's going to flood their lungs, and they're going to have pulmonary hypertension, which we cannot reverse anymore. Yes, Adam. Does the same rules apply to what kind of shunt? A VP shunt? Well, no, because VP shunt is not connected an artery to a vein. That's ventricular peritoneal shunt. We'll talk about that in neuro. All right. The third iatrogenic shunt is in your groin. When we do an arteriogram or any contrast study, we usually come in through the femoral vein and inject the vein. That way, blood goes, and the dye goes wherever we want it to go to. All right. The problem is the guide wire we use to hold it with two fingers in each hand like this. That's because you want to make sure it slides in nice and slow, okay? Because it's so wiggly. And if you let it wiggle, it'll puncture the vessel right next to it. So if you're going through the vein, it'll puncture the artery. Remember, they lie right next to each other in your thigh. All of a sudden, now you got a shunt. This is why after every arteriogram, or anytime that guy going to grind, they put pressure on the thigh from the wound, but the nurse is told to listen in the grind the whole time the person is there. That means like every half an hour, she just takes a listen. Because if you hear any bruit, that means a shunt was created by accident. But that means that person's going to need surgery. All right, then you do an arteriogram to see how big it is, and then set them up for vascular surgery. So that's the grind. Any questions on iatrogenic shunts? Then the last one, traumatic shunts. A traumatic shunt is in the groin from stab wounds. This is the gangbangers stabbing each other. Some of them are not so tall, so they stab you in the thigh. And the problem again is the artery and the vein lie right next to each other in the thigh, and so as soon as you cut them both, they seal together like that. Now you have a shunt. Okay? All right. But a shunt, how do I know you have a shunt? Again, they'll give you venous oxygen has gone down. Venous oxygen has gone up, AVO2 difference has gone down. Or they'll describe the murmur as machinery or continuous. All right, now let's look at flow. Flow equations. Let's go. Let me go online for this. Jolita, you're up. Jolita, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you get the first equation. All right, so everybody follow along now. First equation says Q, flow. Okay?
Okay.
Equals change in pressure. So pressure in minus pressure out. And then over resistance. That will determine the flow. Follow?
Yes, I'm following.
So if you increase pressure, what happens to flow?
Increase pressure.
That's what I said. If you increase pressure, what happens to flow?
It gets bigger.
So it goes up.
Yes.
All right, if I increase resistance, what happens to flow?
Goes down.
Goes down. Does everybody see that in the equation? Because they're going to test you on these equations with clinical questions. They're not going to write the equation for you. All right, they just want to see if you understand how to interpret this stuff. All right, so now, let's say flow goes down for any reason. For any reason, Jolita.
Mhm.
That means you got to raise the pressure or decrease resistance. Everybody understand that? You understand, Jolita?
Yes.
So which vessels in your body do the most to regulate blood flow throughout your body?
Aorta.
Jolita. Who? Jolita, what'd you say?
Aorta.
No, not the aorta. John Cisco.
Are you referring to the juxtaglomerular cells?
No. Andy DeVilma.
I'm black on that one, doctor.
Okay. Aisha.
Arterials?
Yeah, arterials. Remember we went through this discussion yesterday. The arterials do the most to regulate blood flow because they have the most smooth muscle. Remember, always tie things to normal physiology. Otherwise, you think I'm asking you something different. I'm asking you the same thing I already taught you to see if you understand when they rephrase it in a new question. Okay, that's all the test writer does is rephrase things with a new story behind it. Hoping that you don't see he's asking you the same thing again. Okay, so that means the reason I'm asking you that question, that's how I know your body will change radius first. I mean, resistance first, because that's what arterials do, dilate and constrict. That means your body will make resistance increase or decrease to increase flow. Jolita, back to you. Jolita, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So what do you have to do to resistance to get flow to rise?
To decrease.
Decreases. So you want to vasoconstrict or vasodilate?
Constrict.
No. Constrict. That's the increased resistance, Jolita. Do you understand now? Jolita.
I have to do that after we are done with in the lecture.
Okay, but do you understand that when you constrict, you're increasing resistance? That means blood will have a hard time getting through there because you're squeezing it.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So vasodilate if you want more blood to get through. So my point is arterials do the most regular blood flow. So what they're going to do, vasodilate, that decreases resistance. So flow rises. Everybody follow? Here's my hand. Here's the arterials. They start dilating. Oh, wait a minute. I got to make sure people online can see this. All right. No, got to zoom in again. All right. So here's the blood flow through a vessel. All right. So if it's this little, like this, geez, okay. Trying to get the right angle so they can see it. All right. You start dilating. The problem is when you get to a certain point, that means the edges of the endothelial cells are touching each other like this. You can't dilate any further. Because look what happens if you dilate any further. The vessel opens up, all the blood spills out, you die. Now that radius, we don't know what that radius is, but your body knows. Your body always stops at a certain point in time, no more vasodilation. Guess what? The only way to bring your blood pressure your flow back is to increase your pressure. That's the reason why anything that messes with resistance will increase blood pressure. That means you're gonna get hypertension eventually. Everybody understand that? You understand that, Karis? Yeah, I'm processing. Maria, do you understand that? I believe so. Give me one.
So I didn't understand it.
Wait a minute, Mabel. Give me one idea, one example. Of decreasing resistance, or rather increasing resistance will cause hypertension eventually. It's called atherosclerosis. It's called renal artery stenosis, mitral stenosis, aortic stenosis, tricuspid stenosis. It's called a million things. And you guys thought they were asking you something new. They just know how to make everything look clinical or make it look like a detail so that you still don't understand it, but ask you the same question. That means I don't have to look up aortic stenosis to tell you it's going to have hypertension. I already know the equation. Coarctation, hypertension. Renal stenosis, hypertension. Mitral stenosis, hypertension. Guaranteed, I don't have to look it up. Why? Because I already know the physiology behind it. But if you don't know the physiology behind it, guess what? You got a lot of reading to do. All the things that give you hypertension, and you still don't know most of the list, because you still don't know this equation. This equation tells you all of them do. All of them will. But I don't know what day will happen. That's the problem. Because one day, vessels can't dilate anymore, hypertension just suddenly starts. And if hypertension suddenly starts, Maria, what organ's gonna be sacrificed first? The kidney, renal failure. Who gets sacrificed second? The heart, boom, heart attack. Third, the brain, stroke. Why do you think hypertension, number one cause, renal failure, MI, strokes? Because you don't know the day is gonna happen. And the day it happens, the body's not ready for it. Because it's been using arterials for years. That's why when somebody has got a, renal stenosis, you may not know for 20 years. It's only when the hypertension gets significant, then they come in. Because, oh, my head is hurting. That's because the brain is already getting ready to be sacrificed. And they didn't know they already have renal disease. Creatinine is 2.8. And they didn't know. They waited way too long. Folks, that's why we screen people all the time. If you don't catch hypertension early, it's bad. Eventually. All right. Next question. Ryan Ford, you there?
Yeah, so basically.
Your
when
question
you're saying-
first.
So basically, my question is, so when you decrease resistance, you're saying that there will be an increase in flow, and due to
Decrease in velocity.
but the pressure will eventually, you said,
No,
since flow is,
when you can no longer manipulate resistance, your body has to manipulate pressure. That
okay,
means you got to raise the pressure real high, real fast. That's why everything that increases resistance will lead to hypertension eventually. But like I said, you don't know what day is going to happen, but it will happen. You understand that?
yes.
All right. All right, Pablo, you have a question?
So earlier when you were saying about a person that's dead is going to have a zero difference in atrial to venous pressure.
Yeah, arterial, not atrial. AV.
Yeah, arterial. Sorry.
Right.
Tried to say it too fast. My
No problem.
question is, in the case of malignant hypertension, would that be close to zero as well because you're not delivering the oxygen because of the velocity being too fast?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, so if you got very malignant hypertension, yeah, you can get an AVO2. It won't be zero, but it'll be, like 2 or 3. That means blood is moving so fast throughout the whole body. I mean, that's why the person has a stroke. That's why they have a heart attack. That's why they go into renal failure. Because there's literally no oxygen being delivered to anybody. Okay, yeah, very good, sir. All right, Mabel, you have a question?
Yeah. Yes, I have
Go ahead.
a question. So, I mean, the equation, I didn't understand it.
What equation?
The P over R, the Q,
Which part
whatever.
do you not understand?
I didn't understand anything, sir.
Mabel, step by step. The top is pressure. If you don't understand something, always stop me as I'm going through it. So
Okay,
pressure.
sir.
So here's pressure. Pressure in minus pressure out. Over
Okay.
resistance. That means flow equals the pressure going through a vessel and over the resistance. So that if resistance goes up, flow goes down. If pressure goes up, flow goes up. All right. All I did was manipulate this equation. I said, okay, if you understand this equation, if I raise your resistance, call it any stenosis you want, your body will have to increase pressure, which means you're going to get hypertension in order to get the flow to go back up again. Okay?
Okay.
Anything that decreases flow, your body will always work on resistance first, because that's the arterials. They do the most. But if they can't work on the arterials, it's going to work on pressure. That means you're going to get hypertension, guaranteed. So every narrowing in your body will lead to hypertension, guaranteed. You just don't know when, but it will. You understand, Mabel?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mabel, so you do the second equation then. Second equation says Q, flow again, equals 1 over. I mean, it's inversely related to N is viscosity. L is length of tubing. That means, Mabel, if viscosity goes up, what happens to flow?
If viscosity go up,
If viscosity goes up, Mabel, what happens to flow?
the flow will decrease.
The flow will decrease because it's an inverse relationship. Everybody understand that? All right, now, Mabel, if your flow decreases, everybody listen carefully. They'll ask you, well, how do you get the flow to go back to normal? You just go right back up to this equation right here. That means decreased resistance. That means the arterioles will click in right away. That means they'll start vasodilating. They can't dilate anymore. Guess what? Bam, hypertension. Mabel, can you give me any disease that you know of that has increased viscosity? I'm going to guarantee you they have hypertension. Mabel, do you know one?
Decrease viscosity,
No, increased viscosity. All right, Cynthia, give me an idea. Give me one.
hypercoagulable state,
No. I want viscosity. That's coagulability. That's not the same as viscosity. So she says severe dehydration, like people walking through the desert. Water is evaporating off your skin the whole time. They get hypertension like you will leave. In my village in Nigeria, I used to wonder why people were dying from strokes and MIs. Every year I came back, 2 or 3 would die already. And I said, wait a minute, what's going on? Took me a while to figure it out. We live right next to the equator. Hot as all heck every day. It's like 115. That's just normal. Water is evaporating off your skin all day long. They were dying of hypertension. Took me a while to figure it out. But this is what I mean, folks. That's how they're going to ask you to use your knowledge to figure things out. That's how you save lives. And what do? We put in running water for everybody. Death rate went down. That's all I did. Give running water, all of a sudden they can drink water. It doesn't matter if they're evaporating, they got water to drink every day. All of a sudden, death rate in the whole village went down. Okay, that's the kind of medicine I like. Where you think, and you figure that, aha, you impact hundreds of lives in the case of this village. Rather than, oh, I gotta give them pills. Because that's what they were all asking me for. Hey, doc, can you bring us some pills from America? I'm not trying to think, what pills do I need to bring back? I had to figure out why does everybody have hypertension until I figured it out. Once I figured it out, I said, no, you guys need water. You don't need pills from me. And so we just put in running water. All of a sudden, hypertension went down. Okay, but this is where I figured out. That's what I'm saying. Basic stuff is what you use to figure out the most complex stuff. Instead of just thinking about the complex, and you're trying to figure it all out from here. Why not bring it back down here and figure it out? Okay, so viscosity. It's called hyperglycemia and diabetes. And they ask you, how come you get hypertension all with diabetics? Wonder no more. How about polycythemia vera? Polycythemia, viscosity. How about if I overtransfuse you? See? Folks, that's what I'm saying. The test writer will ask it in so many different clinical ways, but he still tests you on this same equation. How about length of tubing? Length of tubing, Nolan, has to do with how tall you are. That means the vessel from my heart to get all the way down to my feet is a lot longer in me than you. This is why tall people have a higher incidence of hypertension than short. That's why Marfan, they get hypertension. That's why linemen in football, because they're bred to be so big. How come they all get hypertension? How come they die in their 40s and 50s like I told you guys? See, that's my point, folks. They're going to ask you in 1,000 different clinical ways to see if you understand something that's so basic. But that's not what they do on a test. A test writer just knows how to change the whole scenario to make you think he's asking you something different. Until you demonstrate, yes, I do understand this. And then when he makes another search, oh, no, that's the same thing, same answer. Oh, no, that's the same thing, same answer. All of a sudden, you're getting almost every question right. Whereas before, you thought every question demanded a new answer. No, it doesn't. It demands a new thinking, but you'll come with the same answer again. All right, question.
What makes blood?
What makes blood more viscous? Either you concentrate it or by increasing the osmosis. That means things that are in the blood. That means RBCs, glucose, yeah, things that draw blood, draw water. So length of tubing has to do with the size of someone. So obese, when you got an obese person, why do they get hypertension? Now you know why. Cynthia. If you have more sugar in your bloodstream, don't you attract more water? And shouldn't that dilute the plasma? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, theoretically it should. However, in diabetics, their sugar stays so high, the body cannot put enough water into that plasma. Yeah. They still have high viscosity. All right. So that means anything that increases viscosity or length of tubing, guaranteed hypertension. Everybody understand that? And then there's a bunch of samples. All right, look at this one. Steve, you take this one. Resistance is 1 over radius to the 4th power. That means a small change in radius, a large change in resistance. You understand that, Steve? To the 4th power. This is why they say take the treatment of cholesterol real serious. Because if you let them stay with high cholesterol and build up plaque, does everybody understand? You decrease the radius. That means you're increasing resistance to the 4th power. So the test question they always do, they never give anything aside from this. It's always you change the radius by half. They figure you should be able to do 2 to the 4th power. Then they find out most students can't do it. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. Students couldn't do it. That's why they brought the calculator back. So please use a calculator if you have to. All right. I've never even seen 3 to the 4th power. It's always 2 to the 4th power. Because they figure students should be able to do it, but they brought the calculator. Now you can do anything to the 4th power. All right. The reason why I'm teaching you all these equations is because a guy named Dr. Poisson decided to steal everybody's equation and call it his own. Poisson's law. Poisson's law took all these equations we just said and put it all together and created one big equation that resists or flow. Okay, change in pressure over R, and then he substituted R with 1 over R to the 4th. See, then R to the 4th pops up to the top, and that's how you get this. But look at this. Change in pressure, pi R4, 8 viscosity and length of tubing. So the key is you got to know the things that are at the top and things that are at the bottom. All right, that's why we just went through them in different equations. Okay. Any questions at all? So Poisson's law therefore shows us, Steve, that the most important factor that governs flow to any part of your body is what? That's usually their question. It's radius because it's the only one to the 4th power. How do you change the radius? Arterioles, the most smooth muscle. See that? Comes full circle, right back to the same thing I said when we started the whole lecture. Arterioles have the most smooth muscle. They therefore can change the radius more than anybody else. Not the arteries, folks. I'm telling you right now, you don't realize your brain has arteries in it when they ask you about vasodilation. That's because that's what's in the books. That's what's in the books. And when we're memorizing the book, you don't realize that's how you tainted your brain with the wrong answer. Arterioles is the best answer when they ask you who does most vasodilation or vasoconstriction. All right, regulation of radius. Steve, question.
Yeah. Based on what you said last time about the venule.
Veins and venules have the most capacitance. Veins and venules.
The alpha ones, vasoconstrict goes the most.
Right.
But that's not like.
That's because they have the most volume in them.
But that's not.
That's only when you need volume. If you truly want to regulate flow, you got to, there's more arterioles. And they have more smooth muscles. That means they can constrict the most, they can dilate the most.
It's way more surface area with the arterioles.
Way more with arterioles than they are with the veins and venules. So if you talk about capacitance, then you say veins and venules. That's because the arterioles get blood to move forward. All right, regulation of blood, regulation of radius throughout your body. All right, I just went through some of the more common ones and put the arrows in here. Folks, if you want to remember which way these arrows go, you got to put something clinical on here. I'm going to do a few of them to show you what I'm talking about. Because if you don't, you're going to forget what these arrows are. I mean, you just look at them, they look confusing. You don't know why they're going up or going down. All right, so here's the first one. Let me do the brain. Your brain, if your PCO2 goes up or your PO2 goes down, your brain says, hey, open up the vessels, give me some more blood up here. It's got to make sense. If you have too much CO2, it says, hey, get some more blood up here. Wash the CO2 out of here. You don't have enough oxygen. Could you please get some blood up here? I need some oxygen. Makes perfect sense. Any questions on that? Let me show you how to make it clinical for you. So that means when your PCO2 goes up, what happens to cerebral blood flow carriers? That's what? Not according to the arrow I just put up here. I said again, make sure you apply something clinical on these arrows or else you're going to forget which way the arrows go. So I said, if your PCO2 goes up, according to the equations, blood flow to the brain goes up. Wait, see that? This is why you get headaches in obstructive lung disease. They're like, I should explain, how come everybody with COPD complain about headaches all the time? That's because there's too much blood flow going in the brain all the time, and the CO2 won't come down. CO2 will not come down. What about the PO2 being low? This is why you get a headache as soon as you get off the plane in Denver. At high altitude. Or Guadalajara, high altitude. That one caught me by surprise. I didn't know we were at high altitude first time I went to Guadalajara. I had a headache the whole time. Like, man, what's my head hurting? I'm thinking, man, what the heck? Maybe it's my diabetes. I even had somebody go to the store, give me some diabetes medication. I said, maybe my sugar's too high. And then I happened to run into somebody and they said, man, we're at 5,000 feet. We are? I didn't know. I said, oh, hell, that's why I had a headache. Yeah, I felt better just knowing why it was. Because, you know, when your head starts hurting, you're like, wait a minute, is something going wrong with me? You know, scared me. But there it is, folks. Years ago, people tried to climb Mount Everest because they wanted to be the first one in the books to go to the top. A lot of them still found dead along the trails. If you're climbing a mountain real fast, PO2 is dropping as you climb. What happens to intracranial pressure? Abigail goes up. You're going to herniate before you get to the top. That's why they still find bodies along the trails. All the people who tried to do it. A few years ago, I think about 5 years ago, in India, they got real high mountains over there. I don't know what their names are, but it was all over CNN. I think 12 people dropped dead at the top. Why? These 12 people were all holding onto a rope, waiting to get to the very peak so they can take a selfie, put on their website. And one other guy was up there, he was taking too many snapshots. Guess what? You're standing at high altitude, at the highest altitude. Your intracranial pressure is rising by the second. And boom, 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 boom. 12 people just dropped dead right there at the top. There it is right there, folks. That's what I'm saying. That's the clinical ways they're going to ask you to see if you understand these arrows. That's why I say, if you don't put something clinical on these arrows, you're not going to remember it tomorrow. Okay? But if you put the clinical, you won't forget it anymore. Look at this, lungs. When you inhale, I want to dilate the pulmonary arteries because I want the blood to come in and pick up the oxygen. Again, just put a sentence in your head that makes this stuff make sense to you. Don't just try to memorize arrows because you won't remember it. All right. This is why if you're hypoxic, all of a sudden the pulmonary arteries constrict. That's that shunting they're always talking about. So that if you lay on part of your lung, collapse that part of the lung, no oxygen, blood shunts immediately to someplace else. There it is right there. Anytime PO2 drop, shunting occurs immediately. Which makes sense. It says, let me go to a part where there is oxygen. That's what keeps you alive. Okay? Muscle. Who's speaking?
This is Akuna.
All right, Acuna, your question?
For CNS, so you're saying if PCO2 increases, PO2 is going to decrease?
No, I said if PCO2 increases, you're going to dilate the cerebral vessels. These are the signals that dilate arteries to these areas. That's what this slide is for. It says regulation of radius. That means if your PO2 drops, you get the same thing. Cerebral vessels will dilate. That's just the two signals, not that one causes the other.
And for PO2, if PO2 drops, there's going to be dilation.
Yeah, dilation of cerebral vessels.
Okay, I get it now. Thank you.
No problem. So what if you have a headache? How do I treat your headache? Why do you think we give them oxygen? All of a sudden, the PO2 goes back to normal, cerebral vessels constrict back down, no more headache. 40% of headaches disappeared when they started treating them in the ER with oxygen. Which shows you that most headaches, well, at least 40% of headaches are vascular headaches. All right, and all you have to do, give them oxygen, went away. Just like that. But just so you know how it works. Otherwise, you're gonna go read and memorize some article that says give oxygen for headaches, and you don't understand why we started doing that. All right, Adam, question. Elevated altitude. Oh yeah, that's called mountain sickness. Yeah, you get increased headache. Somebody's gonna get blurry vision, double vision, nausea, vomiting. All that comes before spinal herniation. No, it happens over hours, days. That's why if you want to climb a mountain, what do people do? Go to Dick's Sporting Goods store and buy a little tank of oxygen and carry it with you. You got little tanks about that big. Carry it on your side. As you climb it, put it in your nose. There it is. You're fine now. Okay, or climb up about 1,000 feet, stop, make camp for about 2 or 3 days. Let your body get used to it. Your PO2 go back to normal. Now climb some more. See? But this way, any of those things, easy for you to explain. Okay, and you don't have to go read 10,000 articles that explain them. They're coming right off these arrows right here. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. But take your time this weekend and study them till you know each one of them. It's worth a bunch of points. Let me do a few more. Adenosine, remember? Adenosine dilates the coronary arteries. It makes sense because adenosine says the heart has no more ATP left. If you broke it all the way down to adenosine, that means the triphosphate is gone. The first two phosphate bonds gives you how much energy added on? 7,300 calories, right. All right, skin, increased temperature. Why does your skin turn beet red? Why do you get sunburned? Because all this redness. Because the blood shunts straight to your skin. For what? So you can radiate, conduct, convect. Sound familiar? Yeah, if the blood is deep in your tissues, you can't do any of that, but you got to bring it to the surface. Okay? What about PCO2? When you're exercising, that's why your skin turns red. How about GI? Food, especially fats. This is why they tell you don't eat fatty food late at night, because all that blood goes to your stomach. Okay? Or if you want to fall asleep right away, okay, then eat right before you go to bed. Except it's going to be turned to fat. You don't want to do that. All right? Renal. Renal is the first one to be taken out every time there's a disease. And the kidney says, man, I ain't going down without a fight. I got 3 signals. Look at that. PGE, vasodilate. This is why aspirin and NSAIDs cause renal failure. If you knock all that out, there it is, kidney fails. Dopamine, vasodilates. Remember, I said if you got heart failure with tachycardia or decreased urine output, use dopamine drip. Why? That way you draw blood straight back to the kidney to wake it up. Remember, the kidney's the first one going to be destroyed. And then AMP, right? That's why we use sacubitril as lead drug now for heart failure. There it is. That way you keep AMP at a high enough level, so volume, all that extra volume heart failure patients have. Get back to the kidney, get out of here. All of a sudden they live longer. Clinical, folks. Drill with somebody so you can see every arrow and which way it points. Let's say you're hyperventilating. Somebody brought up Jess. You're hyperventilating. How can you get lightheaded and pass out? If you're hyperventilating, why do you get lightheaded and pass out? If you're hyperventilating, you get rid of CO2. So low CO2. Vasoconstriction of what vessels? So cerebral vessels. And that's why you pass out. Why do you think we sell them in the ER? Okay, breathe slower, breathe slower, breathe slower. Okay, take deep breath, get deep breath, see that? And then why do you think we give them a paper bag, breathe in the air? That way you inhale your own CO2, get it back to normal. Blood flow to your brain is reestablished. Anyway, there's thousands of examples I can give you, man. I'm telling you, I mean, I get excited every time I teach these subjects because I remember the days when I finally said, oh my God, I see it now. I mean, it's like the lights came on in the room. Every day I made a new connection. Oh my God, why didn't they tell me this in medical school? And here I'm reading about all these diseases, not realizing they all came from up here. All these things we do to manage patients. I said, oh my God, now I see it. Study this, please. All right, neurological control, the last piece. Neurological control, your blood pressure. Somebody say something? All right, starts with, who's trying to speak? Is that Muhammad?
Yes, sir.
All right, Muhammad, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Sir, why does the CO2 increase when the skin heats up?
When what heats up?
Skin. You said temperature, when temperature rises on the skin,
Oh,
CO2 increase?
All right, so your skin, yeah, when you're exercising, okay?
Oh, okay.
Or on a hot day, your skin is more metabolically active to regulate temperature. So all that means the PCO2 in your skin will have to go up. Metabolic activity produces CO2, right?
Right, perfect.
Yeah, and that's why more blood flows to your skin. All right, so neurological control, your carotid sinus. Let's go over to Laurent. Take over. Carotid sinus. It's located at the bifurcation of the common carotid. Responds to flow or stroke volume. Everything in your book say pressure, folks. Your carotid sinus responds to flow. We measure everything in pressure, but that's a misuse of that word, and so students get all mixed up on what it means. All right, flow or stroke volume. All right, that means when the stroke volume goes up, that means increased stretch, and it'll fire more. It's linear. Sensory nerve is cranial nerve 9. Response nerve is cranial nerve 10. Since I like patterns, I put it into a nice pattern for you. So Lauren, venous return goes to your ventricles and makes your EDV. You follow? EDV then determines your cardiac output. You follow that. Cardiac output determines your stroke volume. You follow that? Your stroke volume determines your cardiac stretching, which then determines your firing by current of 9 and 10. All 7 go in the same direction in every living human being. They never go opposite each other. I mean, one time a student brought it to me, the first aid, had it going opposite direction. I said, no human being does that. That's how I know it's a misprint. This is what I mean, folks. If there's a misprint in some of these books that everybody just reads and believes without thinking, I'm always afraid we're going to kill a whole lot of people. Because when doctors don't know what normal is, they always assume the book knows what it's saying. Well, every now and then there's a misprint. How do you know when there's a misprint if you don't know what normal is? Okay, let's talk it out. Lauren, you ready? All right, you take a drink of water, Lauren. What happens to your venous return? Increase EDV, increase cardiac output, increase stroke volume, increase cardiac sinus stretching, increase current of 9 firing, increase current of 10 firing, increase. Does everyone understand? You got to go in the same direction at all times. They never go opposite. Let's say you sweat a whole lot while you've been exercising, Lauren. What happens to your venous return? Decrease EDV, decrease cardiac output, decrease stroke volume, decrease cardiac sinus stretching, decrease firing by current of 9, decrease firing by current of 10. All right, so what happens to heart rate then? No, increase, opposite direction. That's how you get reflex tachycardia. All right, so everything goes in the same direction till you get the heart rate. Then it changes direction. Why am I telling you this? Folks, I've seen so many questions. They give you one and ask you about one of the other ones. It's like, give me, they already gave you the answer. Okay, because all 7 go in the same direction. There's no reason to even think about it. That's obviously that's unless you know the pattern real well. They say, oh yeah, that's a free point. Okay, I don't have to think about it. They go in the same direction in every living human being. They will never go opposite each other. So Abigail, you drink a whole bunch of whatever you're drinking. What happens to your venous return? Increase EDV, increase cardiac output, increase stroke volume, increase cardiac sinus stretching, increase firing by current of 9, increase firing by current of 10, increase and therefore your heart rate, decrease reflex bradycardia. Because your body says if you're pumping that much blood out, you don't need so much rate. Or if you're not pumping enough blood out, okay, you need more rate. So that's why heart rate goes in the opposite direction. Now, Abigail, the real question for you. Who's making the heart rate speed up when you have reflex tachycardia? Is it a sympathetic or parasympathetic system? The who? Sympathetic or parasympathetic system. That's the only 2 words I want to hear. Which word are you picking? Sympathetic. Only sympathetic can make your heart race. Everybody understand this? Anybody not understand this? Now we went through all that already. Sympathetic makes your heart race. Parasympathetic slows it down. Right? So that means, there we go. The second real question. If you want to block reflex tachycardia, you want to block sympathetic or parasympathetic? Sympathetic. What's the receptor for sympathetic on the heart? The receptor, the sympathetic on the heart. There's no alpha receptor on the heart. What's sympathetic receptor on the heart? Makes the heart race. Maria is going to help you out of this jam. Oh, beta 1. You've heard it a million times. Now you got nervous all over again. All right, so it's beta 1. So if you want to block reflex tachycardia, what kind of drug you want to give them? Beta 1 blocker. How do you recognize beta 1 blocker? Huh?
Sorry.
First letter.
Oh.
A through M. That's correct, but not L or C. See? Now, when do you not want reflex tachycardia? Number 1, in the middle of a heart attack. Do you really want to make the heart race again? You don't want to do that. Number 2, they're in the middle of an arrhythmia. You don't want to do that. Well, folks, we give nitrates for angina or an MI. That's going to cause reflex tachycardia. Now you know how we treat it, and I don't have to say a word. You just pre-treat with a beta blocker before you give that nitrate. But you don't want reflex tachycardia because it's going to happen. The minute you venodilate, tachycardia. Now you know how we treat it. Talk out the physiology. That's why I love physio biochem. It allows you to just talk it out again. You come up with the answer again. And therefore, you don't have to actually memorize any of it. Just know how to talk out normal physiology till you get to the answer that you want. And now you know the right answer. Okay? All right. That's better saying, okay, in 1972 in JAMA, they took 3,000 people, pre-treated with a tenolol before nitrate to show, oh, please. See, I don't talk like that. That's just not me. I used to be impressed when physicians talk about articles, but now I know that a lot of them just hide behind those articles. They just quote it, but they really don't understand it. If you say, why they use that drug? They don't know. They just know the article says use a tenolol. A through M, I don't care which one they chose. That means on the test, if they say metoprolol, you'd be lost. Because all you remember is a tenolol from the article. That's the problem. That's the problem I have with residents and physicians just memorizing an article. Now realizing, what if you don't have that drug in your hospital? What are you gonna do now? See? That's what I mean by people are just gonna die because the doctor doesn't know what to do after that. Yeah, I need some tenolol, I need some tenolol. And the pharmacist saying, we don't have any tenolol. And you don't know how to say, well, give me some Pitexalol, give me carvedilol, just get A through M, I don't care, just give me one of them. And then they'll say, yeah, we got a carvedilol. Okay? All right. Any questions on this? Now, make it pictorial for you. Picture, Chris. This is you now. So, blood comes out of the heart, goes through your neck. You get 9 and 10 firing through your heart. All right. So we're going to make that circle. So one more time. The venous return goes down. What happens to EDV? Goes down. Cardiac output. Goes down. Stroke volume. Goes down. Cardiac stretching. Goes down. Firing by 9. Goes down. Firing by 10. Goes down. Everybody understand the pattern? Now I'm going to manipulate it. It turns out that carotid sinus controls only the first 2 seconds of your blood pressure. I'm going to divide it into 3 pieces. First 2 seconds is all carotid sinus, nobody else. It's instantaneous. Instantaneous says, as soon as I get up, carotid sinus has done its work. How do I know carotid sinus did not do its work? Watch carefully. As soon as I get up and take 1 step like that, that's 2 seconds already. Boom, pass right out on the ground. That means your carotid sinus didn't kick in. So when people pass out, when they fall at home, that's why you always got to get good history. Did anybody see this? That way they can tell me what happened. If they say when he got up, his face is in the ground, that's a carotid sinus didn't kick in. How did you fall on your face? You and I put our arms out. But if you didn't feel it coming, nobody will tell you, hey, put your arms out. On your face like that. That's autonomic dysfunction. Just stand them up, and then you got to catch them. They're going to the ground already. Autonomic dysfunction. Anna, what's the most common cause of autonomic dysfunction in America? Was that a trick question? I'm going to throw you on most commons. I'm about to give you guys all these most commons. You got to give it back to me. Most, not ischemia. Kathleen, most common cause of autonomic dysfunction in America. And Lillian. Now they be known. Cares. Diabetes was the answer I gave you guys. So on your test, I they say, what's the next step you measure? Screening for diabetes. He's got diabetes. Yeah, you got to check. He needs a pacemaker now. It's too late now. Remember, there's still like 35 million diabetics. You don't even know they're diabetic. All right, that's why we're always screening, finding them all the time. Yes.
Are we talking about
No, this is just advanced diabetes with neuropathy. Yeah, that means the carotid reflex not working, so nerves are dead. Yeah, that's why they didn't see anything. Boom, plant on the ground as soon as they stand up. That's the history you'll get for autonomics. If we understand that. All right, now let me manipulate some more. A B. Can it happen without diabetes? Of course it can. What's the most common cause of newborn baby? A B. Autonomic dysfunction of newborn. Not now, myelinated nerves. Jess. Not Danny Walker. Melissa. Ashley. Mitchell. No, not hypoglycemia. Cesar. Not brain damage. Acuna, Mezu.
Yes.
What's the answer to the question?
I'm not sure.
All right, Leslie.
Riley Day.
It was called Riley Day. Remember, I gave you guys this list already. It's called Riley Day in a newborn. It's called Shy Traeger and somebody with Parkinson's who plants his face in the carpet. And it's called sick sinus in an elderly person. I already gave you guys the whole differential. All I'm doing is testing you to see if you remember what I've already taught you. Okay? Because the test will just move it around in different diseases to see if you still pick it up. Yes, Jess. Riley Day or versus Dandy Walker, which one you're talking? Riley Day is autonomic dysfunction in newborn. It's called familial dysautonomia. They're born with no reflexes whatsoever. You can shake that baby, his heart rate doesn't even change. They don't live very long, obviously. Dandy Walker is a Dandy Walker cyst. That's on the floor of the fourth ventricle, so it includes CSF can't get out. They get hydrocephalus. Yeah. Abby? Uh-huh.
Every time we stand him up, like 5-10 seconds.
Straight down.
But we were working up for seizures.
No, it's not seizure. You don't stand for 10 seconds and then suddenly pass out and call it seizure. That's not a seizure. Yeah. Yeah, that's why all the tests was negative. That's not a seizure. That's autonomic problem. All right, so that's autonomic. Now I'm going to manipulate it a different way. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to accidentally cut cranium 9. If I accidentally cut cranium 9, Selva, what happens to firing of cranium 9? Decreases 0. What happens to firing? Cranium 10. Does what? What's saying? Decreases. Why do you keep saying increases? That's what I'm saying. You had it right. You said same, and then you say increase. I'm cutting the nerve. They cannot fire. Remember, 9 and 10 go in the same direction. You take 9 to 0, 10 goes to 0. What happens to your heart rate? Increase. What happens to your blood pressure? If your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure decreases. Think about it before you say it. So heart rate goes way up, your blood pressure goes way up, but now I have no way to bring it back down because I've already cut the circuit. Everybody see the danger? If you accidentally cut cranium 9, you see the danger. I don't know, Amy, say it one more time. Everybody listen up now, make sure you got this down pat. If I cut cranium 9, what happens to firing by 9? Decreases 0, firing by 10. Decreases 0, what happens to your heart rate? Increase blood pressure. Increase, and the circuit's been cut. You can't bring it back down. They've done this experiment on dogs. I remember watching the video years ago. All they do is they make a little incision in there, cut cranium 9, and all of a sudden the heart rate starts going up. They have it on monitor. Up, up, up. You can see the pulse in his neck. All of a sudden you see the veins in his vessels in his eyes. It goes with blood, popping until he just hemorrhages into his brain and dies. Imagine the same thing happening in a human being. You understand that? This is why before 2 years of age, ENT, otolaryngologist, will not do a tonsillectomy for you. Why? Cranium 9 is buried in the tonsils until age 2. He knows if he accidentally cuts that nerve, you see what happens to that child? He will die very early. And that's a huge lawsuit. That's why we don't do it. They will never do it. They will not do a tonsillectomy for you under age 2. They will wait till after age 2, then the nerve separates from the tonsils. Now they can cut the tonsils with no danger of cutting the nerve. But I just want you guys to see how significant that is. If he accidentally does it, that you can't say, oh, I'm sorry, because that child's life is cut short. He may live a couple more years, that's it, and then dies. Because now we have to use medication after medication to try to keep that blood pressure down. And you know what medication does to people. Eventually they die from the medications. Okay? Any questions on that? Let me manipulate a different way. So, Michael?
Good question. So is heart rate increasing because of reflex tachycardia or?
No, it's increasing, right, because the vagus is no longer firing. That means sympathetic. It's working all by itself now. Yep. Let's say somebody engorges your carotid sinus. Engorges your carotid sinus. How's that gonna be read? Increase or decrease flow? Increased flow. Don't be whispering. You're trying to keep your secret from Maria now? All right, increased. Okay, so increased flow. What happens to firing by 9? Increase, firing by 10. Increase, heart rate. Decrease, everybody see that? That means if somebody could engorge your carotid sinus, your heart rate could drop to 0. You'd pass out. You understand that? Okay. That is called vasovagal syncope, the most common cause of passing out in young people. Notice why it's called vasovagal, because it's the blood vessel stimulating the vagus. And that's what's making you pass out. In this case, decreasing the vagus. Oh, no, I'm sorry, increasing the vagus. Your heart rate just drops, plummets immediately. The person passes right out. Vasovagal syncope is the #1 cause of syncope in young people. All right, Adam? No, not spasm, dilation. I said engorge. If you can figure out a way to engorge your carotid sinus, the vagus will fire and the heart will. Yeah, hot sunny day hits on the carotid and they dilate. And that's why people pass out. Questions, Steve?
Yeah, just wondered what makes it dry.
Yeah, that's what you just said. Hot sunny day.
Oh, what
Yeah.
about that? Oh,
There's a million other ways. You want to give you a couple more? All right, please. He said, please. I gotta give him some more. Okay, let me give you some more. All right. How do I engorge my sinus? So boom. How can you engorge your sinus? Right where you're sitting right now.
Well, sunny day right now.
There's no hot sunny day right in here. All right. Karina, what do you got? What's the hard way?
Classmate, we were helping.
Okay, that's the next physiology. Don't explain that one. To engorge your sinus, Ida. It's called just bear down. It's just, do that. Think about this. When somebody scares the hell out of you, zoom straight to the back.
When you call on me.
Yeah, when I call like, yeah, that's that's why, yeah, that's why some of you get lightheaded and dizzy. You don't realize that's why. Because you get scared by my calling you, you bear down for a second, you know, and then it goes your carotid sinus, vagus fires immediately, your heart starts dropping. There it is. At least now you know. This is why some people pass out when they pee. Micturition syncope, defecation syncope. See that? When they sit down too hard. Okay, when they're walking downstairs, because you boom, boom, you're doing that. You don't realize you can set it off and pass right out. Okay, now you know. Now, I remember an article I read said 9 out of 10 Americans don't drink enough water, which means 9 out of 10 Americans are constipated. So the first time I got to the hospital, I noticed there was this red chain next to the toilet in every bathroom. I never knew what the hell this red chain was. So I was on the toilet and I started pulling it. I wonder what this is. Lucky I didn't pull it hard enough. It's because 9 out of 10 Americans are constipated. And so when you're bearing down to have a bowel movement, you might just pass right out and crack your head and start bleeding to death. That's why they're hoping you just pull this with you as you go down. And therefore, security, alarm goes on in the security office and they come get you. So imagine, I'm yanking on this thing. Lucky I didn't pull hard enough. Security went in the door trying to chop that sucker down. I'd be like, hey man, there's another toilet down the hallway. Why you want mine? I mean, I had no idea the consequence. If that alarm had gone off, they would have to bang that door down and get me out of there. So anyway, I'm just alerting you so that you guys don't pull on that damn chain when you get to the hospital. That's for a reason. Because people get constipated and if they have to strain too hard, they'll pass right out on the toilet. Happens a lot. Opposite physiology. Let's go to, let's go to yours. All right, her physiology. All right, so Karina, you go this one with me. So let's say here's your carotid sinus and I compress your carotid sinus from the outside. That means now I take the walls, bring them in, which means now the blood that's inside touches the sides. How's that going to be interpreted? Increase or decrease flow? Because the flow is now touching the sides. A minute ago it wasn't touching the sides. Now it is. But you're doing it from the outside and bringing it down like this. But the same net effect. The carotid sinus thinks, hey, all of a sudden it's rubbing the walls. Hey, increased flow. Firing by 9. Yes, yes is not the answer. Firing by 9, increase or decrease? No.
I totally understand this, but
I know, but now you're nervous.
Yeah.
Take a few deep breaths. Take a few deep breaths. All right. So now you're compressing your carotid sinus from the outside. And that means the volume that's inside now touches the sides. Before it wasn't touching the sides. Now it is. That's gonna be read as increased flow. So firing by 9 will do what? Increase immediately. Firing by 10 will do what? Increase immediately. Heart rate will do what? You pass out. That's the one you're describing. Yes.
Is that the concept behind like reflex bradycardia with so I'm trying to think about it.
Yeah, reflex bradycardia. That's if you vasodilate. I mean, vasoconstrict, sorry. Vasoconstrict too much, yes. Yeah, same thing. So if I vasoconstrict your carotid sinus, I can set off the vagus. That's why I remember epinephrine used for VFib. I told you it's not because epinephrine treats VFib. We're trying to compress your carotid sinus and accidentally set up the vagus so it can slow the heart rate down a little bit, makes it easier to shock you out of it. Now you know how it works. Now you're also understanding why some women would pass out when they put on a scarf. They need a tie, out. And I told you, me and ties don't get along for the same reason. My carotid is real sensitive. And at least I just kind of, sway a little bit. And I'm always happy when I can take that doggone tie off. Real sensitive carotid. Some men pass out the minute they put on a tie in their room. Your wife will find them in the closet, right on the floor. That's why we always ask, what did you notice? And he was in there tying his tie. Oh, hell, there's a tie that did it to him. And that's what happened. Okay, everybody understand that? All right, for a long time, folks. What if, Maria, somebody could figure out a way to engorge your carotid sinus from the outside? What if I create a vacuum outside your carotid sinus? Will your carotid sinus dilate or constrict? I'm going to create a vacuum outside the carotid sinus. The carotid sinus dilate or constrict? I don't know what you're saying, so you say it loud enough. Thank you very much. It's going to dilate. You guys remember Bonita effect? You move it to the vacuum. The vacuum's out here. Our carotid will move it to the vacuum like that. How's that going to be read? Increase or decrease flow? Increase flow. Firing by 9. Increase firing by 10. Increase heart rate. Decrease. You get lightheaded and dizzy, you might even pass out. It's the reason why, for the longest, folks, men have always put a hickey on a woman's neck. They suck right over the carotid sinus. If you suck right over carotid sinus, fellas, you got to do your job. Now do your job. You got to make sure X marks the spot. That way you know what you're doing. Just suck right over the carotid sinus, and all of a sudden her heart rate starts to drop. And she feels light in the area in your arms. She says, oh, I love that, David, boy. Julio, you slay me. It's because she feels lightheaded in the area. Her heart rate is 3. But she thinks you're just a wonderful man. Think about why men, when you dance with a woman on the dance floor, you put your head next to her neck, blow your hot breath out of her carotid sinus, same damn thing happens. You hear women say, oh, I love dancing with David. He's such a good dancer. She has no idea. She's floating the whole time. She's falling down like that. And he's just holding her up. She just thinks he's got this suave around and that makes her feel weak in the knees. No, that's your heart rate dropping. Okay. Any questions on that? Adam? This is why astronauts pass out when they're going up. That's why they always want astronauts. You're going to pass out on the way up. Why? Because the pressure goes down as well. Carotid sinus, it dilates. As soon as you go up into space, pass out. But they come back to, they blow some oxygen in that little cap that they wear. You come right back to, no brain damage is ever caused by this reflex. All right, but this is the first 2 seconds of blood pressure control. That's what I want you guys to understand. All right, everybody understand it so far? Let me just convert you to the second one, and then we'll take a break, but I'm not going to talk about it. I just want to show you how we go to that second one. From 2 seconds to 20 minutes, norepinephrine takes over. From the norepinephrine from the medulla will take over. First 2 seconds is all carotid reflex. 2 seconds to 20 minutes, norepinephrine medulla takes over. How's that going to happen? Let's go over to Bailey. So Bailey, when you got, let's say, reflex tachycardia, because you got hypovolemia, your body then says, hey, reflex tachycardia is not enough. It turns out that whenever you stand up, your blood pressure drops by 5 to 10 millimeters mercury. Mercury, is that mg? mg, right? Okay. It just look funny. hg? Why does it look funny? hg? That doesn't look right. Oh, MMHG. MMHG. Oh, okay. Yeah, I started writing MM and then I forgot what the hell's the ending? I can't remember. Okay, so millimeters mercury. Still looks strange to me. Anyway, I haven't wrote it so long, I don't remember now. Anyway, who cares? Okay, here we go. It turns out when you stand up, Betty, your blood pressure drops by 5 to 10 millimeters mercury. You understand? And your heart rate will go up by 5 to 10 beats. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. So it's real easy to remember. You understand? All right. Everybody else understand that? You understand that, Karen? No, I know you just. So every time you stand up, Karen, your blood pressure drops by 5 to 10 millimeters mercury. Your heart rate will go up by 5 to 10 beats per minute. So Bailey, you sit down and stand up, your heart rate goes up by 5. Is that normal? Yes. 5 to 10 is the norm. But variability is the norm as well. That means it should never be the same number. Anybody understand what I just said? Let's see if you guys understand that. So Bailey, you sit down and stand up, goes up by 5. Is that normal? Yeah, sit down, stand up, goes up by 6. Is that normal? Yeah, sit down, stand up, goes up by 9. Is that normal? Yeah, sit down, stand up, goes by 7. Is that normal? Everybody understand? As long as it's changing, that's normal. As long as it stays between 5 and 10. Ready? Scenario number 2. Listen up. Sit down, stand up, goes up by 5. Is that normal? Yeah, sit down, stand up, goes up by 5. Is that normal? No, because it's the same number. That means variability is lost. Think about an OB on them. When they say loss of beat-to-beat variability in a baby, that's how you know there's brain damage, because the brain never does the same number twice. See that? But when they apply it over here in OB, everybody swears it's something different. I said, no, it's the same thing. But the OB-GYNs didn't understand it was the same thing. I'm telling you folks, woo, over the years, I've had to explain a whole lot of stuff to a bunch of people in all kinds of areas of medicine. That no, it's the same thing. It just has a new name over there. And that's why you're not understanding it. You're just calling it B2B variability. And I said, no, it's the same thing as this. That's normal. But if you lose it, you got brain damage because the brain doesn't do that. That's why they say immediate C-section, get baby out as quickly as you can. Because his brain is damaged already. All of a sudden I understood that. Why immediate C-section was the answer. Otherwise, I just memorized the book. The book just says immediate C-section. I have no idea why we're doing that. Okay, but now you know. Loss of beat-to-beat variability says you got brain damage. Bailey, scenario number 3. Sit down, stand up, goes up by 5. Is that normal? Yes. Sit down and stand up, goes up by 7. Is that normal? Yes. Sit down and stand up, goes up by 4. Is that normal? No, because it can go up at least 5. Anytime it doesn't go up by at least the 5, you got autonomic dysfunction. And we already went through that profile, right? Diabetes, no. We understand. See, this is a way, this is just another way. I've seen that they present it. They just present it in different ways. That's the genius of test writing. Make up a whole new vignette in 5 minutes. I can ask you the same thing in a different way. Because I know students still don't understand this stuff. They just know it in one way. They read one book. They don't realize there's 1,000 ways to test you on that stuff. Okay? But the key is to understand the physiology so well that if they come with a new scenario, as long as you notice, oh, that blood pressure, that pulse, oh, yeah, normal. Oh, wait a minute, that's all normal. Oh, yeah, that's something else. That's how you figure it out. Only if you know what normal is. Okay? You understand? Scenario number 4. Sit down, stand up, goes up at 5. Is that normal? Yeah, sit down, stand up, goes up at 9. Is that normal? Yeah, sit down, stand up, goes by 17. Is that normal? No. Reflex tachycardia is not 17, it's 5 to 10. So whenever heart rate goes up way more than you expected it to, that's called orthostasis. Which means you are hypovolemic. You just didn't know it. The definition of orthostasis, orthostatic shock. All right, what does that mean? Systolic blood pressure drops by 20 millimeters or more when you stand up. This is the definition of orthostasis. If systolic blood pressure drops by 20 millimeters or more when you stand up, that's the key. Or diastolic drops by 10 or more when you stand up. Or heart rate goes up by more than 10 when you stand up. So there's 3 ways to diagnose orthostasis. It means it's the beginning of hypovolemia. The reflex was not enough anymore. Hello, hello. Oh, I thought I lost my sound. All right, so orthostasis, everybody understand that? All right,
No,
so
sir. Please, I said systolic will drop what and the diastolic will drop
the
what?
criteria for orthostasis, Mabel, is when systolic drops by 20 millimeters or more when you stand up. Either you go from sitting to standing up, or from lying down to sitting up, either one, okay? If systolic drops by 20 millimeters or more, or diastolic drops by 10 millimeters or more, or heart rate goes up by more than 10 beats, you got orthostatic hypotension. It means you're hypovolemic and you just didn't know it. Or another way to say it, you got compensated shock. The definition of shock is when you don't have enough blood flow for the entire body. If you don't have enough blood flow to meet the body's needs, you're in shock. In the beginning, it's compensated. That's why you got the tachycardia to take care of it for you. But you're still in shock. And you vasoconstrict from the skin and the GI first. That's why we see cool extremities, decreased skin turgor, capillary refill is decreased. That's called compensated shock. You're in shock, but right now your body's compensated for you. But eventually you're not going to be compensated anymore. Any questions on what orthostasis is? All right, cool. Good place to take a break. All right, start back at 10:40.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I was just. Yeah, because anything that's on this in reverse, so I just haven't really read about that. And then this makes. Oh. Yeah, I like that. Can't say one here, I think about 9. Just second. Oh, yeah. No, I was. I consulted on the wall. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I mean, what's that? Yeah. Oh, good turn. Oh. Yeah. Nice with. That wouldn't be reflex type. No. Right. Yeah, but that's not re. That would have to be. Oh. Right. Yeah, I'll be. Oh, wow. Yes, you guys. I'm gonna be here when I had all the.
It's been a while. One minute, please. Is I want to. We go on. Ready, done. Yep, firing for the second time. Ready. Still can't sleep. Plus.
Windows open. Come upstairs. So you're saying you're. Like, I mean, it's private, I don't know.
Looking what you say.
Yeah.
So.
Rats don't either. No. Rabbit.
Yeah.
Rabbits.
Yeah. Bird's head.
Here. I know, that's what I was why. Like how much is it like? My Aaron is coming out again. Did I tell you about that? Oh, my first day.
All right, let's finish the neurological part. So we finished the first 2 seconds of blood pressure control, which is a carotid sinus reflex. Make sure you can talk it all the way through, folks. Drill with somebody. And of course, we're gonna be drilling in class as well. All right, now we've made our transition to orthostasis. That what if you were hypovolemic? How would your body respond? That's called orthostatic changes. Again, the criteria, systolic blood pressure drops by 20 or more, or diastolic drops by 10 or more, or heart rate goes up by more than 10. If you go from sitting to, laying down to sitting up, or sitting to standing up, either one. All right, that means you're early hypovolemic. We need to help you. So norepinephrine is the one that's gonna kick in and help you. So here's how it's gonna go. So Cesar, your turn. So norepinephrine from the medulla kicks in. It's called a nucleus tractus solitarius. In case they ever ask you, let me just write it for you. Nucleus tractus solitarius. We release norepinephrine because it says you need more heart rate than just 10 beats per minute. All right. Cesar, norepinephrine, alpha or beta receptors. Alpha. So you're gonna veno or vasoconstrict first. Veno. Remember, 60% of your blood volume is in the veins. So that, remember, we went through all that, right? So that's because your body says, I need to squeeze more volume into the circulation. I'm hypovolemic. So again, it has to make sense to you. All right, so we'll venoconstrict followed by vasoconstrict. Because when you venoconstrict, you squeeze volume right into circulation. So what happens to your total peripheral resistance, Cesar? It increases. Everybody follow that? All right, then when blood goes up to the heart, the arteries will vasoconstrict so that you get the blood quickly back to the tissues who are starving right now. Everybody follow? Okay. And then what's going to happen to my renal blood flow, Cesar? What? Are you saying decrease or increase? Point with your finger. No. Remember, you're vasoconstricting everything. You just feel it. Remember, follow your own physio. So norepinephrine is going to veno, then vasoconstrict. That means total peripheral resistance will rise. You have total peripheral resistance rising, renal blood flow has to drop. You understand that? Once you go to the kidney, you stimulate renin from the JG apparatus. Anytime flow drops, renin fires, right? Renin, then angiotensin. It's going to find angiotensinogen to make angiotensin. So angiotensinogen. Where does angiotensinogen come from, Steve? How do you know it's the liver? Because 90% proteins from the liver. Oh my man, Steve. You have given into the force. There you go. That's what I say, folks. You don't always have to know. Just go back to 90%. That's all I'm asking you. Don't start this wild guessing. Well, since the liver does 90%, I'm just going to pick liver. You got 90% chance of being right there. Just say the same thing all the time, unless you read something else. All right. So anyway, renin will convert angiotensinogen, may deliver to angiotensin 1. Angiotensin 1 will then find ACE in the lungs and convert it to angiotensin 2. You understand, Ashton? All right, you understand? Ben? All right, so all this from 2 seconds takes 20 minutes. So from 2 seconds to 20 minutes, norepinephrine owns the whole thing. Because after 20 minutes, the kidney takes over. So once you get to angiotensin 2, angiotensin 2 is going to do a bunch of things to help you out, and then let the kidney take over from there. So again, for the first 2 seconds, cardiac reflex owns the whole thing. 2 seconds to 20 minutes, norepinephrine from the medulla owns the whole thing. After 20 minutes, the kidney owns your blood pressure. So let's look what's going to happen when angiotensin 2 comes out. All right, let me just go through all this stuff again so you hear it twice. What's that? When a normal person rises from a sitting position, remember, blood pressure drops by 5 to 10 millimeters mercury, and heart rate goes up by 5 to 10 beats per minute. Variability is the norm. Don't forget that variability is the normal brain activity. If the heart rate does not rise by at least 5 beats per minute, you got autonomic dysfunction. There's your list. You've heard it twice. This is your 3rd time now. All right, make sure you know most common, because that's the one they're always asking for. If heart rate rises higher than 10 beats per minute, orthostatic hypotension, which is where we're at right now, from sitting to standing or from lying down to sitting up, there's the changes that I just gave you. That means your patient's hypovolemic. And now we're gonna go into this. So let me talk you through it first. All right, who did I have talking with me? Who did I have doing this? Who was it? No, it wasn't Abigail, it was somebody else. Was it? No, it wasn't Green. It was who? All right, somebody's hiding now. I told you I got ADD. Now I forgot who it was. Now everybody's hiding on me. Was there somebody over here? I know, I'm telling you. Nobody wants to snitch on their friend. Okay, I'm just picking somebody else in. Let me see. There was somebody over here. Yeah, no, it wasn't Bailey. It wasn't hell, I don't forgot. God dang it. All right. What? It was who? No, it wasn't. No, it was not. All right, Kathleen, you take over. So now, angiotensin 2, what's it gonna do? All right, angiotensin 2 will do like 5 things. Number 1, remember norepinephrine already constricted the veins and arteries. Everybody with me so far, right? Angiotensin 2 will go around and constrict the arteries again. If that's true, Kathleen, what happens to your TPR? Pseudo peripheral resistance goes up some more. Everybody understand so far? We're heading towards hypertension. Okay, and norepinephrine started vasoconstriction. Angiotensin 2 just made it worse. Okay, that's 1. 2, second action of angiotensin 2 goes to the kidney and constricts the efferent vessel more than the afferent vessel. What do you got now? Resistance in series, even worse. Why? You want traffic jam right here over the glomerulus. It is angiotensin 2 that saves your kidney from failing when you're hypovolemic. You understand, Ashley? If you constrict the efferent more than afferent, does everybody understand? You're creating back pressure. That means the blood sits here over the glomerulus a lot longer. That means you raise the concentration gradient so that you filter more. That's why your GFR starts going back up. So that means even with less volume going through the kidney, GFR is going back to normal. That's why your kidney is still alive. Okay? Any questions so far? That's action number 2. Action number 3, angiotensin 2 will stimulate your thirst centers to make you thirsty. Which makes sense because you're hypovolemic. You need some volume. Bring it in. You understand, Kathleen? All right, so that's the 3rd action of angiotensin 2, stimulate your thirst center. 4th action, stimulate production and release of ADH. Where is the ADH produced, Kathleen? Mabel, where's ADH produced?
Okay, posterior pituitary.
No. Let's see what Leslie says.
Okay.
Yeah, remember, it's made in the hypothalamus. Make sure you answer the right question. It's stored and released from the posterior pituitary. You gotta be careful, folks. The words matter. If you use the wrong word in the wrong context, your answer's wrong now. All right, it's made in the hypothalamus, stored and released from the posterior pituitary. So angiotensin 2 will stimulate both of those. 5th action of angiotensin 2, stimulate aldosterone production. From what layer of the adrenal cortex, Kathleen? Huh? The glomerulosa. Remember the top layer, GFR. All right. So that's the 5 things angiotensin II must do for you. Again, number 1, vasoconstrict all the arteries so your TPR goes way up. Number 2, constrict the efferent arteriole more than afferent arteriole in the kidney. So you create more back pressure so that you filter, your GFR is reestablished. That's why your kidney did not shut down. Number 3, stimulate your thirst center. So you start drinking, you get the feeling you need to drink some water or something. Number 4, stimulate production and release of ADH from the posterior pituitary. And number 5, go to the glomerulosa layer and say, hey, aldosterone, you take over. Tag, you're it. We understand how we just, now the kidney owns the blood pressure from then on. Any questions in that middle phase? Yes. The order I just went through. No, it can be any order. Yeah, those 5 things, you can do in any order once. Yeah, but those are 5 things it has to do. All right, so now aldosterone takes over. Ashley, you're up. So when aldosterone takes over, here's all the things it will do. Aldosterone will stimulate the synthesis, remember, steroid hormones, a protein will show up. The synthesis of sodium potassium ATPases in the collecting duct of the kidney and a late DCT. Aldosterone controls sodium potassium ATPases, the late DCT, and the collecting duct of the kidney, as well as the ascending colon of the GI tract. And what's aldosterone going to do for you, Ashley? It says, I need to hold on to sodium and kick out potassium. You understand, Ashley? Hold on to sodium, kick out potassium. And then sodium drags in 3 times its weight in water, which makes sense because you're trying to get that volume back up. Trying to get the volume back up. That's the first thing. Second thing aldosterone will do, stimulate the synthesis and production of another protein called potassium hydrogen exchange protein, which means in the collecting duct, you bring in some potassium so you get rid of a whole lot of hydrogen. That's how you become alkalotic. Potassium hydrogen exchange. You bring in potassium so that you can excrete a whole lot of hydrogens. You understand, Ashley? Let's talk this over. Now, everybody listen, don't write. It's already written for you a couple of slides later. I just listen. I want you to understand how to get all this information. Ready? All right. We'll do this piece of the puzzle, then I'll take you back to the beginning and do it all over again. All right, so now, when aldosterone kicks in, here comes sodium potassium ATPases and potassium hydrogen exchange proteins. All right, what happens to sodium reabsorption? Go up or go down? It's going to increase. Total body sodium. Increase because you're bringing more in. Okay? Urine sodium. Decrease because you're reabsorbing more. Fractional excretion of sodium. Decrease. If you have less in the urine, less can be excreted. How about urine potassium? Increase because you're getting rid of potassium. I'm sorry, yes, you're getting rid of potassium. What about urine pH? No, the other decrease because get rid of hydrogens. Yeah, remember potassium hydrogen exchange. Bring in some potassium so you get rid of a lot of hydrogen. You're excreting hydrogens. Urine pH will decrease. The hydrogen has to come into the urine first before you can get rid of it. Yeah, so if you measure it in the urine, it's going to be very low. All right, so one more time. Sodium reabsorption, going to rise or fall. Increase total body sodium. Increase urine sodium. Decrease fractional excretion of sodium. Decrease urine potassium. Increase fractional excretion of potassium. Increase urine pH. Decrease and serum pH. Increase because you just got rid of the hydrogens. Now, when your pH in the blood becomes alkalotic, it favors calcium attaching to any negative charges around it. It favors precipitation. Whenever you're alkalotic, folks, this is again physiology. It favors calcium, which is positive, to bind with any negative charges around it. Just think about alkalosis, bicarb. It means you have excess negative charges. That means they're going to attract positive charges. If that helps you remember it. Anytime you're alkaline, calcium starts to precipitate with any positive charge, negative charge around it. The most common negative charge around calcium is albumin. Albumin is a protein and they have phosphates. So calcium binds to the albumin. So in case they ask you where most of the calcium is bound to, the answer is albumin. In fact, Chris, 1 gram of albumin can bind up to 0.8 milliequivalents of calcium. That's a lot. 1 gram of albumin can grab up to 0.8 milliequivalents of calcium. That's a lot. You understand, Ashley? So when we summarize what we just said, Ashley, when sodium comes in, it brings in 3 times as much water, ends up diluting the whole plasma. So your serum sodium, if I check it, will be what? High or low? Low, because it's diluted. Chloride. Are we singing low? What's that? Yeah, low. Say low. Low, because chloride does whatever sodium does. See, make your brain sure of what you're saying, because you have a way to prove that you're right. Okay? Potassium, high or low? In the serum. Low, because we excreted it already. Everybody understand? And then calcium. Low, because it's bound to albumin. It's not free anymore for you to measure. Okay? Risk of precipitation, high or low? High. Risk of stone formation, high or low? High. Now you guys know why the most common cause of precipitation is called dehydration. Why the most common cause of stone formation is called dehydration. Look them all up. See if I made a mistake somewhere. You know which one their favorite one is, Sabu? What's the most common cause of gout? And then your brain is on uric acid. And you miss it. Gout is precipitation of uric acid. Acid, so what's the most common cause of gout? No. What did we just discuss? Thank you very much. Yeah, see, that's what happens when you're nervous. Yeah. They say, what's the most common cause of gout? Students go pick a uric acid. Somebody did a study years ago to prove that that statement has always been false. 70% of people with gout have normal uric acid. It's got nothing to do with uric acid. But look how easy it is to pick that answer because you thought that was right. That's not the right answer. That's how they know you're guessing. Okay? Dehydration, low body state is the most common cause of all precipitation. I don't care what you're talking about. The answer is the same all the time. Okay? Any questions on that? Now let's talk it over from the beginning. Melissa, your turn. Oh no, girl. Come on now. If Ashley can bear it, you're gonna bear it too. Ready? All right, you didn't drink enough water over the last day. What happens to your plasma volume? Everybody follow, please don't throw it away. It's all written for you already. Plasma volume is gonna do what? Decrease. So end diastolic volume. Decrease. Cardiac output. Decrease stroke volume. Decrease carotid stretching. Carotid stretching. Decrease Pharm BP 9. Decrease Pharm BP 10. Decrease heart rate. Increase, but that's not enough. So norepinephrine release. Increase total peripheral resistance. Increase. Are you going to veno or vasoconstrict first? Veno followed by vasoconstriction. So your TPR goes up or down? Up. Blood pressure goes up or down? Up. Renin release. Up. Renin angiotensin aldosterone release. Up. Sodium reabsorption. Increase. Total body sodium. Up. Urine sodium. Decrease. Urine potassium. All right. Urine sodium. Up or down? Urine sodium is down. Fraction of excretion of sodium. Below. Urine potassium. Since when you bring in sodium, you kick out potassium. Just think of the pump. As I say, always go back to physiology, figure things out. All right. So that means the urine potassium's got to go way up. You're trying to excrete the potassium in exchange for sodium. So urine potassium goes up, fraction excretion of potassium goes up, urine pH going down because you're excreting hydrogens. All right, serum pH. Good. Serum pH is going up because you're getting rid of hydrogens. The risk of precipitation. What? Increase. Risk of stone formation. Increase. All right, folks, there it is. It's called a low volume state from beginning to end. It's a lot, but folks, you're expected to know the whole thing. Why? Because this is a response to every low volume state there is.
Dr. Francis.
Yes, who's speaking?
Oh, Victoria.
All right, go ahead, Victoria.
I'm just kind of confused about the potassium because aren't you also saving it when you're getting rid of hydrogen? Are you just
Yes.
getting
Good
rid
question.
of more with the sodium potassium
No,
pump
no,
than
Victoria.
you are?
Very good question, Victoria. I remember asking myself that a long time ago too. I just said it. Yes, you are. You're bringing in potassium, so you give it a hydrogen, right? However, potassium has wide open channels, he leaks right back out. You never have a net gain. Girl, I like that. See, you're thinking. Okay? I told you though, remember, if you forget the wide open channels of potassium, a lot of answers won't make any sense to you. Potassium just leaks right back out of the cells. But we can use the gradient temporarily to get hydrogen out of the cells. Okay, but potassium leak right back out again. Yeah, you understand, Victoria?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, very good. All right, Ryan, question?
Yes, I just had a question about the TPR, total peripheral resistance.
Total peripheral resistance, yes.
So, so when you're hypovolemic, you're going to have an increase in TPR, but however, when you increase that volume, TPR still would be elevated?
No, when you increase the volume, TPR will go back down. Remember, all we're talking about right now is the compensation for the hypovolemia. If you reverse it, that means once you drink water, get your volume back up, everything we just talked about will reverse it again. Go right back to normal. But this is how your body responds to low volume. So one more time. This is the response, folks. You need to go through this with somebody till you know the whole thing. All right, not just part of it, the whole thing. Okay, that we just talked through it several times. You got to be able to talk through the whole thing. That means when you look at the labs, okay, let me take you to labs. Angiotensin 2, what's it do? Basically constricts all the arteries, like I said, constricts the efferent, more than the afferent in the kidney, increases thirst, increases ADH release of posterior pituitary, and then tags aldosterone and say, you take over. Aldosterone, production of sodium potassium ATPases in the late DCT and early collecting duct. You reabsorb sodium and kick out potassium. And then you reabsorb sodium with 3 times as much water. That's how you get the volume back to normal. However, if you reabsorb 3 times as much water, Cynthia, that means you're diluting the whole plasma. You ready to understand what I just said? Honestly, you understand what I just said? You're diluting the whole plasma. That means when I measure your serum sodium, it says low. Chloride, low. Potassium, low. Calcium, low. You're diluting the whole plasma. It's all dilutional. That's what they'll ask you. With calcium, it's dilutional and it's bound to albumin. Okay, but it's dilutional. Okay? All right, then aldosterone also produces potassium hydrogen exchange protein to collecting duct. So you reabsorb some potassium, kick out hydrogen, and the potassium will just leak right back out. And then sodium potassium ATPase in the ascending colon, you reabsorb water and sodium from the stool. Jess, if you reabsorb sodium and water from your stool, is your stool going to get harder or softer? Harder. The article I told you about earlier, Jess said that 9 out of 10 Americans don't drink enough water. If this is true, Jess, what's the most common GI problem in America? Constipation, and now you know why. That means if they ask you, Jess, what's the first thing you're gonna do for somebody who's fighting? Water. You mean it's not Dopalax? Miralax? All that other stuff written in your books? And you didn't know the book was wrong in what it was saying. That's my point. If you don't know physiology, you swear every book is right. So I used to argue with students, oh, the book says, the book says. I said, I know what the book says. But that's the wrong answer. They thought you're crazy. I told you, anytime you go against every expert, they think you're crazy. And I'm telling you, I said, I know physio. I know Physeo because I know Dr. Shah. All I know, that man told me how to think, and I realized most books are wrong in what they're saying. They didn't say there was the best answer. You assumed it was the best answer. We made the mistake of assuming every book is telling you the best answer. It's not. You were supposed to figure that out for yourself. Because drug companies control so much, they want their drugs in the book. Nobody makes money off of water. I mean, now we got water companies, obviously, but before, back then, there was no water companies. Nobody was making money off of water. That's why they want water in there. They said, no, Metamucil, Bacillium, Docalac, Silicate, there are drugs in there. But nobody ever tells Miss Smith, hey, you need to drink more water. Well, we got on 4 laxatives already. Because remember, as you age, your muscles atrophy, including your GI, and you don't drink enough water, that's stool-late movement. Constipation is the norm in elderly people. And then we got them on 2, 3, 4 drugs, but nobody even says, hey, you need to drink more water. Works better. I would say a bowel movement, a good bowel movement is the 8th wonder of the world. You know, it's supposed to be 7 wonders, this is the 8th wonder. You know why it's 8th wonder? Because you can't enjoy the other 7 if you're constipated. If you're constipated, folks, if you have not had a good bowel, you cannot enjoy watching the 7 wonders of the world. You just, what the hell's the damn bathroom? I need something to move me, move me. Now you know how to do it. That's why you're supposed to drink water every day. You drink water every day, you ain't got to take all these medications for move your bowels. All right? But no, now you understand it. Anna, question. Wait a minute, in somebody who's got hypovolemia, end result is metabolic alkalosis, can you go into respiratory failure? Of course you can. Because metabolic alkalosis stops you from breathing. Yeah, if you become too alkaline. Yeah. This is why constipation #1 GI problem in America, folks. Look at low volume state. I'm just saying it again, so everybody better be listening, because you got to tell me these labs sooner or later. Decrease serum sodium, dilutional. Decrease serum chloride, dilutional. Remember, sodium and chloride go in the same direction all the time. Decrease potassium is dilutional and it's real, because sodium, potassium, and pH is getting rid of a bunch of it. Decrease urine pH, aldosterone excreting hydrogen. Increase urine pH, because you're getting rid of hydrogen. And then increase TPR. Total peripheral resistance goes up, starting with norepinephrine, gets worse with angiotensin 2, gets even more severe when ADH comes in and acts. Remember, V1 receptors constrict as well. That's how you get in there with hypertension. Why is hypertension with low volume state? There's the 3 reasons I just gave you. But 9 out of 10 Americans do not drink enough water daily, folks. That's why hypertension is so common in America. So common. Okay? If I ask you what's the most common cause of hypertension, you know what it says in your books? Anybody know what it says in the books? It says essential hypertension. You know what the hell essential hypertension is? Hypovolemia. But you know why they call it essential? Because they didn't want doctors to know what it was. Well, it worked, didn't it? Most doctors have no idea that hypovolemia is the #1 cause of hypertension. Everybody just says essential hypertension, like they actually know what it is. Why are you saying essential hypertension if you know what it is? It's hypovolemia. That's all it is. 90% of hypertension. Now you say, why is it 90%? Because 90% of Americans don't drink enough water. Okay? Because even when you have a high salt diet, folks, if you drink enough water, that wouldn't be a problem. It's hypovolemia that makes it worse. Cynthia. Downstream increases reabsorption of sodium. That is correct. But you're reabsorbing 3 times as much water. That's why it ends up getting diluted. Right. Sodium, she's asking about total body sodium. Think about this. When that sodium potassium pump works, you bring in 1 sodium, or in this case, 3 sodiums, right? That means your serum, the total body sodium just went up by 3. But when you put it in the plasma, then you dilute it down. But it still went up by 3. But it's gonna be diluted down so that it looks like it's less, but it's not. Yeah, that's why you gotta be careful. They're asking about serum sodium, and you say low. Okay? Total body sodium increased. Because every time you reabsorb, you're adding to it, but you're diluting it down. Serum is not the same thing as total body. Okay? Akshay.
So you have your long water point. How does the
How does it affect the tissue cells when you have excess water in your blood? They're gonna swell. That's why when you're dehydrated for too long, you actually get swollen. But if you're swollen, what's that tell you about your plasma volume, high or low? Low. Just makes the problem worse. Now, low volume state with hypertonic treatment. Let me just get this out of the way. How do you get high sodium with low volume? Only two ways, folks, only two ways. That means when they say hypertonic treatment and hypovolemia, I say thank you, because there are only two ways I could have gotten there. Number one, diabetes insipidus. You're peeing out pure water. So you're losing water, but you lose plasma volume, but you're concentrating your plasma. Diabetes insipidus is when you don't have ADH. That's central. Nephrogenic, ADH is there, but the receptor doesn't work. What's the most common drug that causes nephrogenic DI? Armundo. And Miguel. Now valproic acid. Abigail. Lithium. I told you, I've never seen a question where lithium was not the answer. But I gave you lithium, domicocycline, and old tetracycline. The new drugs are coming to market, tolvaptan, conivaptan, and fluorinated anesthetics. They all do it. Okay, but the answer is always lithium. Okay, diabetes insipidus. Anyway, so
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, what was the question, please?
What was the question for what? Just then?
That you said is lithium.
The most common cause of nephrogenic DI.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. So again, when somebody comes in with high sodium in their serum, low sodium in their urine, they have diabetes insipidus. Everybody follow? Now you got to figure out whether it's central or nephrogenic. That's what that water deprivation test we talked about in endocrine. That's what it's about. It's just trying to figure out, is it nephrogenic or is it central? But the diagnosis is made on concentrated plasma for dilute urine. Question is, where's it coming from? What is the treatment for nephrogenic DI? Anna, do you remember? Not water restriction. You're treating the opposite, SIDH. ISIS.
I actually had a question.
All right, what is your question?
So just going back a little bit. So when you were talking about the number one cause of hypertension is hypovolemia. So
Yep.
why is it that we always put, or not always, but oftentimes we put patients who have hypertension on a diuretic? Isn't that kind of going opposite direction? We're trying to reduce the fluid.
All right, so she's asking, why is it we're treating people, if 9 out of 10 people are hypertensive because of too little volume, why are we treating them with diuretics? Everybody follow? That's because diuretics would treat the ones who have high volume. That's what you treated. Remember blacks and Hispanics? What is it? Because we too much salt. Salt holds on to water. See, but the book doesn't differentiate it for you. That's why you're confused, Isaac. It's not your fault. The book makes it sound like, yeah, diuretics work for everybody. No, the diuretics work for people who have high volume. So it makes sense. That's the 10%. But 90% does not work. Does not work. Okay? At least now you know for yourself. Okay?
Thank you.
You understand, Isis? Yeah, very good question.
Yeah.
All right, Leslie.
Yes, doctor, I have a question regarding the delusional effect. The delusional effect will also be by ADH release?
Yeah, ADH will dilute it even further when it comes out. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, no problem. Angie. Osmolarity goes down, yes, because you're diluting the whole plasma. That's correct. All right, and that's why fluid moves into the tissue. Okay, so diabetes insipidus, number one cause of hypertonic treatment with low volume. Next, elderly abuse. That means they're not even giving this poor man water to drink, folks. It happens a lot. Nursing homes got caught years ago. That's how they were killing off a lot of elderly people. They wouldn't even give them water. This is before we can measure electrolytes. Then they got busted when we could measure it. They realized, oh my God, this guy hasn't drank water in days. That's how they were killing them. They would kill them, and then that way you bury them, and then get another person in the room and get paid again. That's how they're making money. All right, but you be, Mabel, are you okay?
No, sir. He said that's how they're making money. So that's not the reason. It's because the caregivers, they don't want to change their diapers. So they will not want to give them water. So they don't pee.
Oh, good point. Good point. That's one of the reasons. Yeah, you're right about that too. That's just another reason. Yeah, but that's how they were caught trying to make money years ago. This is years ago. They won't try to do it now because they can get caught easily. But that's also how some families would kill off grandpa so they can collect this insurance. That's why, remember, as physicians, we protect children and elderly, the vulnerable groups, right? So you see elderly person with hypernatremia, you got to report that. That's suspected elder abuse. You got to report it. Remember, don't let them come prosecuting you. Report it, let them find out there was no problem versus you didn't report it and then he rose in debt tomorrow. You're now in court trying to fight to stay out of jail. Okay? Low volume stable hypertension. Any questions on these two? Michael.
You asked a question about diabetes.
Treating diabetes and syphilis, yes. Oh, it would nephrogenic diabetes and syphilis. Who remembers the name of the drug? Akshay. So discontinue the drug. And the second thing? There's a drug we used to treat it. There's a drug that'll sensitize ADH receptor for you. Sandeep. Who? Yeah, it's a thiazide. It's a thiazide. Remember I said students get food because they think about it as a diuretic, but it also sensitizes ADH receptors. And so that's why we use it for that effect. Once the urine house belly goes back to normal, it means ADH is showing back up and working, we can stop the thiazides. Okay? Sandeep? How do you get hypernatremia elder abuse? You don't give them any water to drink. You're dehydrated, but you got your plasma is concentrated because you don't have enough free water in there. Yeah, so that's why it looks hypernatremic. All right, Bryce, you have a question?
Yes, in low volume states. So how long the renin-angiotensin aldosterone system can go on before we reach the level of renal failure?
It's different from each person.
Okay.
But we do know that eventually you will go into renal failure. Again, this is why we screen people for hypertension, because they don't even know they have it. All right. And then one day something fails. All right. Next profile. Low volume state with acidosis. Only 3 reasons. You remember we saw one in the morning questions. Somebody with diarrhea. pH is low, and therefore they start hyperventilating. Remember that question? Yeah. So you got to be able to talk it out and come up with all the lab values and say, oh yeah, this connects to this answer right here. Because diarrhea, you're losing so much bicarb. Since what hormone controls bicarb in the GI tract? Saba. What hormone controls bicarb secretion into the GI tract? Now CCK, closed door, Jess. Melissa. What hormone controls bicarbonate secretion into the GI tract? Ashley? Michael? It's called secretions. That's his job. Yeah, so if you're secreting a lot of bicarbonate to duodenum and I got diarrhea, guess what? Whoosh, goes right back out. Whoosh. That's 90% of your bicarbonate being lost every day. And that's the reason why you're acidotic. Still low sodium, low chloride, low potassium. That has changed though, but pH has changed. And then number 2, DKA. Because you got too many ketones. What's the number 1 ketone in your body, Josh? Not acetylcholine. Cares. Beta hydroxybutyrate, B for brain. 90% has to be in a form that only the brain can use. Okay, which one do you smell? Abini. Acetone. Smells like nail polish. All right, and then RTA, renal tubular acidosis, where you're losing bicarbonate in the urine. Anna, if they wanted to be a drug, what drug makes you lose bicarbonate in the urine? That's acetylzolomide. So they can make it a pharmacology question all of a sudden. Okay, that's why I say your mind's got to be integrated because you never know how they're going to end the question. They'll end it different ways all the time. That's how they rewrite questions, but the main idea is still the same. Nothing's changed. If somebody has DKA, yeah, they're going to have ketones. That's the beta hydroxybutyrate. So what's the most common cause of hyponatremia? If 9 out of 10 Americans don't drink enough water on them? Dehydration. Low volume state. Look at that. Anna, what's the most common cause of hypokalemia? Dehydration. Oh, low volume state. Look at that. No kidding. What's the most common cause of hypochloremia? Anna. Dehydration. Oh, Low volume state, look at that. No way, wait a minute, Adam. Hang on. What's the most common cause of high TPR? Dehydration. If you have high TPR, what disease do you have? Hypertension. That's what essential hypertension is. And they always say 90% it's low volume. Now, I'm not saying that you can cure hypertension with just volume. You can't. Because now the mechanisms are all messed up. But in Nigeria, when I figured this out, this is one year I went there and I'm sweating like crazy. My mom took us out to the marketplace. You got hundreds of thousands of people walking around shopping. And I mean, my t-shirt was soaked in sweat. And I remember I came home, my head was throbbing. And I said, oh my God, my blood pressure must be up. Man, I need some water to drink. And all of a sudden the light bulb, ding. So, oh my God, no more because hypertension, it's dehydration. And that's what inspired me to put in the running water so that people can have running water for free. Because it was so unfair that only the wealthy have running water. The poor, I got nothing. They got to go buy it from the wealthy people. That made no sense to me. So we put in running water, everybody has free water. All of a sudden now, hypertension has gone way down. Death rate gone way down. Heart failure rate, stroke rate, all of it gone down. I didn't give anybody one pill. The key is prevention. Once I figured out, I can prevent it. Why give everybody pills? That's what they wanted. Yeah, I need some pills, doc. I said, no, you don't. You need some water. Water will take care of it, folks. It's amazing, but it's true. Low volume states, the most common cause. Most common cause of metabolic alkalosis is what, Nolan? Dehydration again. And what's the most common cause of precipitation, Nolan? Dehydration. What's the most common cause of kidney stones, Nolan? What's the most common cause of struvite stones in the kidney? Dehydration. What's the most common cause of uric acid stones in the kidney? Dehydration. What about coffin lake crystals in the urine? Coffin lake crystals in the urine? That's my point. I don't care what rocks they're talking about. The answer is the same for all of them. And that means if you have a kidney stone, Cynthia, what's the first thing you want to do for the base? Give fluids. Check that out. Go ahead, look it up. Any book you want. Management for every stone, for gout. I don't care what you want to call it. Calcification under your skin. It says give them fluids first. See? Once you understand the root of the information, you don't forget it anymore. And you don't get on a test question and start debating about which stone they're talking about. See? Now you swear the answer's supposed to change because they mentioned this stone versus that stone. That's how they know you still don't understand. You don't understand the physiological process. You read about one stone, and that's all you know. Instead of going back to the beginning to read about how all stones form. It is. Now you know how to manage them all. Okay? All right, folks. 1 gram of albumin can precipitate up to 0.8 milliequivalents of calcium. That's a lot of calcium. And then that brings us to ACE inhibitors. Right? We can use ACE inhibitors. Let me just go through this. ACE inhibitors stop conversion. Wait a minute, Mabel. Let me go through this. ACE inhibitors stop conversion of angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2. That means all those effects of angiotensin 2 disappear. You get increased bradykinin. Why? Because bradykinin is also destroyed by ACE. Remember angioedema, the increased kinins? This is where it came from. Okay? All right. When you got increased bradykinin, that dilates your veins and dilates your arteries. So venodilation and vasodilation, they call it balanced dilation, which is why your blood pressure comes down no matter who you are, and that's why it saves lives. ACE inhibitors were first shown to decrease mortality in diabetics. That's because it's one of the most common causes of hypertension, vasculitis in America. Okay? But ACE inhibitors contain sulfur. So if you have sulfur allergy, I can't use any of these. They decrease mortality in heart failure, like we already talked about. But the first line treatment for heart failure these days, Solange, is what drug? Mayhire is what drug? Who? Sodium nitroprusside is for hypertensive crisis, not for heart failure. Mabel, what's the first line drug for heart failure?
Beta blockers. Water and beta.
No. You don't give water to somebody who's
Okay, beta blockers.
Okay, not beta blockers either, but don't ever come up with water. All right, unless they say right-sided heart failure. Be careful when you guys blur stuff out like that. If it doesn't match, I mean, that's how I know you didn't think about it. You just said something. Think of the physiology before you tell me the answer. Because you're not going to ask you right after that, well, why that? Why is that? You might as well have an explanation. Okay, because that's the only way you can remember things. You got to be able to explain it. Then you know why we're doing this. Now you know why we're doing this. because it addresses something that normally happens. Okay, they don't just pick a drug out of the blue. They had to figure out the whole renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system was very active in this, in low volume state, to realize, oh, the drugs that block it, the best drugs. Okay, they didn't just pick drugs out at random. All right, so Mabel, what's your question?
My question is that you said that the heart failure is a low volume state. I'm just
Heart
wondering
failure is a low volume state, Mabel. You want to know
because
why?
in heart failure there's edema.
I know there's edema. Akshay just talked me through edema a minute ago with low volume state, because your osmolarity in the serum is low, so that's why fluid's leaking out. But your whole volume is still low. You understand that part?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you have low volume state from heart failure, it's because the heart is not pumping enough blood to the kidney. The kidney is one who reads it. Renin-angiotensin, that's what pops out. There we go again. So Mabel, if you want to look up heart failure right now, but wait, you can look it up. I bet you it says low sodium, low chloride, low potassium, low calcium, metabolic alkalosis. Go ahead and check it. Prove me wrong. I always challenge people all across the country. I say, if you don't believe me, go ahead. Pull out the book right now. See if I'm wrong. It's just nobody's taught you the patterns. You didn't see the pattern. You didn't realize you memorized the same thing 1,000 times. And they're all low volume states. Look up mitral stenosis. Look up aortic stenosis. Look up renal artery stenosis. Look up coarctation. See if I'm wrong. Look up anything that leads low volume to your kidney. I bet you'll see the same thing. It's been the same thing, but that's not the way it was taught in medical school. They keep teaching one disease at a time, one disease at a time. And I realize it's taking way too much time. And students don't remember it anyway, because in one disease at a time, that sounds like one detail at a time. So they never see the big picture. Okay? All right. So it also decreases proteinuria and diabetic nephropathy. Remember we talked about that.
What about the heart failure treatment, sir? You have not said it.
I was asking you. You didn't say it. What is the first line drug for heart failure now?
Digoxin.
What?
Is it sacubitril, right?
There you go. Sacubitril surpass ACEs and ARBs. At least now you know how ACEs and ARBs work, because it keeps AMP around. Because you're inhibiting the enzyme that breaks it down called neprilysin.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why they use with sacubitril, you put it with an ARB, because you're going to eventually have high angiotensin aldosterone. So that's why they don't block that. Yeah, because you're stimulating the RAS system, so you got to block it somewhere. That's why with sacubitril/ARB combination. If you get furosemide, you would lose too many electrolytes. They already got problems with electrolytes. Yeah, you don't want to do that. All right, Adam. Okay. When a person is dehydrated, they start getting a headache. Most problem with a headache is cerebral vasodilation, but you can also get it from vasoconstriction. Yeah, either extreme gives you a headache. Just like hypertension causes a headache. It's the hypertension that's causing a headache, right? Yeah, the body is going to try to save the brain. So first you're going to vasoconstrict. Vasoconstriction by itself causes headache. Because if your mean arterial pressure goes up, intracranial pressure has to go up to match it. If you want the blood going through that brain, it's got to match. Yeah, that's for vascular headaches. Now, not all headaches are the same. The vascular headache is vasodilation that causes a headache. So vasoconstriction takes your headache away. In this one, is vasoconstriction that causes your headache, because mean arterial pressure is going up too high, so ICP has to follow it. So it's not about vasodilation, though. That's what I'm saying. So oxygen is not going to help this one. Yeah, oxygen helps if you got a vasodilatory headache. Yeah, Amy, question? Understand? All right, so ACE inhibitors, folks. There they are. Prills. Amy, tell me what the serum sodium would be if you're an ACE inhibitor. Huh? Decrease potassium. Increase serum pH. Yeah, if you can't make aldosterone, you can't get rid of hydrogen. So yeah, so it's acidosis. So low sodium hypotension and acidosis. And that's how I know you're an ACE inhibitor. And then they can cause angioedema because you got too many kinins hanging around. Angiotensin receptor blockers, all in sartan. Now, all ACE inhibitors and all ARBs can cause angioedema except one. Who remembers the one? Melissa. All right, Jess. Candy sartan, remember, because she's so sweet. Sweet as candy. Candesartan does not cause angioedema. All the other ones do. Okay, of course, I forgot I got it right here on the damn slide. Okay, anyway, yeah, I'm glad I have it, but that's why I say, whenever I'm talking and drilling you guys, everything I say is on the slide somewhere. I just talk it and then I go through the slides with you. That way you hear things twice. Now, that brings us to what the heck is a vasculitis?
Before we go there, I had a quick question, Dr.
All right,
Frank.
who's this?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, go ahead.
Just so I can get the understanding, when proteins leak out, that's what causes the edema, correct? So is that increased oncotic pressure?
No. The proteins are not leaking out in low volume state. You're reabsorbing excess volume. So hydrostatic pressure is rising.
Okay,
It's not because proteins are leaking out.
so when does proteins leak out and that causes
No, that's only if you got a nephritic or nephrotic syndrome, but that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about normal response to hypovolemia.
okay, that's what I was getting confused.
Yeah. Any questions on that? Montezor, your turn. Ready? Somebody has a vasculitis. That says vasculitis. Itis means inflammation. Inflammation of what? Inflammation of what? Just look at the word. Look at the word. Inflammation of what? Of what? Of vessels. Well, funny look at red cells and platelets, you're gonna see the peripheral smear. No, okay, no. What funny looking platelets and red blood cells do you see in the peripheral smear if you have a vasculitis? Let's see if Mayhaw can help you with the word. They're called schistocytes everywhere. So that means torn red cells, torn platelets, which means if you have a vasculitis, your red cell count will be. I thought just somebody's low. How do we switch to high? Remember, you're tearing them to pieces. It can't be high if you're tearing them to pieces. So red cell count will be low. What about platelet count? Low. If you got low platelet, where are you gonna be bleeding from? Skin and mucosal surfaces. What's gonna be elevated? PT2 or bleeding time. Bleeding time is gonna be elevated. Hey, if you don't have enough RBCs, eventually you're severely anemic, right? Right? All right, severe anemia means your hemoglobin is less than what number? Less than seven. So 6 or less. All right, so hemoglobin is that low. What happens to your PO2? It's gonna be low. If you have low PO2, what happens to your energy level? Low. So what's the most common presenting symptom for every vasculitis? Weakness and shortness of breath. What about presenting sign? So tachypnea and dyspnea. What infections do they get? What? What is he? Respiratory. Oh, okay. I just didn't understand. So respiratory and urinary tract infection. Everything's starting to sound familiar to everybody? All right. Lord is safe for everyone. I don't have to look them up. It's all the same. But if you have a vasculitis, right? That means now in your lungs, it creates a diffusion problem. Because remember, oxygen is supposed to go through the vascular endothelium and then into the alveolus. I'm sorry, the other way. From the alveolus through endothelium into the bloodstream. You follow me? What's gonna happen to your PO2 if you got vasculitis then? Decrease. If you got low PO2, will your pulmonary vessels constrict or dilate? Low PO2 constricts or dilates the pulmonary vessels. Constrict. If you constrict the pulmonary arteries, what happens to pulmonary pressure? Rise or fall? Rise. Pulmonary resistance. Rise or fall? Rise. Pulmonary blood flow. Rise or fall? Flow. Falls. Blood flow reaching the left side of your heart. Will it rise or fall? Fall. So end diastolic volume. End diastolic volume. Low. Cardiac output. Low. Stroke volume. Low. Cardiac stretching. Low. Firing by cranial nerve 9. Firing of cranial nerve 9. Low. Firing of cranial nerve 10. Decrease. Everybody see what I just did? I went to low energy state with my low RBCs. Now I'm converting to low volume state because you got less volume going through those lungs. Look up the electrolytes for every vasculitis. See if I messed up. It'll blow you away, man. All I'm doing is using the same old stuff I've been teaching you guys for weeks. There it is. Every vasculitis is covered without even looking up, not even one of them. Okay? because it's the same profile. All right, that means if I ask you, how come vasculitis causes calcification underneath your skin? Chris, with a C, explain. He forgot. Adnan, explain why vasculitis causes calcifications underneath the skin. I don't know what that means. Oxen. The risk of precipitation goes with low volume state. You guys, man, you got to be able to move things around in your head. All right, because they're not always going to just ask you straightforward questions. I told you there's more questions now about explain this, explain that, explain this. I'm showing you the pattern so you don't have to go read about it. Otherwise, you're going to be caught off guard with one of these questions. And all of a sudden now you're going to come up with some other reason for it. Every vasculitis is a low volume state. That means the risk for stones. I don't have to look it up. How come their gout gets worse? I'm not looking it up. How can their calcifications under the skin? I'm not looking it up. That's what they hope you're going to do. Come up with a new answer because it's a new complication. It's the same. There it is, folks. Check it out. Vasculitis. All of them have schistocytes, which are called burst cells and helmet cells. All of them cause petechiae purpura ecchymoses. All of them have a low energy state profile. All of them have a low volume state profile. That means low sodium, low chloride, low potassium, low calcium, and metabolic alkalosis. No difference in any of them. Okay? When we get to pulmonary coming up later this week, restricted lung disease profile for every one of them. Every one of them. That means no matter what question they ask, you already know the answer. That's if you're using the profiles. If you're not, you got a lot of reading to do. And then cell-mediated inflammation, because anything non-bacterial equals cell-mediated. Mabel, you have a question?
Yes, I wanted to say about cell-mediated, but you have answered it, though.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you another question? All right, let me see. Let me give you another one. Hey, how come their PO2 is decreased in vasculitis? Mabel, this is yours.
So, because we're talking about vasculitis, we're talking about something that have to do with
How does
the
vasculitis
vessel.
cause your PO2 to be low?
Because there's inflammation already, so there's going to be.
I don't know what, you still got to take me to hypoxia. Tell me how I got hypoxic with a vasculitis. All right, let me ask Eric.
Hypoxia because of ischemia.
No. How about Eric?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm trying to get my mic. Is it because you've got inflammation of the vessels causing increased resistance, causing decreased flow, increased velocity, so blood's flowing past the lungs, you can't diffuse properly?
All right, very good. I like that. So you can use that argument when you constrict. Remember, you got all kinds of clots everywhere in these vessels. Constrict, blood is going too fast through the lungs. That's one. Number two, when you have inflammation, you got a thicker endothelium. That means decreased diffusion. That means oxygen is diffusion dependent. Oxygen can't even get past the wall. Hypoxia. Three, you're smashing all my red blood cells. Eventually, I'm gonna have severe anemia that causes hypoxia. Pick any one you want, folks. The point is, it always comes up to the same right answer. But if you forget these profiles, good luck. It's gonna ask you a bunch of complications, say, explain this, explain this, explain that. Then I see students panicking all over the place. That's how they know you've never learned it.
So I didn't get the three things you said.
All of them. What?
I didn't get the three. I didn't get what you say. You say inflammation thickens the endothelium, giving us hypoxia.
So you have a diffusion problem, number one. Severe anemia leads to hypoxia, number two. And blood is moving too fast through the lungs, number three, because of vasoconstriction. All of them cause hypertension. Here we go. I'm just going to do a couple of them before break for lunch. All you need now is a clue. Oh, before I break for lunch here, I got a little girl that I'm supporting for her. They're raising money for their volleyball team for some conference, some competition they want to go to. All right, so I promised her past program would support her. All right, so during the lunch, I'm going to have Tiffany send a link. You got to buy some popcorn. Buy some popcorn, folks. You're helping a little girl out, okay? I believe in stuff like this because when you're trying to get children to do well, you got to support them when they're trying to do well, okay? I don't like when adults say, "Oh, you got to do well," and then when they try, I'm too busy to support you. That's not good because it says a bad message. Anyway, I told her I would announce it and that we would all buy something. Just buy it for your family or friends or just for you. You can pop it right here. But anyway, just buy at least just one. That's all I'm asking. Just help her out. Okay? All right. All you need to know is the clue for every vasculitis. Because look at it. Let me just review the profile for you. The profile for every vasculitis is every one of them is a restricted lung disease. Every one of them is a low energy state. Every one of them is a low volume state. Okay, that means the signs, the symptoms, the effects, the complications that cause the death of every one of them, you already know. Not one exception to the rule. There's a couple who have a few different labs. I'll point them out when we get there. But the key is to know the profile because that explains all of them. Then when you start talking about the individual diseases, all I need is 1 or 2 words to tell you the answer. Here it is. If they mention IgA in the kidney, I'm down to 3. Just by mentioning what antibodies in that kidney, I'm down to 3. That's it. All right, Berger's. IgA nephropathy, 2 weeks after URI. 2 weeks after URI. No, URI, IgA, mucosal cert, makes sense. Second clue, 50% resolve. Luckily, the other ones I took care of, they resolve. 50% go on to renal failure eventually. And the only way you're going to know on them is to follow your UA. We just check it every month. Bad prognostic factor is hypertension. Anybody with hypertension, ischemia, that's going to make the kidney shut down faster. Or elevated creatinine. Yeah, so Berger's, 50% resolve, 50% go on to renal failure. Henoch purpura, another IgA nephropathy. But this one is 2 weeks after gastroenteritis. 2 weeks after gastroenteritis. Next is the most common vasculitis in children. Remember, we've drilled this a bunch of times. The most common vasculitis in children is HSP. Third is the only vasculitis with normal platelet count. What that means is it's gentle, so it doesn't rip as many platelets. Because we already said the profile says it should be low platelets. So if I see normal platelets, that's abnormal. That's what I mean by you got to know what normal is. Otherwise, normal goes right by you. You just say, oh, normal platelets, and you didn't catch it. A vasculitis should not have normal platelets. Okay? All right. Fourth clue, they have perforation of buttocks down. That means whichever virus causes this, he's a butt man. He's a butt man for sure. Because when you walk into your office, you see perforation of buttocks straight down. Nothing up here in the torso at all. So it's an easy diagnosis to make, which is what I like about it. But because the patients swear they're dying from something because they got covered with purpura from the buttocks down in just like a day or two. So they think it's some nasty disease. I said, no, it'll go away. And it all resolves. Go ahead. No, I'm on Henoch on purpura. All right. Next, last clue. If they get severe abdominal pain, it's from intussusception. They have increased risk of intussusception. Remember, swollen intestines just start sliding forward. That's what intussusception is. Nolan, question.
The most common cause is PDF and
Yeah, it used to be burgers. You can erase that now. Yeah, it used to be HSB. They updated it, I think, a year or two ago. Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to update it in your notes. So I do tell students, please scratch that out now. It used to be Berger's, but now Henoch is number 1. Eric, you have a question?
Yes, sir. I was just trying to remember for lab value sake, since we're talking IgA nephropathies, these
Sure,
would
go
present
ahead.
with low IgA levels, correct?
Yeah, low IgA because they're losing in their kidney, correct?
Gotcha. Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so Henoch purpura. Those are 5 clues I used. Watch out for the severe abdominal pain. You got to know it's intussusception. They'll make it look like appendicitis. Nope, pick intussusception every time. Just be wrong the one time they want it appendicitis. Okay? How do you diagnose intussusception, Josh? Good question. It's called air contrast enema. We just blow some air in there with just a little bit of this white dye, and then you'll see they'll say sausage-shaped mass, the right lower quadrant for children, left lower quadrant for adults, because it's usually the ilium for children, sigmoid for adults. Sausage-shaped mass. Stacked coin appearance on a barium, which is what we used to do. But you may see an old question still describe it that way. Telescoping, which is, you can actually see the intestine like that, telescoping. Current jelly stool. So you got plenty of clues for intussusception. And finally, leading edge for children with intussusception, polyp. Number 1. Lymph nodes. Remember, ileum's full of lymph nodes. Number 2. And then Meckel's is a rare number 3, but they love testing it. That's why I put it up there as number 3, but it's really way back. Okay? But always go in order. Look for things in order. Don't pick Meckel's when they got polyp on that list or lymph nodes. All right, next one. Outports. Hygienic property again, but associated with deafness in the family. Associated with cataracts in the family. It involves type 4 collagen. Basement membrane. Outports. In outports, they get nephropathy at a young age, usually in the teens or early 20s. They don't go into renal failure for at least 20 to 30 years. So watch out for the statement say, oh, it rapidly go into renal failure. They never do. It's a real slow disease. Outports. Any questions? Yeah, Adam. The appearance for a CT scan, I'm sorry, the appearance of interception of CT scan is the telescoping, is what they'll, yeah, you can actually see the telescope. Question? Polyps, lymph nodes, and then Meckel's. All right, I think I can do one more slide here. Yeah, get these done. Burgers, don't get it mixed up with Berger's. This is a German guy versus Berger's, which is a French guy. But one letter off, a U, that's it. So please look carefully before you pick your answer. One letter can cost you a point, all right? What's that?
I was just asking that right now.
Yeah, I know, it's a different guy. All right, so burgers. Necrotizing thromboangiitis. Look at that, necrotizing thromboangiitis. First of all, if necrosis is part of your name, that's never good. And then thrombo, clots. Angiitis, inflammation of all your little vessels. And that's why they get necrosis of their fingers and toes. What's going on in burgers? An increased sensitivity to nicotine. Smokers get this. I mean, you see them out in a smoking area, their fingers are black and blue. There's no treatment. We just wait till it becomes necrotic, then we amputate them. But they're still in the smoking areas, puffing on that cigarette. That's because they can't quit. Yeah, it's sad, but that's what happened. No treatment. All you can do is just amputate when indicated. Okay.
Do their symptoms get better if they stop smoking?
Do their symptoms get better if they stop smoking? Yes, it does. And it stops progressing. You can't really get the tissue back. It's not, remember, the fingers are the least profuse tissue of your body, so you're not gonna get it back. But at least it doesn't get any worse. Yeah. So that's burgers. Increased sensitivity to nicotine. I actually remember seeing the video on the studies. They dripped some nicotine on endothelial cells, and those things just curled up and just necrosed in no time flat. I said, wow, I didn't know that. You know, versus a normal endothelial cell, when you drip nicotine, just kind of spasms a little bit and then goes back out. Wow. So very sensitive. DIC, the most common cause of DIC was what, Gloria? Sepsis is number 1 cause of DIC. Remember, increased PT, PTT, and bleeding time, but that's not the best clue. What was the best clue, Steve?
Oh,
For DIC. D-dimer, no. So which one is the answer? D-dimer or no? Yes. So which one? The no or the D-dimer now? It's D-dimer. Thank you very much. You guys just wrestle with yourselves all the time, trying to talk yourself into stuff. Yeah, remember I said D-dimer five space product is the best clue because the increased PT, PTT bleeding time, man, you can see that in vitamin K deficiency plus a lot of other things. So I don't use that. If that's the only one I got, fine, I'll use it. But D-dimer is the best clue. DIC. If you got DIC with bleeding, and if fibrinogen is low, what blood product do I give them? Cynthia. Yeah, cryoprecipitate. I think I asked you that last time. It might have been you. Yeah, that's what I thought. After I looked at it, I said, I think I answered that already. Yeah. Remember, use cryoprecipitate if the fibrinogen is low, FFP if the fibrinogen is normal. That's DIC treatment. Okay. HRS. First clue, #1 cause of renal failure in children. We heard that a bunch of times. Read, what's the most common cause of renal failure in adults? Amy. Hypertension and diabetes. HUS, remember, 2 weeks after eating raw hamburgers. Why? Because 2 weeks after eating E. coli. So they mention E. coli, not the burger, or vice versa. So 2 weeks after eating raw hamburgers with E. coli in it. If you remember, endemic HUS, right? EHEC. Intrahemorrhagic E. coli. Epidemic, anytime there's outbreaks, remember 015787 is the strain you have to pick. HUS. #1 cause of renal failure in children. All right. TTP. Vasculitis that starts out by attacking your brain. If you remember what I told you before, it has the worst prognosis. Since your brain's the most important organ, it makes sense. If you start out by attacking my brain, bleeds and clots are never good. I bleed in my brain, I die. Clot off too much of my brain, I die again. That's why it has the highest mortality. For that reason, you do the most deadly procedure as soon as they walk through the door. Adam, what's the procedure? For TTP. Steve will help you on this one. Not dialysis, Akshay. It's called plasmapheresis. It's like dialyzing your blood. So I got to poke some tubes into your aorta. That's never good, but we have to do it if we want to get these antibodies out of here. And the antibodies, remember, what's the problem here? BWF esterase deficiency. Now, not BWF deficiency, BWF esterase, which means you cannot break down BWF, so stick around, it makes a bunch of clots for you. BWF esterase deficiency, also now known as, Ashley, what do we call it? So as a nickname. Adam who? Rachel? Adam TS13 is the nickname for it. All right, so that's TTP. I gave you 2 antiplatelet drugs with an increased incidence of TTP in the first 2 weeks of use. Let me pick on some new name here. Hang on. Find somebody whose name I haven't picked on yet. I'm going to go all the way to the back. How about Gabriel Lopez? Pablo Fernandez? Oh, Gabriel, do you know the answer?
What was the question again?
That was a question. Make sure you're paying attention. You never know when I'm going to call your name. Hell, I forgot the question now. Damn. That ADD kicks in. What I asked? Oh, yeah. 2 antiplatelet drugs with an increased incidence. I used to drink a lot of Mountain Dew to treat my own ADD. It's like you want to, and there's nothing. There's truly nothing in there. Remember which drugs I asked about. All right. Do you remember the 2 drugs?
2 drugs that what?
Oh, dude, man, come on now. You're gonna make me forget now. The 2 drugs with antiplatelet drugs with increased incidence of TTP in the first 2 weeks of use.
2 antiplatelet drugs.
2 drugs I pointed out to you.
TTP. Not really sure, but I would say.
All right, who knows the 2 drugs I'm talking about? Anybody? All right, Melissa? Clopidogrel and Silastazole. Those are 2.
So 2 drugs for what, sir?
The 2 drugs with an increased incidence of TTP in the first 2 weeks of use. You understand, Mabel? Say something.
I said that they increase sensitivity of TTP first 2 weeks of use, right?
They increase the risk of TTP, not sensitivity.
Okay. Oh, it's real. Thank you.
Yeah, you get more of cases. All right, diabetes, glove and stocking distribution. And then the reason for vasculitis, remember, glycosylation of endothelial cells, which creates turbulence and viscosity. Because I told you now they're asking a lot of questions about how does it happen? Okay, glycosylation of endothelium. Says diabetes. Syphilis. First of all, you get vasculitis in tertiary syphilis, not in primary or secondary.
So please, can you spell the silostazole for me, please?
Silostazole, remember, antiplatelet drug is in a clotting disorder, clotting lecture. All right. Writing it down 17 times doesn't help. It's just drill, drill, drill. That's the best way to remember it. All right, but if it makes you feel better, write it down again. Go ahead. All right, so syphilis attacks only the aortic arch. So it's a very specific vasculitis, only attacks the aortic arch. What vessels is it attacking, Chris? The vasovasorum, the vessels within the walls of the aorta. That's why it's very focused. It can't attack anywhere else. And when it attacks the aortic arch, we say wrinkled intima, tree bark appearance is what it looks like. Tree bark, just wrinkles, just bumps. And then obliterative endarteritis is the medical term for it. It means obliterate, not good. Any questions on that? Cool, we'll stop there. Lunchtime. Start back at 1:20.
Excuse sir, he said that bleeding when DIC bleeds, that will give a cryoprecipitate, right?
All these bleed. If you get bleeding with DIC and their platelet count, sorry, is it bleeding? No. No, fibrinogen, not platelets. If the fibrinogen level is low, you use cryoprecipitate to treat it. If the fibrinogen level is normal, they use FFP.
Okay, thank you.
All right, see you at lunch. Yes, sir. Because the pulmonary vessels are in both. So that means they're all within the thicker. That means oxygen's going all the time.
So all vasculitis
Will affect
mostly affect all like systemic.
everything.
Not that each one takes.
Did he say normal?
Okay, so when they affect the lung.
Yeah.
it causes- And that causes PO2.
Right, PO2 comes.
That's free oxygen.
Yeah. Oxygen diffusion limited. You put anything in oxygen where you can't even press. But if you does. Keeping the order start from the house. Oh, yeah. Just whenever you're alkaline, this calcium precipitate with any negative charge around it. Most common negative charge around is albumin. Albumin. That's most of the calcium when you're alkaline. But sulfates, oxalates, phosphates, and some of the stones. It's just. After this is cardiac. Yeah, so cardiac, yes. So we're gonna, so biopsy on track, we're gonna. After probably. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be there. I'll finish this, cardiac.
Excuse sir, did you say normal fibrinogen? I should use cryoprecipitates, right?
Lord, Mabel.
I think the name is Mabel.
So did you say with normal fibrinogen I should use
Mabel. I'm telling you, just told you, you got DIC with normal fibrinogen, it's FFP. When the fibrinogen is low, I said it's cryoprecipitate. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Remember, it's already in your notes.
Okay, decrease. Okay, fibrinogen. Okay.
All right. Oh, let me go send that email out. I don't know.
Don't do it in on here. I don't remember what I'm-
All right, everybody online, you should have gotten a link to that, for that popcorn sale to help this little girl out. So make sure you order something. Just order one thing. Just know that you're doing something good to help a little girl out. Okay, all right, let's go. Finish up vasculitis. The last two on this list. Oh, yes, Lauren. Oh, yeah, let me give you an EKG finding. I forgot Michael asked me earlier and I forgot to give it to you guys. Are you ready? You got 30 seconds to figure out what it is. So listen carefully. Hey, Mabel, you ready? Mabel? All right, Mabel's not there. Abdullah Khan, you ready? Oh, Mabel is there. All right, Mabel, here it comes. All right, the EKG finding. You got, let's see. Okay. You got a tall, narrow P wave in lead V1 and a short, normal QRS in lead 2. Put it together and give me a diagnosis. A tall, narrow P wave in lead V1 with a short, normal QRS in lead 2. 30 seconds. And the first hand that went up was Sandeep. Dilated right side heart failure. All right, let's see what Solange says. Hypertrophy right atrium. Give me a diagnosis. Oh, stenotic. Trichosinosis. All right, Anam. Trichosinosis. Is that what you coming with? I forget what you coming with. No, Maria, what you coming with? So, what was your diagnosis? All right, so she came up with hypertrophy right atrium. How do you explain the short normal QRS? Well, it's not hypertrophy, it's short. I said short normal QRS in lead 2. No, but it's short. I'm telling you it's short. That means it's shorter than normal. I didn't say widen. If you put that word in there, you're gonna come with the wrong answer. It's short, but normal QRS. That means normal width, but it's short. All right, Anam, how do you explain that? Short, normal QRS? I know, then how do you explain it?
Prior right-sided MI.
Prior right-sided MI, okay. The question, how do you explain a short normal QRS? No, it's not tachycardia. All right, the answer is, okay, Steve, you got an explanation?
Did it cause the heart to actually move?
No, the heart won't move. It is tricuspid stenosis. But if you got stenotic tricuspid valve, less blood gets to the right ventricle, it's atrophied. It just shrinks because it's smaller. Because hardly any blood is getting in there. You got a very stenotic tricuspid valve. So listen carefully. If you just went into answer list and say, I need an answer with a hypertrophy right atrium, you would still get it right. That's the beauty of it. You don't have to know everything. Just interpret something, but just don't, I'm not sure, let me look. No, don't do that. Okay? Interpret even part of it. And then you will see, oh, tricuspid stenosis. Oh yeah, that can explain it. See my point? It wasn't what you were thinking, but oh, hypertrophy right atrium. Oh, that would do it. Okay? Pulmonary embolism. Oh yeah, that will do it. Yeah, let the test writer tell you what it is. All you have to do is interpret all the findings that he's giving you. And then you say, which answer has these things in it? All right, so whenever they say short, that means smaller. So it's a small right ventricle, but it's normal. Okay, but that means it's atrophied if it's shorter. That means lower voltage necessary to move it. Okay, all right. Ask me in a class, I give you another one. And they're fun because I just make them up. But that's a good benefit. Just see how good you get. The more you challenge yourself, the better you get at it. Okay, because now you actually are seeing what I'm saying versus trying to memorize what I say. You actually know what V2 sees, you know what lead 2 sees, and so forth. And that way, when you're on teaching rounds and the attending is talking about an EKG, you like to understand everything he says. All right, let's finish these. Takayasu's. First clue, Asian female with a weak pulse. Now, the books always say pulseless aortitis. I don't think she's pulseless and sitting in front of you talking. All right, so it's a weak pulse. That's what they really mean. Asian female, for some reason, only Asian women have gotten it, which means there's something culturally that they do we have not figured out yet. But they've never seen it in blacks, Hispanics, whites. Nobody else seems to get it. So it's got to be something cultural. Okay, but we don't know yet. All right, it's a granulomatous aortitis. Granulomatous subit means what? T cells are macrophages eating your aortic arch. And then it spreads from there. Unlike syphilis. Remember, syphilis only stays in the aortic arch. It doesn't go anywhere else. This one starts the aortic arch and then spreads out. So for that reason, you got granuloma in your aorta. That's going to increase the pressure going up to your brain because it can't easily go to the periphery. So it backs up, goes up to your brain. So they have increased incidence of cerebral aneurysms and bleeds. Same way you get with coarctation. If it can't go that way, it's got to go up somewhere. Okay. So Takayasu's. Do you know of any drug that can kill off some of these T lymphocytes? Sabu. Do you know of any drug that can kill off some of these T lymphocytes? No? Sure you do. Sure you do. What? Am I talking about steroids? Did I mention the word steroids? No, that means you're talking about steroids. Yeah, that must be the answer to my question then. Yes. Yeah, okay. So you guys always struggle with the right answer. Instead of just saying it. Say it. If you're wrong, then I'll help you correct it. But don't be afraid of it. That's your subconscious talking. Okay? When you guys ask us a question, you don't realize subconscious trying to tell you the answer. You're asking us a question. Okay? But don't ask your attending in a question. Don't do that. Because if you do, even if you're right, he doesn't give you credit. Because you're asking him a question. You're not telling him the answer. All right? All right, so that's Takeya's. Next with Kawasaki's. Kawasaki's, the old name I like. This was called muco, right? Cutaneous lymph node disease. That's because the name has already three out of five criteria in it. First one, mucositis, right there in the name. That means inflammation of mucosal surface. That means the nostrils, the mouth. Remember, their mouth is dry, fissured, cracked. All right. Strawberry tongue means a very dry and inflamed tongue. The taste buds stand up. It looks like furry strawberries. All right. And for a little girl, vagina, very dry and just, it hurts. All right. So mucositis. Cutaneous. They have a red rash that involves the palms and soles. Ooh, wait a minute. That's a short list, but we'll do that another time. All right. Cutaneous rash that involves the palms and soles. And they usually have swollen hands and feet. Swollen hands and feet. Lymph nodes, scattered cervical lymph nodes. Part of their criteria. Scattered cervical lymph nodes, criteria number 3. Criteria 4, fever of at least 102. So there's a minimum fever, not just fever by itself. It's got to be minimum 102. And then fever for at least 3 days. So a minimum level and a minimum duration. And you need all 5 criteria to call it Kawasaki disease. One more time. Mucositis. Includes strawberry tongue. Cutaneous rash. Just red rash that involves palms and soles with swelling of the hands and feet. Lymph nodes. Scattered cervical lymphadenopathy. 4. Fever of at least 102. 5. Fever for at least 3 days. Now, this is the second clue, the only vasculitis with high platelet count. Remember, you expect vasculitis to have what with their platelet count? Yes. You expect to be low. Which one had normal platelet count? Acid. Which vasculitis had normal platelet count? And diabetes, let's ask Matt. Only one vasculitis had normal platelet count. Which one? Not TTP. Let me ask Mitchell. Yeah, not HUS. HSP. HSP. And then now you have Kawasaki is the only one with high platelet count. Okay. This is the second most dangerous vasculitis. Why? It attacks your coronary arteries. TTP attacks your brain, this one attacks your coronary arteries. I know. Conjunctivitis, what? Kawasaki's? Yeah, it's a mucosal service. Yeah, that's why I just said mucositis covers all of them. All right, so Kawasaki's attacks the coronary arteries. You get coronary aneurysms. Coronary aneurysms is the number one complication of this disease. It turns out that 90% of coronary aneurysms occur within the first 6 months. The reason why you need to know that is why we're aggressive in the first 6 months, Ashley. Very aggressive in the first 6 months. How do we do it? We do an echocardiogram upon diagnosis. Repeat echo upon discharge. It could be a day or two later. You do it again anyway, because they come up pretty fast. And then you do an echo every month for the first 6 months. See that? We practice medicine based on the 90%. And then they say you can do it every 6 to 12 months after that. So echocardiogram upon diagnosis, repeat upon discharge, repeat every month for 6 months. And you'll catch over 90% of them. Now, if the coronary aneurysm reaches 8 millimeters in diameter, bypass. Bypass. Imagine the devastation in a parent's eye when you say you got to do bypass on your child tomorrow. What? What is that? They have no idea that Kawasaki's can be that dangerous. All right. Don't be offended when they say they want a second opinion. That's normal. But the child's gonna have a bypass. All right. Okay. So that's the first big problem, coronary aneurysm. How do you decrease the risk of coronary aneurysm in these patients, Gloria? Not aspirin. Melissa, do you know? It's IVIG. The aspirin is for the platelet, bro. The aspirin is not for aneurysms. All right, a lot of students get the two mixed up. So IVIG is 2 grams. 2 grams, I think, per kilogram. 1 dose is all you need. But that decreases the risk. What you're trying to do, they use them as blocking antibodies. If you guys remember our discussion, you're trying to block the antibodies that are attacking your coronaries. That's what you're trying to do with the IVIG. Because they're non-specific. It's just to attack them and hope they don't get to your coronary. All right. And then this is the only vasculitis with high platelets. How do we treat the high platelets? What is the most effective antiplatelet drug on the market? Mamita.
Aspirin.
It's aspirin. So these children have to be on aspirin every day for 2 years. And because they have to stay on aspirin for 2 years, they have to get a flu shot each of those 2 years because you don't want Reye syndrome. Remember, it doesn't matter if they get the URI, they got to stay on aspirin no matter what. Because heart will kill you before flu will. Yeah. You understand that, Latoria?
Yes.
All right, very good. Aspirin every day for 2 years, okay? What if they can't tolerate aspirin, Latoria? What would you switch them to?
I'm not sure.
All right, Karan.
Okay, you said if you can't take aspirin, can you
Cannot take aspirin. What do I switch to?
can you try chlorplidogrel?
There you go, girl. Very good.
Oh, that's
Remember-
right. Oh, wow.
Yes, that's right. Look at that.
Wow.
Good stuff. See, now you're learning how to think it through. Remember, I told you those drugs: clopidogrel, pasugrel, silastazol, dipridamol, aspirin substitutes. Only when you cannot tolerate aspirin. I didn't say it was only in adults. It's anybody. Okay, same thing here. Okay, that's why I said know your keywords. Keywords should trigger off a certain thought for you. All right, somebody's hand was just up. Oh, where'd it go?
Yes,
Whose
sir.
hand was just up? Oh, Muhammad. Go ahead.
Sir, is there a demographic of the population that gets more of this Kawasaki?
For Kawasaki, mostly Caucasian children. But well, in America, mostly Caucasian children. Obviously, it was found primarily in Japanese children first. But now with immigration and intermarrying, you can see it in anybody, but it's mostly Caucasian children. All the kids I saw were Caucasian children. All right, so Kawasaki. Yep. Other vasculitis, temporal arteritis. Remember, if you saw this in a middle-aged female, what underlying disease you think they have? Oxay. If you see temporal arteritis in a middle-aged woman, she has another underlying diagnosis. Something you heard yesterday, Ashley. Which one? SLE, not quite. Let's say Melissa. Which one? Some sort of myalgia. She's halfway there. Michael. It's polymyalgia rheumatica. Because remember I told you temporal arteritis, 90% of cases occur after age 60. But if you saw in a middle-aged female, it's in the setting of PMR. So in case they ever ask that question, that's what they're looking for. All right, but anyway, temporal arteritis, 90% of cases occur after age 60. 90% of the time, your set rate is higher than 60, and you need at least 60 milligrams of prednisone to treat it. It's that severe. What's the number one complication? Anna? Blindness. If that granuloma enters the ophthalmic artery, you're blind for life. So what drug do you need to give them to dissolve that granuloma? Knife. And Matt. It's right at 9. It's as Gloria. TNF alpha, there's no, well, there's not much TNF alpha there, but there is some, but that's not the best treatment. Let me ask, hang on, let me ask Steve, he gets one chance. Steroids, how about a drug that breaks up all steroids? I mean, all granulomas. Now, you guys have heard this already. All right, but you gotta be, a certain word should trick off the thought for you. Any granuloma in any disease, if you ever you ask, steroids are fun. Even if you never read about it, so what? Steroids work on every granuloma. All right, so anyway, that's temporal arteritis. Remember I said if they come with visual problems, is IV steroids right away, and then temporal artery biopsy. But if they just have a headache, temporal artery biopsy first, then steroids. So I always, my mind now is trained, go back and see how they present it before I pick my answer. Because otherwise it's so easy to mess up and pick the wrong one. Okay? Your presentation will determine how you should manage it. Ankylosing spondylitis, we talked about it for the 3 HLA-B27 diseases. But I'm going to review them for you quickly here. Any questions before I go? Here we go. Ankylosing spondylitis. All 3 HLA-27 B27 diseases have sacroiliitis in common, and they attack your lumbosacral joints, the tiniest joints in your body. And all 3 of them can have uveitis. Remember, we've seen 2 questions where they asked that question, right? Somebody comes in with uveitis and you have to pick what disease was causing it. All you have to do is pick any one of those 3. All right, so here we go. Ankylosing spondylitis is the most common one. First clue, middle-aged male with chronic back pain. Chronic, not 2 days ago. That's just injury. Yeah, trauma. But months and months. Doc, I've had this back pain for over a year. AS until otherwise. Okay, so it starts in the sacroiliac joints, which is why we do a back x-ray to start the workup, because you'll see it light up. Why does it light up? You actually get deposition of bone in the joints. This is not where you go in and eat the joint, you know, the joint away. Most of these, that's what you're doing. This one, no, you actually deposit new bone in there. That's why it looks nice and white. So ankylosing spondylitis, you obliterate the joint by stuffing bone in there. After a while, they get stiffness of the lumbosacral spine, so they can barely bend forward. Remember positive Schoberg test. Yes, and bend over, not even an inch. The normal person should be able to move at least a good inch. Forward flexion. Them, they don't do that. Okay. All right, and then you get bamboo spine. That means complete fusion. Okay. And because they got scarring of the lumbosacral spine, they try to make the cells feel better by bending down like that to make themselves more comfortable. And so when they walk, they got this funny walk. They walk like that. Nobody's got their name on that walk, but I can see it coming down the sidewalk to my office. I had one guy who had a real good case of it. All right, so ankylosing spondylitis. Now, how do we treat this thing? Oh, wait a minute. After the lumbricoid involvement, then it jumps into aortic arch. Now, why? We don't know. There's something up there that resembles something in your back, but nobody's figured that out yet. Because it only jumps to the aortic arch and nowhere else. So that means they gotta have something in common. How do you treat ankylosing spondylitis? If they just have aches and pains, NSAIDs. Again, how do NSAIDs work? And Armando, how do they work? Blocks COX 1 and 2, competitor or non-competitor. Yeah, remember, NSAIDs are competitive, aspirin's the only non-competitive. Okay, very good. All right, so ankylosing spondylitis. NSAIDs, when they just have aches and pains, once you see the bony deposition, TNF drugs now have been the most effective. Remember, you've seen the TNF drugs. All right, so very good drugs. From what I'm seeing so far in literature, it's working. I was kind of shocked that it would work, but it did. All right, next one, psoriasis. Ashley, you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute, maybe, wait a minute. Yeah, go ahead, Ashley. How long does it take for the progression to go to bamboo spine? It takes years. It's not something that comes in a week. Yeah. All right, Mabel, you have a question?
Did you say that NSAID is non-competitive?
No. I said aspirin is the only non-competitive, Mabel. NSAIDs are competitive.
Okay.
If that's true, what happens to KM? Mabel, that's you.
True, the KM is increased.
Yeah, KM is increased. What happens to Vmax?
Vmax is normal.
So it stays the same.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, so psoriasis, the next HLA-B27 disease. What is the problem with psoriasis? Autoimmune attack against skin cells. In case I ask you to define what is the problem, Ashley. Autoimmune attack against your skin cells. The difference, however, is the skin cells will die, form a plaque rather than sliding off. You and I shed 2 million skin cells every day. So normally skin just sheds off when it's dead. And now in this disease, it dies and they just start piling on top of each other. That's how you get these plaques. So that's the disease process that you're dealing with. Okay, what do we see? Silver oval plaques on extensor skin. Only disease that has that. Silver oval plaques on extensor skin. Anytime you hit up against something, you get another plaque. It means that the normal person maybe will have killed 3 cells, you kill 3,000 cells. So a plaque forms. Every time they hit up against something, another plaque forms. Okay? We tell them don't peel a plaque off. Remember, there's blood vessels right in the middle. They'll bleed everywhere if they peel that thing off. All right, that's called Auschwitz sign that we discussed. Next, if somebody has a severe outbreak of psoriasis and doesn't have a history of psoriasis, you rule out HIV. There's been a few cases of HIV that showed up that way. Severe psoriatic outbreak, and yet they don't have a history of it. HIV. Remember, mess up your immune system, anything can happen. Okay? Psoriasis. What else do we see? Pitting of the nails. You actually see little holes in nail beds. Sausage digits. That's from bony erosions. Increased risk of gout and uric acid kidney stones from cellular turnover. Ashley, what vitamin would you put him on for all the cellular turnover? Folate, so they're all on folate for that reason. All right, so gout and uric acid kidney stones, very common. All right,
So I'm lost. So where are we now? I'm lost.
Mabel, you gotta follow along. Where are you lost? I'm on the 3 HLA-B27 diseases. I finished ankylosing spondylitis. I'm on psoriasis.
Okay.
All right. Follow along. So ankylosing spondylitis is done. Psoriasis, to finish again. If you have all the skin findings, but not the arthritis, you only have half the disease. So half of 27 is 13. 13 and a half, that's HLA-B13 form. That just means an early form, that's all. But just in case you ever see that question, if they don't have any arthritis, you cannot call it psoriatic arthritis. Now, once they have the arthritis with it, now you call it psoriatic arthritis, HLW27. How do you treat psoriasis? For the rash, steroids. For the rash, steroids. You know how steroids work, Mabel? Mabel,
Sir?
how do steroids work, Mabel?
So they inhibit the PLA2.
They have 5 anti-inflammatory actions. The mnemonic is I-KISS.
I-KISS.
Yes, the I is inhibits phospholipase A2. I like that. The K.
They kill the T cell and the eosinophil.
T cells and eosinophils. The second I.
They inhibit macrophage migration.
Macrophage migration, the S.
Then they stabilizes the mast cell and also the endothelium.
Stabilize mast cell membranes and stabilize the last S is what?
Stabilize mast cell and also the endothelium.
Oh, Mabel, I gotta start hanging out with you now. Look at you.
You need to hang out with me, man.
Yeah.
You chuck.
Mabel knows her stuff now, boy.
Yes, sir.
Good job, girl.
I'm charged, man.
That is wonderful, Mabel. I'm proud of you. Good job. Excellent. All right.
Thank
that's
you.
another drill. Everybody should know. I-KISS. I told you there's gonna be a lot of questions on steroids. You don't want to miss out on those points. All right. So anyway, that's psoriasis. That's the rash, steroids. Once they get arthritis, TNF drugs again. Methotrexate first, add TNF within 3 months. But they need to be on both for the best outcome. So they'll put either one. You can start with one and go to the other. Doesn't matter which way you go, but we try to get them on both. All right, last one under B27 positive. It's now called reactive arthritis. Remember, it used to be called riders, but they don't use that term anymore. Riders is a reactive arthritis. Why do they call it reactive? Because riders was first seen with chlamydia. You guys remember this? So they thought it was STI induced disease. Because then later they saw gonorrhea. They said, oh yeah, definitely STI. Third bug, however, was Shigella. Shigella ain't got nothing to do with STI. It's okay, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. But then after that, Campylobacter, not an STI. Yersinia intercolitica, not an STI. What was the other one? And inflammatory bowel diseases. That means Crohn's, celiac, sprue, Whipple's, all of them had it. That's when they realized you're just reacting to the disease. That's why they said just dump riders, because it's called reactive arthritis now. So you react to the disease. Treatment is NSAIDs for the arthritis. There's actually no joint destruction. It's just a few immune complexes for the infection that you got. And then you treat the infections that you can treat. Campy, we treat with erythromycin. And then, of course, gonorrhea, ceftriaxone, and chlamydia, doxycycline. All the other ones you can't really treat, so we just leave them alone. They run their course and go home. Yes, I know. No, it could be either way. Good question. So he was asking if it's prodromal, which means you get the infection and then arthritis, or can you get it during? I've seen both, so it can be either one. Yeah, good question. All right, that's the 3-HLB27 diseases. You heard it under collagen. I did it back then. Now you heard it twice. Any questions? You gotta know your buzzwords, because I'm telling you, you rack up a ton of points if you know your words. Okay. Next one, PAN. First clue, Pianka. Well, they said PAN is no longer Pianka positive. That's just giving you an update. Okay. But you know, an old question may still be around with Pianka. That's why I'm just throwing it out there for you. But they say now Pianka is not really, PAN is not Pianka positive. Polyarthritis or panarthritis nodosa is what PAN stands for. The best clues now, 40% of them are recovering from hepatitis B. That's the question I see on every question bank. What should you screen them for? It's always hepatitis B. When they say what disease is associated with it, it's always hepatitis B. Okay, B is number one now. 40% of them are recovering from hepatitis B, so we screen for hepatitis B. All right, next clue, attacks medium-sized vessels, primarily, that's like GI and renal, and in small vessels. It does not attack large vessels. Because I remember a question that asked me which of the following is not involved in PAN. All you gotta do is just pick any large vessel. Mine was IVC, but like pulmonary artery, aorta, any large vessel, not involved in PAN. Medium and small only, no large vessels. Next one, Wagner's. C-ANCA is positive. But now they write out what C-ANCA actually stands for, which is anti-neutrophil antibody. A lot of students didn't know what it was. That's all right. First time I saw it, I didn't know what it was. I was so used to saying ANCA, and then they said anti-neutrophil. Yeah, what antibody is this one? I was lost and I missed it until I read that explanation. Oh my God. It's always a word game. It's been a word game from the beginning, folks. They always make you think they're asking you new questions. They're asking the same old questions, but do it a different way. Okay? So anyway, just so you know, Wagner's, C-ANCA's number one. Wagner's, sinuses, lungs, and kidneys are involved. Sinuses, lungs, and kidneys are involved. That's a very unique combination. Third clue, saddle nose in an adult. Saddle nose. That's because it eats away at the nasal bone. So the nose falls down. It looks like a saddle on a horse. Wagner. And then the last clue, what was it? Oh, number 2 cause of crescents in the kidney behind good pastures. So just a mere mention of crescents. Yeah, got 2 to think of. That's the top 2. So not that others can't do it. That's just the top 2. Anna. Yeah, crescents is actually a scarred up glomerulus. Yeah, severe vasculitis. Linear deposit, that's good pastures coming up. Rachel. Who? Oh, Wagner's is granulomatosis with polyangiitis. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know, they're trying to get rid of all the Nazi names. Yeah, that's what I couldn't remember. Yeah, any disease with Nazi name, they want to get rid of it now. Because of all the Jewish people they killed in their experiments. But I find it amazing because there's a lot of times there are a lot of American physicians did some very, very mean things to people. And they ain't trying to take their names off anything. Don't get me started, but there was some experiments, and this is for real, folks, because when I watched this, I was ready to cry and die. They did experiments. At one point in time, they thought that blacks could not feel pain. I'm serious. They thought that blacks don't feel pain. They did surgery on black women with no anesthesia because they said, oh, they don't feel any pain. Don't worry about it. Imagine being cut open, no anesthesia. And they thought it was okay. So they found out, yes, black women feel. Oh my God, when I watched it, something on TV I was watching a long time ago. I was like, wow. Anyway, because again, it just shows you the bias and everything. Huh? Well, they know they feel pain. Yeah, unless it's sickle cell. If you're a black person, you got sickle cell, I don't care what you got. I got a heart attack. No, it must be sickle cell for sure. I mean, yeah, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of sad stuff in medicine. But anyway, we're now the new generation. That's why we got to change things, okay? So that's why I want you guys to be the next generation who make it even better than we have it now. There's too many mistakes being made by physicians in this generation. That's why you guys are being tested in a way to make sure you don't go out with the exact same thoughts, okay? That's the only way to change things, is to change the mindset of the next generation. This generation is already poisoned. All right, so guys at my age and older that still run the system, I'm like one of the young guys in the system, okay? Even at 61, I'm one of the young guys. The guys who run the system right now are in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. And they still got this old thoughts. Oh, well, we got Hayes, they got to get Hayes too. Instead of, well, how do we make it better so more people live? Oh no, let them get Hayes, let them figure it out for themselves. I'm saying, what do you mean let them figure it out for themselves? You didn't figure it out. I mean, because when I came back to U of I to teach, I realized most of the techniques had no idea what I was being talking about. No, the instructors knew. When I say, well, you got to think of the lower NC. You got to think of the GABA connection. They were looking at me like, what the hell are you talking? What language is that? They had no idea what I was talking about, which means nobody ever taught them. There was a pattern to understanding this stuff. Okay? That's why I want you guys to understand how to think in patterns. Because if Dr. Shah had not taught us to be, I wouldn't even know such a thing even existed. But once you understand the pattern, just like vasculitis, every vasculitis is exactly the same pattern. That saves you a ton of reading. That means all you need is 2 or 3 words. That's it. Now you know which one it is. That's efficient thinking. That you can walk into a room in less than 5 minutes, you already have the diagnosis. The patient already blew it out to work. I can already hear it. I already know what he's got. Patients will love you to death. Because before they would go from one doctor to the next doctor, nobody still knows what's going on. The patient had the clue the whole time. Said it 3 times. None of the doctors picked it up. Because they didn't know what the clue was. You can't pick up something you don't understand. Okay, but once you know what the clue is, when the patient says it, I hear it. And boom, you know the diagnosis. All right, so wait, the next one, good pastures. Good pastures. First one, lungs and kidneys. So you got to know good pasture Wegener's, they overlap. Once they mention lungs and kidneys, I read carefully to see if the sinuses are involved. They'll try to be a subtle, like, oh, they got the persistent nasal drainage. Close enough for me. This good pasture doesn't have any nasal drainage. That's what I'm saying. Don't debate the details. If they hint at it anyway, it's not good pasture anymore. All right, sinus, lungs, and kidney for Wegener's, good pasture, just lungs and kidney. Second clue, linear immunofluorescence. Linear lungs is a type 2 hypersensitivity. The antibodies are lined up in single file. That's why it looks like you took a pen and actually drew around that kidney. It's the only disease where you can see that. I mean, the pictures I've seen are just beautiful. All right, so good pastures, linear immunofluorescence. Third clue, anti-GBM. What type of collagen is that, Jess? Good pastures, GBM, glomerular-based membrane. What type of collagen is that? Type 4. So they may say, anybody gets type 4 collagen. But anti-GBM. Which other vasculitis? Membrane. And Anna. Alpors. Good. See, that's what I want. I want you guys to hear the clues and know the clues very well. The questions start looking easy. Because all you need to recognize one word. But you know the vignettes are long. I don't care how long the vignettes are. All I know is somewhere in there, they'll tell me what the answer is supposed to be. Okay? All right, so good pastures. Last clue, number 1 cause of crescents in the kidney. So anytime they say crescents, that's your number 1 guy right there. Good pastures. Moving on, leukocytoclastic. Leukocytoclastic vasculitis is when a drug allergy leads to a vasculitis. So the history will tell me. If somebody who was on sulfur or penicillin also start breaking out a rash, so they make it easy. Rash, itching, all that. Okay, he had an allergy. And then he develops a vasculitis right afterwards. You know what I'm saying? What would be the name for this? That's the term. That's what started the allergy. Anytime an allergy leads to vasculitis, you call it leukocytoclastic vasculitis. I know. Can interstitial nephritis lead to leukocyte? Sure it can. Because interstitial nephritis means a drug allergy in the kidney. Well, it can also progress to affect the vessels as well. Yeah. Sherrick-Strauss. Sherrick-Strauss is one of the 3, so we're going to go through all 3. They call them PI syndromes. P-I-E. Which stands for, here comes Mabel. Make sure you pay attention. Here goes. Pulmonary infiltrate with eosinophilia. It means a parasite went through your lungs. Remember, parasites chase eosinophils. Oh, yeah, sorry, the other way. Eosinophils chase parasites. That means you got wimpy eosinophils when the parasites are chasing down. You can imagine neutrophils thinking. That's what we're going to do. They're running. Here goes the parasite chasing them right behind them. Oh my God, that's what a hell of a slip there, boy. All right, so pulmonary eosinophilia. All right, from the top 3. Again, I'm doing them all because they're all the same profile. First one is allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillosis. Now you've heard it before, but I'm going to go through them all again for you. Aspergillosis. Remember, moldy hay or moldy basement. Moldy hay or moldy basement is how most people catch it. It's after a flood. So dad is the one who goes down to the basement to clean up after the flood. So sudden severe asthma in anybody after age of 40. That's dad down there cleaning up. If dad's not wearing a mask and cleaning that black line, that's actually aspergillus in there. And then it aerosolizes and inhales it, ends up in the emergency room. Short of breath, struggling to breathe. sudden severe asthma, because he didn't have asthma before, so. All right, multi here, multi basement. Next clue, aspergillus. Loves old TB cavities, remember? Somebody recovering from TB, and then all of a sudden, 6 months later or a year later, now they get worse again. Aspergillus, always. On an X-ray, you can actually see this little ball rolling around. You can actually see it, furry ball. You call it an aspergilloma or a fungal ball. .45-degree angle when he replicates. I think we've seen one question with that 45-degree angle. Yeah, acute angle or 45-degree angle. And then likes to eat blood vessels. So that's how it ends up on the vasculitis. Aspergillus. Anybody remember the best azole to treat aspergillus? All right, Paul? Which one? Yeah, voriconazole. Remember I said very good against aspergillus? Yeah, they definitely expect you to pick that one for aspergillus. All right.
So what's that, please?
Voriconazole.
Can you write it for me, please?
It's already in your notes, Mabel. Voriconazole. Remember, we went through all these already. It's just the best azole. Remember, for every systemic fungus, I said start with amphotericin B and 5-FC for the first 2 weeks, and then you switch to one of the azoles for another 2 months. But for aspergillosis, they expect you to pick this one for 2 months. All right, that's aspergillosis. Next in line is called Loeffler syndrome, which means a local parasite went through your lungs. Loeffler's syndrome. Right now, you just need to know the 5 local parasites that do it. I use the NASA. And is Necator americanus. Ancylostoma duodenale. Now, when we do parasites, I'll go through them. I'm just giving you the list right now. Ancylostoma duodenale. As is for schistosomiasis. As for strongyloides. And A is for, I'm missing that. Who's missing? Ascaris, yeah. Ascaris lumbricoides. So we'll go through their features and how to make the diagnosis when we get to micro. And then that brings us finally to Scherk-Strauss. What is Scherk-Strauss? It means a parasite went to your lungs, but we don't know which parasite it is. There's always an idiopathic category. That's what this one is. Scherk-Strauss. What do we see? A young couple who just came back on a cruise. For some reason, there's a lot of this in the Caribbean islands. And for some reason, it's when they've been on a cruise. So I'm not sure it's a Caribbean island, though. I think it's always a cruise. So it's not when you fly to the Caribbean islands, it's a cruise. So somebody bring it on the ship. So the ships must grow the fungus when you get there. I mean, the parasite. Scherk-Strauss, we're on Scherk-Strauss. Usually a couple who came back from a cruise to the Caribbean islands, and then one of them gets short of breath. Second clue, Pianka. So this one is still Pianka positive, anti-neutrophil antibodies. And finally, sudden severe asthma in an adolescent or young adult. Because again, if you don't get the right history, you'll swear it's asthma. That's because the parasite sets off allergic reaction. They get bronchospasm just like an asthmatic. So some ER physician would just jump to the, oh yeah, it's gotta be asthma. Remember that framing and that availability bias. If you don't get a good history, you're gonna diagnose the same, because you've seen 10 asthmatics today. No, but this person never had asthma before. That cannot be asthma. All right, moving on. So covering a lot of ground. And then the PIE syndromes, again, I've given them to you. Aspergillosis, I give you all the clues. Loeffler syndrome, there's the 5 fungi again. And then Scherk-Strauss, idiopathic. And then collagen vascular diseases, you heard all this under collagen, but we're gonna go through it one more time. All right, that's because these involve collagen, which is type 3 collagen. And then type 3 collagen equals blood vessels, and that's why they're also vasculitis. Okay, Adam.
For the strength trials, maybe we differentiate this from food asthma will be the local echo.
To separate Sherk-Strauss from asthma, easy. Just look at their CBCs, sky high eosinophils. Yeah, that's all I need. Yeah, because otherwise the exam looks alike. They look like having an asthma attack. If you look at CBC, real high eosinophil count is all you need. Then you know it's Sherk-Strauss. It cannot be, asthma doesn't have that very high eosinophil count. All right, Crest syndrome. This is the mildest form of scleroderma. Mildest form of scleroderma is Crest. It means patchy involvement. The acronym C, Gloria. C stands for calcinosis. Now that you understand what dystrophic calcification is, that's all they're talking about. All right. R, Raynaud's phenomenon. Notice we talked about it. Spontaneous vasospasm for the vessels in the fingers and toes. That's why they turn blue, then they blanch white, and they go back to pink again. And E, it's esophageal dysmotility from scarring. All right, so they have a high incidence of reflux and GERD. S, sclerodactyly, the skin of the hands get real tight. And T, telangiectasia. And spider veins. They jump to the surface when your skin is real tight. The best clue though, Gloria, anti-centromere antibody. Nobody else has that. Then scleroderma is when you have complete disease now. Notice scarring of the skin. That's because it has anti-smooth muscle antibody is the best one. You got smooth muscle underneath your skin, in the GI and blood vessels, and that's the three main places involved. Okay, so anti-smooth muscle antibodies, and occasionally SCL70. Smooth muscle antibody is seen in scleroderma as well as autoimmune hepatitis. Because they like to ask what other disease has that marker. Scleroderma, tightening of the skin because smooth muscle underneath the skin, tightening of the GI because smooth muscle, tightening of the blood vessels, smooth muscle, that's why it's under vasculitis. All right, progressive systemic sclerosis says your internal organs are now getting scarred up. And the antibody for this, Gloria, anti-topoisomerase antibody. That means they'll give you a hint to pulmonary fibrosis, cardiac fibrosis, cirrhosis of the liver, and so forth. Mixed connective tissue disease means you got a combination. Remember I told you the most common I see is lupus and rheumatoid in the same person, but you got to have two or more of them. And that's, what's the antibody for this, Gloria? Anti-ribonuclear protein antibody. Remember the SNRPs. What do SNRPs do? Harris. What do SNRPs do?
They're the ones that they like
Snip what?
parts.
The snip the parts. Parts of a car, parts of a truck, what parts? Thank you. Then say introns. Thank you very much. That's how I find my answer. If they ask me about SNRPs, I look for splice or intron. I'm out in 2 seconds. That's what I'm saying, folks. Use the key words. Just give it to me right off the bat. Because you're training your brain to give you those same words on the data exam. Because that's how I find my answers real quickly. Because I don't want you guys reading all 5 answers. You don't realize if you got to read all those answers, you now have new thoughts in your head that shouldn't be there. That's how you create confusion. All right, you stay in control of the exam when you say, I need an answer with splice or introns, and now you see it in 2 seconds. That way you get in, get out, and keep moving, okay? All right, next one, rheumatoid arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritis, oh, they're gonna ask you several questions about this one. All right, big clues for this one. Is the most common arthritis in middle-aged women. Just the age alone has got me a lot of points. So any middle-aged woman with her hands hurting, I always say rheumatoid first, and then lupus is second. Just keep it in that order. That's your unique clue. Second, is the only arthritis that attacks the synovium or pannus. That's the lining of the joint. Think about that. We got all these arthritis cases that attack the cartilage or the bone. This one attacks the lining. Doesn't attack the bone or the cartilage. attacks a lining to the joint. So anytime they mention pannus or synovium, I'm out. Okay. Rheumatoid arthritis. Third is the only arthritis that attacks C1, C2 in a middle-aged female. After age 40 is osteoarthritis. But middle-aged women, C1, C2 is involved, rheumatoid's gotta be the answer. It's the only one that does it. And that's why if they get tingling in all four extremities, you gotta know that thing's about to slip. If you let it slip, they're quadriplegic. That's it. Nothing you can do is bring it back. So that's why if they're tingling in all four extremities, management says they need to get to the hospital right away. What we do is put this big iron halo on their neck. Anybody ever seen somebody walk around the hospital with one of those? The big halo is just to hold their neck still. See, that way they can turn like this, because you don't want them to turn suddenly, what? And that's it. It slices. Everything from the neck down, gone. So that's why you put the halo on them, and then a day or two later, take them to surgery and fuse it. And that way there's no way for it to slip anymore. Right? So rheumatoid arthritis, yes, sir. No, if it's C1, C2 that's slipping, all four extremities will be tingling. Yep. All right, so rheumatoid arthritis. All right, major clues. There's like 5 major criteria. Number 1, symmetrical. Both hands are always involved at the same time. It doesn't jump around. Symmetrical. Number 2, polyarthritis. That means anything more than 8 joints. Well, you have more than 8 joints in any one hand, so that's easy. Symmetrical polyarthritis. Worse in the morning. They need up to at least 45 minutes just to loosen up their fingers. Imagine, after a while, it's an hour and a half, then it's 2 hours. After a while, they can't even go to work. Most of them end up on disability for that reason. Okay, I mean, it truly becomes so stiff that it takes too long just to unstiffen their fingers so they can even brush their teeth, take a shower, get dressed. They just give up working. So most of them end up on disability. All right, so polyarthritis, worse in the morning, and more common in women. Means 95% of cases occur in women. That means it's not impossible in the male, but they're gonna have to give me like 2 or 3 clues for me to actually diagnose a male. That's taking a 5% chance. That's not good odds. I'm not gonna talk myself into it just based on 1 clue. Okay. All right, and then periostite erosions on X-ray. That just means bony erosions. You can actually see the erosion underneath the bone, the cortex of the bone, that is. So 5 major criteria. We call it rheumatoid arthritis. Yes, sir. The bone of the joint is not involved. All right, this is the long bone, not the joint. In a long bone, you'll see erosion right underneath the cortex. Yeah, not the joint itself. Yeah, but that's a good question. All right, rheumatoid arthritis. There's also a juvenile form. Now we don't call it juvenile arthritis, so I gotta update this one. Now we call it juvenile idiopathic arthritis, which means we know even less about it. Yeah, I'm serious. When they went back to idiopathic, it means we really don't understand what we thought we understood. That's because they did a 30-year study on a bunch of diseases. So I'm going to give you a bunch of updates as we go. All right, the 30-year study on JRA. What they found was, and this is what they're going to hold you responsible for, 2/3 of the cases, that means the majority, are rheumatoid factor negative. So they'll ask you what happens to the majority. This is the answer they're looking for. Rheumatoid factor negative. They have arthritis for about 4 to 8 years, and then it goes away, and we're done. That's when they realized, wait a minute, rheumatoid doesn't get cured. How did it go away? That was their first suspicion. This cannot be rheumatoid arthritis at all. Okay? But these guys have one bad eye problem you got to know about. It's called irido. That means inflammation of the iris, and circular muscle, cyclitis. They go blind from this. So ophthalmologists every year, laser surgery can slow it down. Same thing with uveitis. Laser surgery can slow that one down. So this is what happened to majority. That's 2/3. 1/3 though, have rheumatoid factor positive. And those are the ones that look like rheumatoid because they got severe bony disease. They're in a wheelchair by age 10 and dead before age 20. Real severe. Because true rheumatoid arthritis has the highest mortality in the first 2 years. That's how ravaging it is. That's because they have severe vasculitis. So many of them die in the first 2 years. Yes, sir.
Another way they are negative is seronegative.
Yeah, seronegative, yeah. So the majority are negative, only 1/3 positive, but they have the worst prognosis. Now, notice I never mentioned rheumatoid factor. Rheumatoid factor has never been able to diagnose rheumatoid arthritis. It's just that somebody made that statement in some article, and everybody starts copying it down without thinking about it. All right, years ago, I remember reading something that said rheumatoid factor or increases with aging. I said, so why would we diagnose rheumatoid arthritis with this then? So that I was convinced that it does not diagnose rheumatoid arthritis. And over the years, if I had jumped on RA every time I saw rheumatoid factor, I've been wrong the majority of the times. Just so you know, it does not diagnose any disease for that matter. Okay. So, but they will still ask you, what the heck is rheumatoid factor? That they'll ask you. Is antibody, could be IgM early, IgG later, against the FC portion of IgG? That they will still ask you, because I'm still seeing that question. But it's not diagnostic of any disease. Again, antibody, IgM early, IgG later, against the FC portion of IgG is rheumatoid factor. So rheumatoid arthritis. All right, now, subset. If you remember, Feltes is rheumatoid arthritis plus leukopenia and splenomegaly. Behçet's rheumatoid arthritis with GI ulcerations. And I told you they have a high incidence of uveitis. So I got to see ophthalmologists every year for that one too. And then Sjogren's, rheumatoid arthritis plus dry eyes and dry mouth. Dry eyes and dry mouth by itself was called what, may I? Man, Paul? Dry eyes and dry mouth without rheumatoid. Real common in aging people. Mitchell, Sika syndrome. Sika. So it's a normal finding in elderly people, just so you know. I don't want you to think every elderly person has Sjogren's every time you see it. All right, because they don't have a history of rheumatoid. You got to have both combinations. All right, now rheumatoid with Sika, Sjogren's, then remember anti-Ru or La, or another name for them is SSA and SSB. Ro antibody is associated with a bad problem in pregnant women. Michael, do you remember? Ro antibody positive. If you're pregnant, I got to worry about something. No problem. Brenda Rivera, you know this one?
I don't remember.
No problem. Alvin Haidu. Alvin, are you there? All right, Adonis.
The incompatibility that can lead to, like, if the mother is unsensitized or if the child.
No. You're thinking about Rh disease. That's not what I'm talking about. This is Ro antibody. Ro antibody is another bad complication. I mean,
like hemolytic
Oh, wait a
disease
minute.
of the newborn.
No, not hemolytic disease. At least you got closer. All right, Abid? Yeah, it can cause heart block in utero. And of course, we can't put in a pacemaker while you're in utero, so the baby's going to die in there. All right. So the mom has to be followed very carefully. Any questions on any of these diseases? Last group, I believe. Yes. All right. So juvenile idiopathic arthritis, again, I put the breakdown, everything in your notes now. So it's permanently in your notes. Sjogren's, key piece of information is all right there. Oh, remember I told you the update on Sjogren's? They followed these people for 30 years and found it's going to involve servants. You guys remember I told you about the female with the dry vagina? She didn't know what was going on. Now remember, I went through these already. So everybody look at me strange. You guys have studied those notes? I forgot about it already. All right, but anyway, it involves all the mucosal services. All right, so follow them for 30 years and find out, no, respiratory mucosa will be drying out, vaginal mucosa will be drying out. Because I remember the first time I saw that, there was no way I figured out it was Sjogren's. I didn't know about this update. Okay, but that's how I learned it. Once you get experience with something, you never forget it. All right, and then final group, cardiovascular disease with low complement. Now, what does this mean? It means that there's so many immune complexes, Ashley, that it ends up using up all your complement. Not that low complement causes these diseases. And then stand at Ashley, and stand at Rachel. Once again, Ashley, it means that you have so many immune complexes involved in these 6 diseases that it uses up all your complement. You understand what I just said? The other thing, the other reason why you want to know this is 98% of the nephritic syndromes in your kidney. Meaning, once you get somebody with nephrotic syndrome, you know what first test we run? Complement level. Because if it's low, I'm down to 6 choices, versus hundreds of others. Okay? If the complement is normal, hey, these 6 are gone. And that's 98% of the cases right there. Okay? So that's why that's the first test we run when somebody has nephrotic syndrome. See if it's one of the low complement, because that's 98% of the time. All right, here we go from the top. Post-strep GN.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Mabel.
Please, did you say that is the immune complex that use up complement something?
Yeah, immune complexes are the ones who fix the complement, remember, in immunology?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, post-strep GN, first clue, 2 weeks after a sore throat. 2 weeks after a sore throat. Second clue, strep pyogenes. Third clue, strain 12. Imagine 1 strain out of 70, because you got 70 strains of strep pyogenes, and 1 guy causes over 90% of cases of post-strep GN. I think you want to know that number. Post-strep GN. Next clue, post-strep GN gives you subepithelial humps. Now, subendothelial humping, and ain't nothing. Everybody does that. Subepithelial humping. Now, there's some flair there. That's unique. So everybody does subendo. That's why I don't even, subendo doesn't do anything for me. Once they say subepi, aha, I get a point. Post-strep and lupus, the only 2 who do that. Let me show you why that captured my attention years ago when I picked that up. Because again, I pick up patterns and I say, well, how do I know which one it is? I look for what's unique. First time I ever saw a subepi, I said, okay, subendo I can understand because you're falling underneath. Isn't that how you normally fall? You fall downward, so you're falling underneath the base membrane. That's what subendo means. But how do you fall above something? Huh? What's that? Yeah, I mean, it can move up there as the whole thing is getting scarred up. Then the protein gets moved around. But when I saw subepi, I said, that doesn't make sense. How do you fall upwards? I said, that's unique. And man, I've gotten so many points over the years because that stuck out to me as unique. And boom, even the test writer knows that. He uses it almost all the time. Okay? All right, so that's post-strep GN. Next one, serum sickness. 2 weeks after a vaccination. Remember COVID-19, there were a bunch of cases of serum sickness. How do I know you developed serum sickness? Because the person would start out with a rash. That's how I know it's an allergic problem, right? Itching, and then all of a sudden they develop arthritis with it. A normal allergic rash does not cause arthritis, unless you got serum sickness. Then you got immune complex that being deposited in your joints. So that's how I know. They're going for serum sickness now. MMR has the highest incidence for serum sickness. It even says on the bottom, may get measles-like illness in 2 weeks. That's serum sickness you're talking about. I know. Ooh, good question. I'm glad you brought that up. Parvovirus B19 versus serum sickness is his question. Let me put it like this. Parvovirus B19 and rubella causes severe arthritis in adults. They usually attack children, right? But adults, what does it cause? Bad arthritis. The arthritis you get is just like rheumatoid arthritis. It starts in the hands. So imagine a middle-aged female with parvo or rubella. It looks just like rheumatoid, except it goes away in 2 weeks. Ta-da! That's how you know it's rheumatoid arthritis. Okay? Yeah, that's how I separate them easily. But look at the duration and look how fast it went away. Parvovirus and rubella go away. The rheumatoid is not going anywhere. All right, so serum sickness. Very good. Next one, SB. Subacute bacterial endocarditis. First clue, strep viridans. So it's a different strep. Strep viridans. So please don't say strep when I ask you. There's 70 strains. Tell me exactly which strain you're talking about. Okay, because on the test, I don't want you all confused about which one to pick. Strep viridans. Second clue, attacks the mitral valve. Remember, acute endocarditis attacks tricuspid. That's why you got to make sure which valve they're talking about. Attacks mitral valve. What do you get? Mitral regurg, because it's eating through your valve. That's why it's just floppy. Now we're about to go into heart sounds in about 15 minutes. Okay? So SBE, subacute bacterial endocarditis. And then you get septic emboli, because you got infection with antibodies on top of it sticking onto the surface of your valve. That means every time the valve opens, it throws it to somewhere in your body. Septic embolism. So in the brain, they call them mycotic aneurysms. You can tell by the name, they thought these were fungi. But after they found out it was bacteria, I don't know why they don't go back and just change the name. You know, doctors hate to admit they were even wrong. You see this all throughout the literature. When a doctor finds out he's wrong, they never go back and correct it. They just say, oh, sorry, let's name it the right way. And all of a sudden, you got to know something crazy about this thing. Mycotic, that's supposed to be a term used for fungus only. And here you find it's a bacteria. Anyway, mycotic aneurysm. In the retina, raw spots are for retina. So easy to remember. In your fingernail beds, splinter hemorrhages. On your fingers and toes, and they're painful, Osler's nose. And when they're not painful, Janeway lesions. So these are all septic emboli, except Janeway lesions, that's just vasculitis. So SBE. Next one, lupus. We already talked about lupus. Lupus had 3 good antibodies. Remind me. Anti-Smith, double-stranded DNA. Cardiolipin antibody is correct. Which one is most diagnostic? Double-stranded DNA. Take that, man. Which one is the most nephrotoxic? Double-stranded DNA. There you go. Look at that. And then cardiolipin antibody had 4 bad associations. Hit me 4 times. Number 1. No, false VDRL. Yeah. Number 2. What it means hypercoagulable. Stimulates intrinsic clotting system, the way you want to say it. And number 3. Causes bleeding. How does it cause bleeding? Now, okay, Amy knows. All right, so multiple spontaneous abortions. How do you get the bleeding? Yeah, blocks VWF. Remember, lupus anticoagulant. All right, so that's lupus. Very good. See, now we went through that smoothly. All right, next one, idiopathic category. Remember, there's always an idiopathic category. MPGN says there's immune complex in your kidneys, and we don't know who put them there. But then, how do I know you got MPGN? They'll call it tram track or train track appearance. What that means, Cesar, is that there's so much deposition in the base membrane that it splits the membrane apart, so it looks like train tracks. Train tracks or tram tracks. So once I see that term, I know it's MPGN. But how do I know it's type 1 or type 2? Type 1 is mild. Normal complement levels, that's how you know it's not severe yet. And has what they call C3 nephritic factor. Type 2 is severe. That's the one with low complement level. With so much deposition, we call it dense deposit disease. So that's how I separate them. Just a complement level is enough. I rarely have to use the other stuff. And then finally, cryoglobulinemia. Cryoglobulin is just, what antibody is this? IgM sounds better. So it's IgM only. So what is a cryoglobulin, by the way? Cryoglobulin means an antibody that can go into the coldest areas of your body. Remember? Tip of your nose, tip of your lip, earlobes, and all that stuff we talked about. Where there's AVMs. Not AVMs, sorry, AV anastomosis, not AVMs. Okay? So cryoglobulin is IgM only. All right, acute inflammation only, because IgM is only acute. There's no such thing as chronic IgM. and non-bacterial. There's no bacteria involved in here. And that's why the last slide, see there? There's the 5. I am he, the mnemonic I use to remind me of the 5 infections that cause pyoglobulin. You understand, Ms. Abigail? Yeah, she understands. Mr. Allen, you got a question?
Yeah, I came across the question
Oh, yeah, that's how you know it's an old question. He came across a question about treatment for what was it again? SLE, and they still have steroids. That's old noise. We don't use steroids anymore. For a while they used cyclophosphamide, because cyclophosphamide was better than steroids. And then mycophenolate came out of nowhere and went head to head. Double blind randomized trial. Whoops, cyclosporin. Folks, the answer is mycophenolate. I cannot do anything about, and one old question that kind of straggles in every now and then. Can't do anything about it. But I've given you the updated information, and that's the key. The majority of times, just keep playing the same thing. That's why I said, no matter how smart you are, how much you are, or how much you know, there's always one test where it goes in some other direction. I miss it too. But I'm not going to follow it. My point. Don't you go follow it, because if you follow it now, you're wrong 9 out of 10 times. You'll be right that one time. Not worth it. Okay? Mycophenolate is the best drug now. All right, folks. Any questions at all? Because you've been empowered yet again. Next topic, baby. Cardiac. Yes, Mabel, you got a question for me?
No, I was like, are we going home? Okay, it's okay.
When are you going home? Like, wait a minute, we can go home? No? Oh, we got some more to do. Now it's time for cardiac, folks. And let's see, cell, memory, electrical, numerous like that. Oh, where's my cardiac? Oh. Okay, somebody move my cardiac. Oh, there it is, way down here. All right, the last piece of cardiac physiology, folks, is the heart sounds and murmurs. 6:59, somebody's telling me. So everybody in the same spot now. We gotta keep on rolling. You understand so far, Latoria? Doing good?
Yep.
All right, Fanta, you all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, how about Perdinia? You doing okay?
Sorry.
How about Claire?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How about Claire?
Yep, good. Thank you.
All right, very good. Now the heart sounds and murmurs, folks, the last piece of the puzzle. Now we're gonna be, as we're talking, it wouldn't even take me long to go through this, but I'm gonna be drilling you. This EKG, all the other stuff you're learning is pertinent. So as we go, pay attention, because you never know when I'm gonna ask you a question, okay? All right, background information. Look at these 4 heart sounds. Let's start with Nave. Nave. None of the 4 heart sounds are made by the opening of a valve. Let's get that straight right now. That means if I ask you about these 4 heart sounds, and I hear the word opening, I want to stop it. Start over. There's nothing you say after that is going to make your sentence correct. You might as well drop it now. All right. Same thing when you're doing a test question. If they're asking you about the 4 heart sounds, you see an answer with the word opening, run. Run. Because they'll make sure the rest of the sentence is correct, except that word opening. That means if you read the rest, you'll swear it's a correct statement, but it's not. It's not the one you want. One more time. None of your heart sounds are made by the opening of a valve. Everybody clear about that? All right. Second thing you want to know.
Excuse sir, you said that all the 4 heart sounds, that what happened to them? I didn't hear you, sir.
Okay. All right, Mabel, here we go again. I said none of the 4 heart sounds are made by the opening of a valve. That's all I've said so far.
Okay, they're not made by opening of the valve, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. So they're not made by opening of a valve. Second point you want to know. Pressure is higher on the right side of the heart. I'm sorry, lower on the right side of the heart, higher on the left side of the heart. One more time. Pressure is lower on the right side of the heart, higher on the left side of the heart. Remember, pressure goes, blood flow goes from high to low pressure. So it's always going from left to right, left to right, left to right. You understand, Melissa? Pressure governs movement of air and liquid. So because pressure is lower on the right side of valves open first and close second. The test writer cannot change that. That's why you want to know your own normal physiology So when we start talking about murmurs and all these sounds, you'll know what he's talking about. So open first, close second, you're on the right side. Left side, open second and close first. Any questions on that? Now, next thing to know, if I say right side heart, or if they say right side heart, it means right atrium, right ventricle, and pulmonary circulation. That's what right-sided means. All three areas. Right atrium, right ventricle, and pulmonary artery. What EKG leads sees the right atrium? Melissa. What? No, Jess. Not two. Two sees right ventricle.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me ask somebody else. Mitchell. Right atrium. What leads see right atrium? AVR and V1. V1's right on top of AVR, is right on your right shoulder. Looking down on it. You understand? No, I said right atrium. You gave me right ventricle. Yeah, what you said was right for right ventricle, but I asked for right atrium. All right, everybody clear? I told you to be on your toes. Now I'm gonna be drilling as we go. All right, so right sided, which means right atrium, right ventricle, and pulmonary circulation. Left sided means left atrium, left ventricle, and then systemic circulation, means aorta. Any questions on that? All right, we're gonna go through this like 3 times. The first time, I'm gonna go through this, nobody write a word. Put your pens down, fight the cramps. Fight the cramps. And fight the cramps. I know some of you guys got dystonia already, just stuck in that position. Just gotta write something down. All right, but first time, don't write anything, just watch what I'm about to do. All right, here we go. I'm gonna do the normal ones, S1, S2, then we get to abnormal ones after that. Remember, normal before abnormal. All right, S1 is made by closure of mitral tricuspid valve. Who's gonna close first, Dr. Francis? The mitral. How do you know? Because it's on the left side. Left side has higher pressure. And then the tricuspid. How do you know that's gonna open second? I mean, close second, because it's on the right side. So lower pressure means it's gonna stay open a lot longer. And then we have a period of time that we call isovolumetric contraction. That means the ventricle is contracting, but no blood is leaving yet. So it's an isovolumetric contraction. Then the pulmonary valve is going to open first. How do you know that, Dr. Francis? Because it's on the right side. Right side is lower pressure, easier to open. Then the aortic valve opens second. Why? Because on the left side, higher pressure is harder to open. So you see, by using the basic physics I just gave you, that's how you put all these letters back in their right place. As long as you remember the physiology instead of memorizing the letters. Okay? So close first will always be left side. Close second will always be right side. Open first will always be right side. Open second will always be left side. And then systole when you, so the ventricle is empty. Ventricle is empty because it's contracting. What part of EKG is the ventricle contracting, Abigail? What's that? ST segment. Okay, and then it ends at S2 with closure of the aortic component valve. Who's going to close first, Dr. Francis? Aortic. How do you know that? It's on the left side. Left side has higher pressure, Melissa, and therefore will always close first and open second. Then after the aortic closes, pulmonary close second. Why? It's on the right side. Lower pressure means you're going to stay open longer and then make a sound later. Then after that, you have a period of time that we call, isovolumetric relaxation. That means the ventricle is relaxing, but no blood is going in or out yet. Then tricuspid valve will open first. How do you know it's going to open first, Dr. Francis? Because it's on the right side. Right side is lower pressure, and therefore it's going to open first. Mitral is on the left side, higher pressure, it's going to open second. During isovolumetric relaxation, where in the EKG is that, Matt? Where? Isovolumetric relaxation. Where's that on an EKG? The man is Elizabeth Bishop.
Is it the PR segment?
No, PR is atrial. This is ventricle relaxation. Be careful. All right, Sandeep? Yeah, it's just a T wave. Just early in the T wave. Ventricle relaxes. That's,
People always.
well, diastole keeps on going. Just the isoventricular is only in the beginning. Yeah. So the beginning of the T wave. Okay. All right, we're gonna go through it again. You can write whatever you want to write. All right. And then somebody else is gonna go through it one more time, just 3 times in a row, folks. Make whatever you want to get down, you better get it now. All right, so here we go. S1 is made by the closure of mitral tricuspid valve. Who's gonna close first? Mitral. How do I know that? So
It's the right side.
it's on the right side?
Sorry, left side.
Take your time now. Come on. You got it, but you got it. All right, so mitral valve is on the left side. So left side always closes first and opens second. Then the tricuspid is gonna close second. Why is that, Cindy? It's on the right side, so lower pressure means it's gonna stay open a little longer. Then you have a period of time we call isoventricular contraction. Ventricles contracting, but no blood is left yet, and no blood's coming in. Then the pulmonary valve is gonna open first, Chris, with a C. Why does the pulmonary valve open before the aortic? Because on the right side, lower pressure, easy to open, followed by aortic, which is on the left side, harder to open. Then you have systole, boom. Then you stop at systole at the S2, we close your aortic pulmonary valve. Matt, which valve is gonna close first? Aortic pulmonary? Was that? He says pulmonary. Wait a minute, Matt, you know the answer's right in front of you, right? You guys look right up to heaven for the answer every time I ask you guys a question. Laura, please help me. He's asking me a question. Always look at ahead of you, he's right there in front of you. You understand? You understand, man? And I'm not sure you do. Aortic will close first because it's on a high pressure side. That's why I give you guys the physiology behind it. Always use your physio to recreate knowledge. Otherwise, if you just memorize letters, now you're back to guessing again. Because you forgot how this stuff came in this order. Okay? All right, so anyway, pulmonary is right side, so it closes second because the lower pressure side. Then you have isoventricular relaxation, followed by tricuspid valve opening first. Why? Because on the right side, low pressure side again, followed by mitral, which is on the left side, high pressure side, so it opens later. Any questions at all? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Please,
Mabel.
Yes.
Yes, Mabel.
Please.
What's your question?
Just can you say the last time, mitral, pulmonary valve and aortic valve, please?
You mean S2?
Yeah, S2, yes.
S2, during S2, aortic pulmonary valve, make that noise. Who closes first? Mabel?
Is the aortic valve
Yeah, why is it the aortic valve? How do you know?
high pressure?
Thank you very much. That's what I'm saying. Use the physiology to recreate information, folks. Now, I want you guys to just memorize what I say. Okay, because if you forget the physiology behind it, you're gonna forget what I said, and then now you don't know how to pull that back out again. That's why then you gotta go look at your notes again and read it. That means it's gonna take time. I like just being able to look in my own mind and see the physio and pull it right back out, and I know the order again. Yes, sir. Hang on, Mabel. Yes, Anna.
Not supposed to be in order, right?
What's not supposed to be in what order?
When it says that S1 is created, right, mitral's gonna open second.
No, S1 is made by closure of mitral tricuspid. That's closure, not opening. Can't use that word. This is a closure.
Oh, okay, so when it says TM over there, that's opening of the valve.
Over here, yeah, TM is opening.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. So S1, S2. Any questions on these heart sounds? Now, if you like patterns, Ashley, the pattern is this. Look at the first one. S1, MTPA. When you go to S2, flip it around. APTM flips it around exactly. Okay, if that helps you remember it. But know it by the physiology, folks, because in case you forget, physiology is what pulls it back together. All right, you got it, Ashley? Let's do it one more time.
Sir.
Oh, Mabel has a question. Mabel.
Sir, please, the aortic, is it right or left?
I don't know. Is the aorta on the right or left of the heart?
Is it left?
Yes, it's left, Mabel.
Okay.
You know more than you think you do. It's okay, Mabel. All right, so again, I said the left side is left atrium, left ventricle, and aorta. Okay? All right, Ashley, let's do it one final time. Whatever you didn't get before, better get it now. This is your last chance because I'm moving on after this. All right. S1 is made by closure. What two valves, Ashley? Mitral tricuspid is going to close first, Ashley. Mitral, why is that? And on the left side, high or low pressure side? High pressure side. Then when you got isobiometric contraction and the pulmonary valve is going to open first. Why is that, Ashley? Because on the low pressure side, followed by aorta, which is on the high pressure side. Then you have systole, and boom, S2 is made by closure of the aortic pulmonary valve. Who closes first? Aortic, why? High pressure side, followed by pulmonary on the low pressure side. Then you have isobiometric relaxation, followed by opening of tricuspid mitral. Who opens first? No, opens first is low pressure. That means easy to swing open. Tricuspid will open first, mitral will open second. So everything I just put down here, folks, is 100% accurate. Listen carefully. Unless they use this word Eisenmenger. This is the only time you flip everything around. In Eisenmenger, Ashley, you're born with a left to right shunt. Name one. Which one? PDA, sounds good. But then you develop pulmonary hypertension because you dump so much fluid in the lungs. Remember, that's what we're always worried about. And then pulmonary hypertension starts your blood flowing in opposite direction. Ashley, if your blood is flowing in opposite direction, you're gonna live a long time? No, I don't think so. So that means unless they use that word, Eisenmenger, I'm not changing my mind for anybody. I'm gonna say the same thing I wrote for you right up here, because that's gonna be the right answer. But this is important to be able to recreate these letters. Why? So when we start talking about mitral stenosis, mitral regurg, you know exactly where they happen. You're not guessing, okay? Because we're going to be going through that drill later on. Remember this, so you don't start guessing. All right, any questions so far? Here we go then. Pressures are gradient of the organ. So Jess, you're first. Ready? Now we got to, what sound do we call it when a valve is opening? Here's the first one. Opening snap, Jesse. Means a valve is popping open during diastole. During diastole, what two valves are trying to open it all? Mitral and tricuspid. And if they're making noise because they're popping open, either stenotic or regurgitant. Stenotic. Everybody see how I got the first two? See, no guessing. I just use the same word that they're using. But I got to know what that word means. So opening snap, that means you're forcing the valve open during diastole. We only use that for diastole. We don't use that for systole. So there's no reason for you to think about what goes on in systole. This is diastole only. Opening snap. And if you're forcing a valve open, it's got to be stenotic. Now you're down to tricuspid or mitral stenosis. However, one of these is on the right, one of these is on the left. Don't say anything yet. That means later on, I'm depending on you to straighten me out. I got right-left dyslexia, so you got to help me out. I don't know right from left. So that means at some point in time, this young lady is going to straighten me out. She's going to tell me how to separate right from left side. You understand? That's your mission. That's right. You accept your mission. All right, she's got this. So notice, tricuspid is on the right, mitral is on the left. So that means I still got to know how to differentiate them. All right, Jess, you're still with me. And ejection, click. The word ejection means you're pumping hard. Only your two ventricles pump hard. Remember, your atria are at the top. All they got to do is open the valve, blood drains. So your right atrium and, right ventricle and left ventricle fill primarily by gravity. The atria don't have to pump so hard. They're going with gravity. But the two ventricles, they're pumping against gravity. That's why they got pump hard. So that word ejection makes me visualize that. That means you're forcing a valve open when the two ventricles are pumping. And what valves are supposed to be open when the two ventricles are pumping, Jess? When the two ventricles are pumping, what two valves are supposed to open? Aortic and pulmonary. And if I gotta force them open, what's wrong with it? Stenotic. There it is. Aortic and pulmonary stenosis. Oh, so boom. Remember, one is on the right, one is on the left. I'm ashamed to tell you, I still don't know right from left. But I know you're gonna straighten out for me today. Everybody understand where we are? Okay. And then the next one. All right, Jess, you might as well finish this one too. Mid-systolic click. When they say mid-systolic click, Jess says, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. You do love me. Because there's only one disease that does this. That's called mitral valve prolapse. Question is, how does it do this? Ooh, okay, let me make a visual for you. Oh, damn, wait, I gotta make sure the people online can see me. All right, here we go. All right. Your two atria empty down into your ventricle like this. Everybody follow me? Empty down like this. Now, this is your mitral valve. I'm going to take your mitral valve out, bring it, and turn it upside down for you so you can see what's happening. That means it's going to open down like this now. Okay? So when the ventricle contracts, that's what closes this valve. Okay? But sometimes the valve buckles into the left atrium like that, and then snaps back down into place, and the blood just kind of hits and goes out the aortic valve like that. So this is much about prolapse. Notice it happens in the middle of systole, because the ventricle contracts, that systole begins already, wham, then you hit it, pop up. It's this snapping back into shape that causes that click. Mid-systolic click. You understand, Jess? Now really, did you see the visual? What? My hands don't look like the heart. I know they don't look like the heart. You got a visual. All right, everybody watch one more time. That means we can't ever do anything with our hands if it's got to look like the heart. All right, one more time. Everybody watch at the same time. Mitral valve opens down like this. I'm just going to take it, flip it upside down for you. That means it opens down like this. When the ventricle starts to contract, that's what closes this valve. This valve is supposed to hold still so that blood just goes up the aorta like this. Understand, Jess? But instead, this valve can buckle into the left atrium and then snap back into shape. And it's that snapping back down that causes that click. You understand, Jess? No. The click is when the valve snaps back down, but that happened after systole began. Because when systole began, you slapped the valve, it buckled, that's why it said snaps back. That's way before diastole. So that's why I said mid-systolic click. So let me ask you a question if you think you understand it. If I give you an empty backpack and then give you a backpack full of rocks, when you have the empty backpack, are you going to run faster or slower? Slower. Does that make sense to everybody else? So that means when the left ventricle has what? Oh, did she say slower? Oh, God, Jess. Man, I had given you the benefit of the doubt. I didn't even hear what you said. I thought you said faster. Okay, Jess, listen carefully. You got an empty backpack versus a backpack full of rocks. All right, does everybody else understand this? Okay, so that means if you have less blood in the left ventricle, it's going to contract faster. That means the blood will hit this valve faster, buckle faster, snap back faster. That's why if you want to enhance this, that's why they say all you got to do is decrease the volume in your left ventricle, it'll buckle faster. That means closer to S1 because it happens earlier. And when you lay down, it happens later. So easy diagnosis in the office. You say, stand up, Miss Smith, happens faster. Lay down, Miss Smith, happens later. Oh, you got mitral valve prolapse. That's it. We don't do anything else. Mid-systolic click. That's how you manipulate it. So, Jess, to finish your turn. If I hear an opening snap, what are my two choices? No opening snap. You can look at your notes if you want, Jess. Stop the guessing. Opening snap is a diastolic noise only. That means if ever you're confused, look at your notes until you say it a few times, then your brain knows it. Yeah, you don't have to guess. It's a diastolic noise only. What two valves are supposed to be opening to diastole? Mitral tracheal. That's how you recreate the information. And then if you're making a noise when I'm trying to open you, it means you're stiff. That's mitral tracheal stenosis. Everybody understand? Use your physio to recreate knowledge. Don't let the mind just guess something. Even if you get it right, you have no idea how you came up with it. That means the next day you're going to guess something else again. Okay? But if you see how to come up with it, then you keep coming up with the same answer every time. So, opening snap, Jess, what are my two choices? Mitral tracheal stenosis. Mitchell, ejection click, what are my two choices? Aortic pulmonary stenosis. Mid-systolic click chest. Mitral valve prolapse. Does it happen earlier or later when you stand up? So earlier or later? Earlier. So when you stand up, happens earlier. When you lay it back down, happens later. Easy maneuver. Didn't cost you a dime. Didn't cost the patient a dime. Didn't take but 1 second. Okay, and now you're clear on which one it is. Any questions on that? Lillian? For mitral valve prolapse, blood does not regurgitate to the left atrium. That is correct. That's mitral valve regurg, but prolapse will eventually lead to regurg, but we'll talk about that later. Justin? What word would they use to describe mitral regurg? We're coming to it. I'll just, yeah, I'd rather go in order. Yes. Why is the sound sooner when you have less blood? Again, you have an empty backpack or a backpack full of rocks. Which one allows you to run faster? Run faster. Huh? The empty backpack. So if you empty the blood out of your left ventricle, the muscles can contract faster now. Which means they slap that valve much faster, so buckles and snaps quicker. That's why it's earlier, and then when you lay down, it does the opposite.
I thought if we had more liquid, it would be easier to.
No, when you have more liquid, it takes time now to generate enough pressure to actually get the blood up there to the valve. Yeah. All right, mid-systolically, mitral valve prolapse, I don't know, hang on a second, occurs in 7% of normal women. This is very common, folks. You know it's on your exam because you're going to hear it as a physician. This is called estrogen connection, which I'll get to later. But because so many women have it, they expect you to know what it is, how to diagnose it with just a maneuver. Lay down, sit up. I mean, come on, it's easy. Stand up, sit. That's it. And then when you're sure you know what it is. We don't do an echo. You don't do a $300 to $500 test. All you gotta do is lay them down and stand it back up. Okay? They're not expecting you picking the echo, even though the books always talk about echocardiogram. No, don't do that. Any questions so far in the first 3 sounds? Yeah, let's do it all again. Anam. When you're standing, blood pulls to your feet, so there's less volume in the ventricle. Valsalva does the same maneuver. Valsalva, remember, decrease how much blood returns by raising abdominal pressure. So it'll give you the same thing that happened earlier. When you squat, it's to raise total peripheral resistance. That means the left ventricle will have to pump harder, not faster, just harder. So it'll accentuate the sound, but it's not going to move it one way or the other. What's your question? That's what I'm saying. I can still see the confusion in your eyes. What is the question? Valsalva is to bear down. You raise abdominal pressure, so you decrease the venous return. That's what Valsalva is for. Remember, I told you the first 2 seconds, when you bear down, you squeeze blood up to your neck. We just did that in carotid reflex. When we do Valsalva maneuver in medicine, it's not for those first 2 seconds, unless you're interested in gorging your carotid sinus. Then you can do that. But Valsalva is used primarily to raise abdominal pressure and decrease venous return. So anytime they say Valsalva, think decreased venous return. If you want to get it right, don't be worried about those 2 seconds. We don't use it for that. All right, Lawrence. Tricuspid valve prolapse, why do we get it? It's so rare. Don't worry about it on the test. I've been in medicine for over 40 years. I haven't seen one child with tricuspid prolapse yet. That's what I'm saying. Sure, I can see my mind. Yes, it's possible, but it's too rare to even talk about. Yes. Right. It's so weak. That's why you hardly ever see that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be rare for the right ventricle pump hard enough to actually cause prolapse of the tricuspid valve. Because pressure on the side, on that left side, is so low. That's what I'm saying. Don't prepare for rare events, because I don't want rare events in your head. That's why I don't talk about it in class. Because I'm afraid you're going to remember the rare instead of going for the common all the time. Okay? All right, let's do it again. Anam, you're first. Soft S1. What makes the sound of S1? Tell me. What makes the sound of S1? What valve's closing? Tricuspid mitral valve closing. Who closes first? I don't remember that. Go back a couple of slides. Who closes first, high pressure or low pressure side? Dad, I know, that's what I'm saying. Talk it out before you say it. High pressure closes first, open second. That's why I give you guys all that before you start talking about the hard sounds. Okay, I told you your brain loves guessing. You guys got to stop the guessing. Figure it out before you say it. Okay, talk it out. That way your brain sees the answer and sees the information that you're about to say is correct. All right, so S1 is made by closure, mitral is going to close first. All right, so if two guys make the noise, Anna, and now I hear the sound is softer than usual, that means one of those valves is not closing. Follow me? What do you call a valve that's not closing? So now they go regurgitate. Regurgitate. But see how I got the first two? But see how I got the first two? I didn't try to guess. I didn't try to remember what I read years ago. I just talk it out again. Here it comes. And the brain tells, oh yeah, regurgitate. Because the valve is not closing. Or the valve is not there. Everybody see I got the last two? Everybody see I got the last two? Everybody see I got when a valve is not there, that's called atresia. You understand, Anna? Atresia means, watch my hand, that there's a piece of tissue that goes all the way across. That means there's no valve to open and close. You follow? You understand, Anna? How come the valve didn't carve itself out, man? What failed to happen? Oh, he didn't catch it, man. Come on out. Put that bait out there for you. Thank you. Come on, baby. Yeah, you got skills now. You guys can figure this stuff out. I told you we covered every atresia known to man when we did apoptosis. You never have to guess. It's always the same answer. Yeah, atresia. So what gene controls apoptosis? P53, what protein helps out? Big D! He's a handsome young man. All right, what's the label? Phosphatidylserine and the Hitman. That's crazy. Good job. See? See how fast it goes? I told you. We're going to be drilling as we go. You're going to see it's the same old stuff you've been learning, except now we're applying it in cardiology. That's why when students don't know basics, they swear this is something new again. Oh, no, this is different. I say, okay, you keep thinking it's different. That's why you're missing the questions. You still don't see it. All they do is apply the same old stuff again and again. All right, so there's my 4 causes. Now look at this. Trichotillomania, mitral atresia, I bet you that baby is cyanotic. So if you tell me the baby's blue, I know which 2 you're talking about. Baby's pink, I know which 2 you're talking about. That's how much easier getting, boy. Getting. You understand? All right, Steve.
Excuse sir.
Wait a minute, Mabel. If a baby's born cyanotic, Steve, what drug you want to start him on? To keep the PDA open, now close the PDA, that make it worse. Yeah, so what drug is that? No, endomedicine is to close it. See, your brain followed that word to the wrong answer. That's why I tell you guys, be careful. Once you use the wrong word, you don't even brain will follow that word right to the wrong answer now.
Oxygen first.
To keep it open. It's called alprostadil. Every cyanotic baby, you got to start alprostadil. Because if you don't open that PDA, this is a right to left shunt now. Blood had to go from the right all the way to the left. But it's blue. You need a left to right shunt to correct it. Once that sucker closes, yeah, that's why they die if you don't catch it early enough. All right. You start your alprostadil, and then you're taking a surgery and put in a shunt called what, Lillian? Put in a shunt by what name? Because you can't let them go home on alprostadil. That thing's like $30,000, $40,000. We put in a shunt, Angie, called what? What's the name of the shunt? It's an AV shunt, but that's not the name. Oh, I got some hands going up in here. Mabel, you got this one? You started laughing. What was the answer to my question?
What do you say, sir? I have a question already.
Oh, you got a question? I thought you had an answer to my question.
No,
no. Let me get an answer first. Eric has it. Oh, Eric, you know what it's called?
Sorry, Dr. France, I will admit I missed the question as well.
Okay, all right. Who knows the name of this shunt? Anders. It's called Blaylock Taussig shunt. Again, this stuff I just went through with you guys. I said you cannot go home on alprostadil. It's called Blaylock Taussig shunt.
Please, can you write it, sir?
Oh, Lord, if you go a few slides back, Mabel is right earlier when we did shunts. And vascular phys, look under shunts at the top of the page, you'll see it. So Blaylock Tossig,
So Blaylock.
Blaylock.
So
You ever dated a guy named Blaylock? Mabel's so funny. All right, so since you want to see it, Mabel, just for you, since you're my friend, I will write it for you. Because it makes you guys happy to write it 18 times. Okay, fine. I keep writing. I keep telling you, just write it once. Stop writing it over and over again. That does not help you remember it. It just makes you feel like you're gonna remember it, but no, you won't. Say it to yourself. That's why I just say things to myself. All this drilling I do up here with you guys, I do it for my own benefit as well. Because every time I say it, I remind myself of the information. That's why I always tell students, talk it out loud. Don't be just writing stuff down. Because when you write stuff down, you know what the message is in your brain? Yeah, we'll look at that later. That means you didn't put anything in your brain right now. Your brain says, we'll look at that later. That's why I said that's inefficient. You don't have an endless amount of time. In medicine, time is your most precious commodity. You never have enough time. So if you keep creating work that you got to make time for, you're going to run out of time. You'll never get a chance to look at it. All right, Eric, what was your question? You're first.
I now have 2 questions.
All right, he's got 2 questions.
First one, just kind of going off the Blaylock Tossig shunt. So that's just a temporary PDA.
That's correct. That's a temporary PDA because we don't want to send him home with a $35,000 IV trip.
Right.
Yeah, it's too expensive. So we put it in our own shunt, but then we bring him back in like 3 or 4 weeks and then do the surgery and then take it down. Yeah. All right, what's the second question?
Second question was going back to heart sounds. So when we're talking like, I always get confused with opening snaps. So when we're talking opening snaps, we're talking valve stenosis, tricuspid mitral, but so really that's
only during diastole. Yeah,
only during diastole.
Yes, opening snap is a term used only for diastole. We don't use it for systole.
And that's then a component of S2. So like it's
right.
3 sounds.
It's right. It'd be right after S2.
Right after S2.
Yeah, it'd be right after S2.
Okay, cool.
Every sound that we're discussing right now, folks, is mutually exclusive. That means you can have them all. The key is you got to know what each sound means. So that when they say it in the beginning, they're telling you piece by piece what's going on in this patient's heart. You make the diagnosis at the end. Okay, we're doing it the hard way. We're going through every sound and learning what it means. Later on, I'll show you how to put it all together. All right, Mabel, your question now.
You said something about, it says sinuses is blue, then which other one do you say is pink?
No, the 2 regurges are pink. Anybody with a sign of heart disease is going to be blue. So that's why I said, if you got a sign on a baby, then you know it's got to be the bottom 2. There are 2 atresias. If you had a pink baby, then it's got to be the 2 regurges because they're pink.
Yeah, pink. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, so that's S1. Now, what about a loud S1? All right, Maria, you got a loud S1. What makes the sound of S1, by the way? What makes the sound of S1? Closure of what? Mitral and who? And tricuspid. Who closes first? Mitral. So that means if I got a loud S1, a sound made by 2 guys, that means one of them is banging shut. The valve is opening like this, down like that. That means boom, it's banging shut. Boom. Why is it booming like that? That means it's got to be stiff, which means it does not want to be open. So every time you try to push it, bam, slams again. Stenotic regurgitation. Stenotic, because I just said stiff. You understand? Okay. Because it's stiff, it's stenotic valve. There it is again. Mitral tricuspid stenosis. If you got mitral tricuspid stenosis, you're going to hear opening snap or ejection click. You guys stress yourself out that you didn't even hear what I just asked you. I said, you're going to have an opening snap, rejection click. If you say you're not going to hear a click, hell, there's only one sound left. There's opening snap. Okay? Everybody understand? Okay. So if they said a loud S1 with opening snap, I already know what the answer is. See? All I got left now is for Sabu to straighten me out. Because you know, I got that right-left dyslexia thing going. And so I still gotta know right from left. All right, don't worry, I'll call you when I get to that point. So you can chill for now. Get your atrial rate back down to normal. Victoria, you have a question?
Yeah, so in that circumstance, would you also have an S4 sound present?
You will have an S4. Yes, we haven't got to it, but you're right. All right,
Okay.
very good. So that means either you got tricuspid or mitral stenosis, or the ventricle is contracting hard. Watch my hand. If the ventricle is contracting hard, so here's the valve opening up. When the ventricle contracts, the valve immediately shuts like that. See that? So boom, boom, boom. So the ventricle is contracting harder. So, Chris, give me one reason for a loud S1. I don't care where you find it. Just find me an answer that duplicates one of these three things. There's no others. Tricuspid stenosis, my man. Take one before somebody else grabs it. Karina, loud S1.
It's either one of the.
You gotta say one. Give me a diagnosis. Here's loud S1. He gave me tricuspid stenosis. Lillian, mitral stenosis is right here on the screen. I told you, you gotta grab it before somebody else does. Because now, let's see who else comes up with another one. Miguel, loud S1. Aortic stenosis, eventually, yeah. Because we got aortic stenosis, the right ventricle, the left ventricle has to contract harder. All right, Armando. Loud S1, any way you want to do it. Pulmonary stenosis. All right, Cesar. Hypertension, due to what? Peripheral vascular resistance, from what? From what? From which one? I don't understand. Give me hypertension due to peripheral resistance due to what? Oh, low volume state. Which one? What's that? Dehydration. Sounds good. Now, what you've done is diagnosis. You guys give me huge headaches like it's one disease. Low volume state is a million diseases. Don't say low volume state like that. The reason why I say that is because if you're in front of a tank, he says, well, give me causes of loud as well. Don't say low volume state. Then what you should do is low volume state such as. They name 10 of them. Now you sound more impressive. First you say low volume state like it's one diagnosis.
Polycythemia.
That means now you got to come up with another one. And then it's hard to come up with 10 causes. Okay? All right. Loud as one.
So please, polycythemia is here an example.
Oh, Mabel, hang on, Mabel. Let me ask you the question first. So, Mabel, I want you to give me a reason for a loud S1. Any way you want to do it. Go.
Polycythemia.
Polycythemia due to what?
Due to low volume states.
You don't get usually polycythemia due to low volume state unless you call it Gates box syndrome in elderly people. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, the one that happens to them. Oh, my friend, my friend. She said, yeah, that one. All right, Chris, with a C, give me the electrolyte that causes the loudest one, go. Hypercalcemia, see that? Folks, the test writer can make it anything he wants. As long as you understand what you're trying to do. If he wants it to be electrolyte, now it's an easy question. If he wants it a disease, give you a disease with hypercalcemia, hyperthyroidism, vitamin D toxin, sarcoid. That's what I'm telling you, folks. There's a million answers to the question. That's why I'm trying to memorize 2 or 3 things. No. I gave you the lowest common denominator. This is the only 3 ways to get a loudest one. You can't get it any other way. But the test writer's got 1,000 different ways to answer the question, though. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to just know 2 or 3 things that you read out of some book. You say, well, I just need someone with a loudest one. And then look at the list, you'll see it. Okay? All right, you understand, Mitchell? Your turn, my man. S2, what makes the sound of S2? Close your aortic and pulmonary. Who closes first? Aortic, why? High pressure side. Yes, sir. So if you got a soft S2, that means one of them is not closing, correct? What do you call a valve that's not closing? Well, what am I gonna say? He's wrong? The man is right. He's talking open. Yeah, but then, you know they're not use that term on the test. So it's called regurgitant. Everybody understand how we got the first two? Aortic component regurg. All right, or the valve is not even there. Aortic component either. But that baby is blue. So when the baby's blue, I know it's those two. When he's not, I know it's the two top. Everybody understand? And if they ask you why you get aortic atresia, let's ask Claire. Claire, you there?
Yep.
Claire, if they ask you how do you get aortic or pulmonary atresia, how come the valve didn't cover itself out? You say what?
Apoptosis.
Apoptosis didn't happen. What's the gene that controls that again?
P53.
P53, what's the protein that helps out?
Cyclin D.
You gotta say big D now. Big D. And what's the label?
Phosphatidylserine.
Phosphatidylserine, very good. And the hitman?
Caspases.
Caspases again. Everybody understand? Notice we're just reusing information, okay? S2, S1, you see the same profile, okay? All right, so soft S2, there it is. And then loud S2. So if you got a loud S2, a B, what makes the sound of S2 again? Close your aortic component. Who's closes first? Aortic why? High pressure side. So if one of them is loud, folks, now remember, aortic component open upward like this. Everybody follow me? So that means either this valve slams shut, it's stenotic, aortic component stenosis, right? Or the pressure is high in the pulmonary or in the aorta. So pulmonary resistance high, aortic resistance high. You understand? You understand so far? All right, so give me a reason for a loud S2. Stenosis of what? Aortic component stenosis. Give me another one, Chris. Renal artery stenosis. Give me another one. No. Hypertension due to what? Increased sodium. Increased sodium intake, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, give me another one, Gloria. Pulmonary embolism. That's fine, because the pulmonary causes pulmonary hypertension. All right, Sri, you got an answer for me?
Could tetralogy of Fallot cause?
Good to judge if I know, cause of course. Pulmonary stenosis. Very good. Everybody understand? All right. That's how you make it loud S2, soft S2. So, given any disease, listen carefully. The first question I'm going to ask you is what heart sound is going to be affected? Nobody should miss that question. Because in the question will be the word mitral, tricuspid, aortic, or pulmonary. Folks, that's a question they like to ask. And you don't realize they gave you the answer already. All right, so here we go. Here's, you got coarctation of the aorta. Is that going to affect S1 or S2? S2, because you heard aortic. Everybody follow me? All right, no guessing. Listen carefully. So it's S2. Is S2 going to go louder or softer? Louder. Is this a resistance or volume problem? Resistance, which means the left ventricle will contract harder or softer? Harder, which means S1 is going to become louder or softer? No. You contract harder. Wait a minute. You contract harder, the sound always gets louder. Yeah, it doesn't even matter which, we're talking about S1 or S2. All right. When the ventricle contracts harder, S1 becomes louder. What I'm trying to show you is, whenever I ask you a question, you already know which sound is going to be affected first, but the other one's going to be affected later in the same direction. But on a test, pick the first one. Skip this second one. I'm going to tell you right now. It's 90-10. I'll take the 90. I'm not chasing the 10. Okay, which means it's going to be a loud, if you got coarctation, I'm going to say loud S2. But S1 going to be loud later on. You got to live a while for that to happen. I'm not going to bet you're going to live that long. So that's why they said, don't pick that one. Pick the 90%. The one that affects first is the one they want on the exam. And then every one rare moment, all of a sudden they want the second one. I said, fine, I just have to miss this. Because I want the 90%. I'm not chasing the rare stuff. Okay? All right, any questions on that? That's, yes, I know. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy will have a loud S1 and a loud S2. That's correct. Remember, I told you all the sounds are exclusive of each other. You can have all of them. All right. So let's say you got pulmonary embolism. Nolan, is that going to affect S1 or S2? You're on the blank. Let's go to Cynthia. S2, how do you know, Cynthia? Because I said pulmonary. That's why I said nobody's ever missed the first question. Unless you're nervous, then you don't hear the word I just gave you. All right, same thing on the test question. Students get nervous, you missed a word. It's right there. That tells you what the answer is. All right, so S2 is going to become louder or softer, Cynthia? Louder. Is this a resistance or volume problem? Resistance makes the right ventricle contract harder or softer? Harder, which means S1 is going to become louder or softer? Louder. Everybody see what I'm saying? No matter what disease you give me, it'll affect one, but it's going to affect the other one in the same direction. Okay? All we're doing is just talking it out. And then we're going to add to it as we go through more sounds. Any questions on that? Yes, sir.
Clarify your choices. So S2, loud S2 go with that answer. Or S2.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm not going loud as one. If you give me aortic or pulmonary problem, I'm going with loud as two every time. Yep. I'll just have to be wrong for the one rare time he likes loud as one. I'll just be wrong on it. I'm willing to sacrifice the 10 because I want the 90. You understand, Justin? I don't know, Justin. So, you know, I got to give you one. Let's say you got renal artery stenosis. That's going to affect S1 or S2. How do you know it's going to affect S2? Because what? Because the renal artery comes off the aorta. So you see how the test can become indirect to see if you make that connection for yourself? Yeah, you can use any disease you want and ask you, what's going to affect the heart sounds? You can do is just figure out it's going to affect mitral, tricuspid, aortic, pulmonary. That's it. That's how you start. Okay? That's how you start. You don't just give a wild guess. Okay? All right, Victoria, you have a question?
Yeah, so will something like COPD cause a loud S2?
That's correct. Well, how do you know that?
Because it causes increased pressure in the lungs.
That's all I need to know. It's affecting pulmonary. Pulmonary is part of S2. That's how you do it, folks. That way we just covered a ton of diseases and how they affect your heart sounds by just going over normal physiology. That's what I'm saying, folks. Go normal. You'll see you can figure out 1,000 abnormals. When you don't understand normal, then you're learning one disease at a time. You got a long way to go to learn how every disease is going to affect every heart sound. All right. Sabu. She jumps every time. She jumps from normal sinus rhythm to A-fib. Maybe flutter, I don't know. 2-to-1 block, don't pass out on me now. All right, S2 splitting. All I did was have them put these pictures on here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So if you look at here, normal, all right? See that S2 splitting increases when you inhale, okay? And it's wider when you have extra volume in the right side of the heart. All right, so let's go from the beginning. S2 splitting occurs when you inhale. Why? Because you're bringing in oxygen. And oxygen has what effect on the pulmonary arteries? Constrict to dilate. Dilate the pulmonary. What happens to pulmonary pressure? Pulmonary pressure will do what? When you dilate? Now you gotta follow your own words. Okay, so you dilate, so pulmonary pressure goes down, pulmonary resistance.
Wait, dilated? So
Goes down, pulmonary blood flow.
goes up.
Goes up. But it's there, resistant flow, not the same thing. So pulmonary blood flow will go up, and therefore the pulmonary valve has to stay open longer to allow the extra volume to flow across it, and therefore you close it later. That's what causes normal white S2 splitting. So, boom, because I'm your friend. I'm gonna make it easier for you. Everybody listen up. I'm gonna break it down to 3 physiologic events. 3 the test can never change. Thousands of diseases that he can change. All right, if you want S2 splitting, to split widen. All you gotta do is bring in more oxygen. Number two, when you inhale, remember you create a vacuum. You're sucking blood into your right side of your heart. So that means bring more volume into the right ventricle then. Or number three, delay the opening or closure of the pulmonary valve. One more time. S2 splitting widens for three reasons. Number one, anytime you bring in more oxygen. Number two, increase volume in the right ventricle. Or number three, delayed opening or closure of the pulmonary valve. You understand, Meha? You understand, Montessori? You understand, Sybil? You understand, Mabel?
No, sir. What did you just say, sir?
Oh, boy. All right, what I just said, Mabel, is that S2 splitting widens for three reasons. The three reasons are, make sure you're listening. You increase the oxygen in your lungs. Number two, increase the volume in the right ventricle. That means now it needs more time to go across the valve. And number three, delay the opening or closure of the pulmonary valve. That's why S2 splitting. And then if you want to narrow it, you just opposite to those three things. That means therefore, Melissa, before I answer your question, if you want more blood to come to the right side of the heart, should you inhale or exhale? What? Inhale. Sabu. If you want more blood volume on the right side of the heart, should you inhale or exhale? Inhale. If you want more blood volume on the left side of the heart, should you inhale or exhale? Well, you can't be inhaling on both sides now.
Exhale.
Thank you very much. That means, Sabu, if you want to accentuate everything on the right side, should I inhale or exhale? On the right side. And then she flips it around again.
Sorry.
Okay, now take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Want to get your mask? All right, you need he needs a mask, a little bit of oxygen. All right, one more time. Say it again. Let your brain hear this. All right. If you want to accentuate anything on the right side of the heart, do what? Inhale, because there's more volume on the right side of your heart. All of a sudden, when you inhale. This is why your doctor says, take a deep breath and hold it. I want to see this on the right side. Oh, look at that. He wants to come from the left side. He says, exhale. Okay, hold it. No, he knows it's on the left side. So anything that gets louder when you inhale, tell me what side is it on? Right side. Louder when you exhale, what side is it on? Left. Sing it loud. If you got an opening snap, what about two choices? My turn, tricuspid, what? Stenosis, it gets louder when you on the right side. So that means tricuspid what? Stenosis, that can affect S1 or S2. S1 is going to become louder or something. Louder. Is this a resistance or volume problem? Resistance problem. Oh, look at that. Well, the right atrium, hypertrophy or dilate against resistance. Hypertrophy or dilate against resistance. What'd you learn in muscle fitness? Hypertrophy, thicker or thinner wall. Thicker walls, you're going to contract harder or softer? Harder, so his right atrium is going to become bigger or smaller? Bigger, what part of the EKG will pick up atrium? P wave, how do you use the right atrium? Which lead? Or? Boy. See what? You know, she didn't even know she knew that much. Look at that. See? It's just because I got to push you. You have no idea how smart you guys are getting now. Your brain is getting rewired. You don't even know you know the answer to all these heart diseases until you're forced to finally put it into your own words. All of a sudden now we can take any heart disease, you can tell me everything about it. Notice you're speaking, I didn't teach you all that. We haven't talked about tricuspid stenosis. How come she's telling me everything that occurs with tricuspid stenosis? That's the beauty of it. You now understand it versus you memorized it. Everybody understand so far? Good. Yes.
Physio for wide exhale affects the left.
Oh, why does exhale affect the left? Everybody listen up. When you exhale, your chest wall is coming in. Chest wall is compressing your lung. That means the resistance in your lung is going up because you're compressing all the vessels. But that means you're squeezing the blood forward to the left side. That's why everything on the left side, we got now get louder. It's your chest wall coming in, squeezing all the blood out of your lungs to the left. That's how it happens. You understand?
Renal, I mean, pulmonary arteries.
The who?
Pulmonary veins.
Pulmonary veins drain into the left atrium, yes.
So you reduce the pressure of thoracic cavity.
You're increasing the pressure of the thoracic cavity when you exhale. You reduce it when you inhale. You understand? All right. All right. Drill time. Put up your put down your pens, put up your notes. Let's go. Cynthia. Wait a minute. One question, then yours. Go ahead. When you inhale, you increase pressure on the right side. When you exhale, you increase pressure on the left side. Yeah, the crossbreed will always close first. What in what case now? Let me make sure I said it correctly. When you inhale, trachea will open. Open is not closing. When you inhale, it's opening. What's splitting is the pulmonary valve staying open longer because there's more volume in the right ventricle, so you need more time for that volume to go across, and therefore the valve closes later. All right, Melissa. What's happening in portal hypertension with what? So in portal hypertension, you're saying, will it be a loud S1 or S2? Okay, what do you think will happen in portal hypertension? Which one is it going to affect? Well, there's several ways to look at it. If you got portal hypertension, that means you're going to have less blood going through that liver to get back to the right side of the heart. And so that means it's going to be decreased volume on the right side of the heart. All right, so that means less blood going across the pulmonary artery, that pulmonary valve, which means a narrow S1, I mean S2. Okay, S1 will still be about the same, but S2 widening. No, it won't be louder. It won't widen. That's how you know once the volume never came back up. All right, drills. We're doing cancers on this one. Don't be going, All right, you guys have heard cancers. You better know your clues. I don't want to hear nothing. I want to hear the right answer. That's what I want to hear. Here we go. Cells gone wild. And so it's just like that video, girls gone wild, cells gone wild. If you send me a $9.99, I'll send you the first video. But no, you send me money in the next 5 minutes, I'll give you the other one. Okay, and more girls going wild. Okay, we're ready? Starting right here. Chris, you're first. Go. You ready? Everybody ready now? Don't let me come to you and look at me all strange. All right, these are all right straight out of your notes. Ready? Here we go. You got some more cancer I'm talking about? First one. Oops, sorry. Associated with chromosome 22. Name any cancer associated with it. No, lymphoma is not associated with 22. All right, and the Dravet syndrome is not a tumor or cancer. I want a tumor or cancer. Gloria, CML, and neurofibromatosis, neuromas fibromas. That's what I'm telling you. All right, you guys got to learn to stay in context. If you're not in context, your answer cannot be right because you're not even matching the context of the question. All right, and Sandeep, Trousseau syndrome goes with cancer or tumor. David, Nelson, Anders, come up. Jess, what tumor or cancer is associated with this? Your category, folks, is tumors and cancers. Everybody understand this? Okay, I don't know if you guys, it's the end of the day, so you guys are zoning out already. All right, so. No, not pheochromocytoma. Leslie.
Pancreatic?
Yeah, pancreatic cancer. This is migratory thrombophlebitis. Clots are flying around your body. And you get a DVT, next week you get another DVT, after that you get another DVT. There's something, pancreatic cancer produces mucinous material that oozes off the pancreas and it goes all over your body, and also you got clots everywhere. Okay, that keep coming back over and over again. All right, what about this one? Precocious puberty. Name any tumor cancer that goes to precocious puberty. Anders. So totally late egg cell tumors usually produce testosterone. That's fine for a male. Is that what you're talking about? A male with testicular tumor? Testicular mass, right? So totally late egg cell tumor produces testosterone, not estrogen, just testosterone. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, that one. Man, you guys killing me, making me do all the damn work up here. All right, because puberty. Remember, pineloma was a big one. Granulosa cell tumor produces estrogen for a female. So I said granulosa cell tumor. I mean, so they it's possible in a male. It's rare though. Yeah, I mean, don't be picking rare stuff, but it can't happen. Most common brain cancer though. How about? Okay, Dave. Lung metastasis? Okay, metastasis. Yeah, just say metastasis. All right. Metastasis. Associated EBV. Aisha. I saw your hand was up. Okay, Jess. Oh, Aisha, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was trying to answer
Hi.
the last question.
Okay, what about this question? Brand new one for you.
Something associated with Epstein-Barr,
Yeah.
nasopharyngeal carcinoma.
There you go. Nasopharyngeal carcinoma, Burkitt's lymphoma. You got two to choose from. Very good. All right. Has a motor oil appearance. Let's as mentioned. Craniopharyngium is correct. Very good. All right. Melissa, CA19. Pancreatic cancer is correct. Abnormal growth of normal tissue. What's the term for that, Ashley? She knows this. What's the first letter? Spit it out. No. It is? Oh, it might be right. It's hematoma. I don't know anything. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. All right, stop saying that. You're sucking yourself out. You know the answer all the time, but you keep giving me the wrong one. You always think your first one's not the right answer. All right, it's not that you don't know it, but you just don't trust yourself. You got to learn to trust whatever you think. Then let's see how accurate you are. You'll find out you're actually more accurate than you thought. Okay? Akshay, associated with Cushing syndrome. Any tumor or cancer? Who? No, not thymomas. Shri.
Is it pheochromocytoma?
No, not pheochromocytoma. Nicholas.
So sorry, I cut out. That would be a small cell.
Small cell produces ACTH, right? All right, very good. All right. Samoma body. There's a whole bunch of them. Akshay. Give me a tumor or cancer associated with Samoma bodies. Yeah, remember the P, so papillary carcinoma of the thyroid, SA, serous adenocarcinoma of the ovary, M, meningioma, M, mesothelioma. You can use this name to remember all four. It's all you know. Stop writing. Just listen for the drill. Translocation 1418. Abigail. Since you want to write. Who's that one? That's follicular lymphoma. Check you out. How about this one? What's the most common cancer of endocardium? Yeah, that's benign. Endo is blood vessel. How do you name a cancer? The prefix is the cell that's involved. So angio, connective tissue, sarcoma. Right. All right. Diastolic plot. Let's go to Michael. Yeah, myxoma, left atrium. Bleeding between periods in a 40-year-old female. What cancer shall I rule out? Leslie.
Endometrial.
Endometrial carcinoma to rule otherwise. She needs a biopsy right away. All right, bleeding. Cause. Justin. Introductor what? Not introductor carcinoma. Let me ask Cesar. Not adenocarcinoma. Miguel. Lillian. No, not Pages. Pages is an ulcer or rash around a nipple associated with adenocarcinoma. But I'm saying bleep for nipple goes with something else. Chris. Yeah, introductal papilloma. It's benign. Most common ovarian mass is a what? Ovarian mass. So don't say endometrial. This is ovarian. The most common mass for every was a glandular organ. It's the same thing. A cyst. Yeah, it's just a glandular cell inflates into a bubble. We call that a cyst. Maria, most common lung mass in a child. Now that's just cytomas in the brain. Lung.
Oh. Sorry.
Lung. All right, let me see if somebody online knows this one. Veronica Acuna, do you know this one?
Is it something with blastoma?
Not blastoma.
No.
Elizabeth? No. Elizabeth Chalakis?
I don't know.
Walter Placencia?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna say hamartoma.
Hamartoma is correct. I don't know why you guys always doubt yourselves, man. You guys are killing me with this doubt. Everybody has it. It's a bad disease. Trust whatever you think. And if you trust yourself, you'll get more right answers. All right. Aromatase inhibitor used to treat breast cancer. Anybody know the name of this thing? Anybody? All right. Anna? No, tamoxifen is not a aromatase inhibitor. Aromatase inhibitor. Anyway, you guys haven't heard it before. No, I don't think he shared it with you guys, but anyway, these are new. It's anastrozole. We'll be talking about it later. Examestane and letrozole. So aromatase inhibitors. Doing real well. It's treating breast cancer. Most common abdominal mass in children is called what? Maria. A what? No, it's neuroblastoma. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys take a pill tonight or something. All right, everybody doubting themselves all throughout the room. You guys got to cut this out. Okay? You have no idea how many points you're giving away as long as you doubt yourself. Okay? You're right the majority of the time. Why? Because now you're thinking clearly. That's because you got the right information in your head. What you don't realize is you have fear from the old days. Because in the old days, you didn't know how to reason anything out, and so you were wrong the majority of times. That's what your brain remembers. And that's why you hesitate. And I'm telling you, just like I had to go through transition in front of Dr. Shaw. After a while, I said, oh my God, I'm right. I remember being shocked. I said, you sure I'm right? Hey, I'm asking the guy who's teaching me, are you sure? He said, yeah, you're right. I said, holy cow. I said, one day I said, okay, whatever I think, I'm just gonna go with it. I found myself to be much more accurate. All right, anyway, that's normal. Everybody goes through it. I'm just telling you guys, watch it. Just trust yourself. Say it. Whatever first thing pops your head, I'll tell you whether you're right or wrong. Most common abdominal mass in a newborn. Abigail, what am I gonna call it? Call it what? Call it what? Dead? One chance? Go on, Steve. No, not Wilms. It's a trick. This is actually an enlarged bladder. Only in a newborn. Enlarged bladder. Posterior urethral valve is so common. Enlarged bladder is most common mass. After the newborn period, it's neuroblastoma throughout childhood. Yeah, but this is a trick question, so watch out for this. Michael.
What was the most common abdominal mass
Neuroblastoma. Yeah, all the ganglia in the abdomen. All right, let's do a couple more. Which other cancer is associated with a retinoblastoma? Paul. What? No, not leaf-remain. Leaf-remain is just associated with P53 gene mutation. All right, Steph and Zach.
Is that Wilms?
No, not Wilms. Pablo.
Is that Von Hippel-Lindau?
No, not by Hippolandau. Victoria.
Osteosarcoma.
Osteosarcoma. Bone cancer, RB, remember? Between G1 and S. All right. Associated with hemihypertrophy. Anybody? Let's just do like 3 more. Anybody? Wilms. Wilms is such a vascular cancer. It actually sucks blood away from the leg, whatever side it's on. So also the leg on that side is shrunken versus the normal one. So it looks like it's hypertrophy, but it really isn't. It's just there's a normal side and a shrunken side. Yeah. And the cancer is on the side that looks small. Yes. It means half your legs are small, are enlarged. That means one leg is enlarged compared to the other. It's really the small side that has a problem. Most common cancer associated with asbestosis. Anybody know this one? Raise your hand, Angie. Mesothelioma is not the correct answer, but that's the one that gets you in trouble on exam. That's all right. That's what you saw in the book. It's not your fault, girl. You bring up poison. 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 Adam. Bronchogenic. The fibers got to go through your lungs to get to the pleural cavity, folks. That's how to make sense of it. You can't get a mesothelioma until the fibers get out there. But that means they got to land in your lungs first. So bronchogenic adder. That's why they love asking that question. Can't say how many students always put mesothelioma all the time without thinking. Oh, they got you. Which pneumoconiosis has the lowest risk for lung cancer? Anybody know? Gustavo. Steve. Anthracosis. Coal miners' lung. When they factored out the smokers, there was no more cancer risk left. So there's no extra risk with coal miners' lung. All right, S100.
Excuse me, what did you say?
What did I say about what, Lambo?
The pneumoconiosis with the lowest cancer?
Anthracosis was the answer.
Thank you.
All right, Mabel, S100.
S100 is melanoma. Melanoma.
Was that? Yeah, melanoma. It's really anything with mural crest origin, but melanoma is the most common. All right, Mabel, do another one. C-MIC.
C-MIC is a bucket. Is it buckets or follicular?
Burkitt's lymphoma. Give her some room now. Give us a room. Translocase 814, Mabel.
Is it follicular?
No,
I'm not sure.
Follicular is close. 14, 18. They look alike. It's Burkitt's again. It's Burkitt's. But you did good, Mabel. Good job today. All right,
So
folks.
what is it, sir?
That was Burkitt's. It's Burkitt's lymphoma, Mabel.
Oh, I got it now.
All right, she's got it now. All right, so here's the deal. Starting tomorrow, at the end of the session, so right at noon or right at the end of the day, we battle. We battle. That means somebody on this side versus somebody on this side, or we just battle. And I like estrogen versus testosterone. One male versus one female. All right. There's gonna be any topic I choose to pop up there. No, I'm not gonna tell you the topic. That's pre-courage if I tell you what it was. But it's always stuff that I already taught you. So I'm not bringing anything new on you. It's stuff you already heard. Just like all these clues, straight out of your notes. I'm not getting it. These are strange clues. It's straight out of your notes. I just want to see if you're studying the notes. But first one to get the 3 points gets $10. 3 points when you battle is worth money. All right. Got a roll of 10. It's gonna make it rain up in this joint, man. All right, so all right, now, hey, everybody order some popcorn. You guys help this little girl out. I love you. You didn't get the email? Yeah, how come? Oh, you just got it? Look in your emails. All right, because we gotta help this little girl. Huh? You got it? Okay, if you didn't get it, talk with Leslie. Make sure she has your email. She'll send it right to you. You got it now? Yeah, you're free to go. You got 2. Everybody? All right, so. All right, go see Tiffany. She'll zap it right to you, okay? Anybody else? So there's 2 people who didn't get it. Everybody else got it? All right, so 3 people. 4 people, 5 people. Yeah, go talk to Stephanie. Yeah, that we should send it out to you guys all at the same time.
So what's
All
it,
right.
sir? What is it we are getting? What's that? Are you talking about, sir?
There's a email that's been sent to you about ordering some popcorn to help this little girl raise money for her volleyball team. They're going on a trip. Did you get it, Mabel?
Sure. Yeah,
Look
yeah.
at your email. You got it?
2,
Good.
3. Yes.
Yeah,
Nine,
there you go.
6.
Just click on that link and it'll take you to the order form. Just order at least one thing of popcorn, just to help her out, okay?
Dr. Francis,
That would be
That
great, man.
class program was gonna show out. Yes, question.
Dr. Francis, I tried to buy popcorn, but that's a ship to Puerto Rico, so.
Oh, you're in Puerto Rico. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Okay.
Oh, Dr. Francis, tomorrow we're gonna finish cardio and then what we're gonna
Yeah.
do.
And then we're going into GI.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. We're moving along real good. All right, so study your notes every night, folks. Study your notes. All right, folks, keep studying. All right.
I did
everybody, we'll see you in the
well. I
morning.
did well today, sir.
You did what? Yeah, you did very good work today, Mabel. You're doing much better.
Yes, sir.
Make
I'm
sure
your
you-
friend. I'm your friend now. I'll hang out with you.
Of course, you're
We're
my
going to hang
friend.
out together. We're going to hang out together.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm gonna hang out with you. Know all this stuff now, so I can learn some stuff. All right, make sure you buy a couple of things of popcorn.
Okay, now I'll do.
Yeah.
I'll show.
Yeah, that way for the rest of the family. Make them eat some
Yeah.
popcorn.
Is it
All right,
tight?
everybody, make sure you help this little girl out, okay?
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.